Owing to the proximity of my residence to the school, I am fortunate enough to return home every few days to savor the delicious soup made by Mom. I am already 22 years old. Due to my mother being a doctor, unfortunately, I have also enrolled in a medical college. It's not that studying medicine is bad, it's simply extremely arduous. For a young girl in her prime, it might be regarded as a form of ordeal. Today is my regular day to visit my parents. As soon as it struck 5 o'clock, I promptly fled from the hospital and headed home. Upon my arrival, I overheard my father and mother discussing a strange missing person notice. Do you think the person who placed this missing person notice has a mental disorder? This notice is so disjointed. No wonder they haven't found the person they're looking for after several years of posting it. My father sat on the rocking chair, muttering while perusing the newspaper. This person is quite perseverant. They haven't given up after searching for so many years. Who do you think the girl they're seeking is to them? The separated wife. An unforgettable first love? My mother's romantic sentiment resurfaced. I also have a habit of reading newspapers, but only entertainment news. Hence, I never knew there was such a missing person notice that had been posted for several years. After hearing my mother's words, I couldn't help but feel intrigued. I took the newspaper from my father's hand. Upon inspection, this missing person notice was indeed extremely odd. Strictly speaking, it couldn't even be considered a proper missing person notice because, based on its content, it was simply impossible to find the person they were looking for. The missing person notice occupied a large space in the newspaper, yet its content was rather simple. Missing person. Searching for a 22-year-old girl with long permed hair and a pure appearance. Tears well in your eyes, tears well in mine. The ribbon tied and love's knots not entwined. By the riverside, the tide has ebbed away. Then came the contact phone number and details about the reward. The reward was astonishing, yet I believed few could claim it. There were tens of millions of 22-year-old girls with long permed hair and pure looks. Which one on earth was he looking for? How truly strange. What do those last few lines of the poem mean? Are they a secret code? I couldn't help but inquire. I was quite familiar with those lines, as they were the essence of my favorite poem, Everlasting Longing. The person who placed the missing person notice must be extremely wealthy. He has been placing it in all the newspapers and magazines across the country for over 3 years. It must have cost him a fortune. Dad sighed. Nai, come to think of it, you've met the criteria for the person he's searching for in the past 2 months, Mom joked. Didn't you just get your hair permed? I took the soup from Mom and replied grumpily. The fortune teller said, I'm not destined for sudden wealth, Mom. Just like this, the family ate while discussing. They soon forgot about this strange missing person notice, because on that day, I never thought that this missing person notice would have anything to do with myself. Chapter 2. My father is the owner and head chef of a Sichuan cuisine restaurant. However, as he has grown older, he has handed the kitchen of the restaurant over to his apprentice and is happy to enjoy a leisurely life. Occasionally, he goes back to Sichuan to visit my grandma. Every family has its own hard to read scriptures. In my family, it's my obstinate grandma and an old dressing mirror. Grandma is a very gentle person. In my memory, she always wore a kind smile on her face, but she also had an obstinate side. That is, she refused to leave Sichuan no matter what. To be more precise, she refused to leave the old house by the Jinsha River. She always said that there were the stories of her youth there, everything about Grandpa, and the heroic deeds by the Jinsha River back then. The old house was rather shabby. Grandfather's tomb was located on the back hill of the old house. Mother said that grandmother must have loved grandfather deeply, for she preferred to stay beside grandfather's tomb for a lifetime rather than enjoy the blessings of her descendant. That when it came to grandfather, father always claimed that grandfather was the king of Sichuan cuisine. Anyone who had tasted the Sichuan dishes cooked by him would consider those made by others as nothing but trash. However, I always thought it was an exaggeration on father's part. After all, there were many people with an Oedipus complex, and father was quite likely one of them. Grandfather passed away quite early, probably when father was 17 years old. Thus, I had never seen grandfather at that time. Taking photos was not yet popular in that remote area, so naturally, no photos of him remained. But according to father, grandfather passed away peacefully, with an expression almost of anticipation on his face. He held an old dressing mirror in his hand and murmured, "I'm old. Are you still as beautiful as ever?" He said this to the mirror, not seemingly to grandmother. Father was very puzzled at that time, while grandmother just stared at the mirror, shedding tears in silence. Later, this old dressing mirror became the family heirloom of our family. Grandmother always kept it with her and said that she would hand it over to father for safekeeping after our passing. After hearing this, my mother made numerous speculations, suggesting that this mirror most likely belonged to my grandfather's first love and that my grandfather yearned for her until his death. However, this theory seemed implausible, as my grandmother also regarded it as a precious treasure. If it had belonged to the woman my grandfather adored, it was unlikely that my grandmother wouldn't have felt jealous. After all, they were both women. Therefore, this family heirloom remained an enigma to the family members, with the exception of my grandmother, who clearly knew its origin. Yet, no matter how persistently my father inquired, my grandmother only sighed and shed tears, remaining completely silent. Come to think of it, I hadn't seen my grandmother for nearly 11 years. During my middle school years, I often had to attend intensive courses and competition classes. After being admitted to the medical college, I became even busier. Moreover, my grandmother was reluctant to leave the old house by the Jinsha River for even a single step. Chapter 3, I reside in the dormitory of the medical college, and my roommate is Xiaoni, a girl in the same class that we share an excellent rapport as we have a common passion shopping. Recently, perming has become trendy, so I went to get a ceramic perm, and the result was quite satisfactory. People say that a girl undergoes 18 transformations as she grows up. Looking back at my childhood photos, I think I've had 72 transformations. Tonight, I went shopping with Xiaoni again. However, Xiaoni said she wanted to go to the old town to buy some fake antiques to decorate her new home. So, unlike usual, we went to the market in the old town. There were many stalls selling nostalgic trinkets, and there were also quite a few fortune tellers setting up their stalls. I've never been a firm believer in these fortune tellers. It's not that I don't believe in fortune telling in general. Rather, I think if they were truly as miraculous as they claim, they wouldn't have to eke out a living by setting up stalls here. They should be wealthy and prosperous. Just then, a fortune teller suddenly called out to me as I was walking in a hurry. The fate of a person is truly miraculous. I never could have imagined that one of his words would have such a profound impact on my life. Miss, you have an unusual physiognomy. Could you please stop for a moment so that I could take a closer look? A middle-aged fortune teller with an ordinary appearance called out to me. I initially didn't want to pay him any heed, but Xiaoni said that it would be fun to listen to his nonsense. After all, as long as we didn't pay him, we wouldn't be taken advantage of. Since I had nothing better to do, I sat down in front of his stall. The fortune teller gazed at me intently for a long while, as if he were truly scrutinizing me with the utmost ardor. Then he asked me to stretch out my palm so that he could examine it more thoroughly. However, the more he looked, the stranger his expression became. It was hard to describe what that expression was. It was somewhat like looking at a monster and also a bit like looking at something truly miraculous. Miss, believe me, you are the most peculiar person I've ever encountered. There will surely be extraordinary adventures in your life, perhaps so extraordinary that you can never even fathom them. Sir, please also believe me. No matter what you tell me, whether you say you'll become an imperial concubine or the president in the future, I won't pay you. I simply didn't believe the words of such a wandering fortune teller. After all, he could tell everyone that they're the most something or other people he's ever seen. People have to earn money to make a living, don't they? The gentleman just smiled and wasn't angry. What's your name and date of birth? After a moment's hesitation, I still replied. Since he hadn't asked me for money, it wouldn't hurt to listen to his boasting. Ning Nai, February 8th, 1982 As soon as I said this, his expression became even more complicated, as if he couldn't believe it. You have a surname Ning? Is there a problem? I retorted to him in an ill-tempered tone. Admittedly, my surname is rather uncommon, but surely there's no issue with it. You shouldn't bear the surname Ning. You shouldn't, he murmured to himself. After a while, as if a sudden thought had struck him, he added, this shouldn't be your original surname. Perhaps your previous generation changed it. Haven't you heard the saying, never change one's name, whether standing or sitting? Why will my previous generation change the surname? I regarded him as an imbecile. He was simply spouting nonsense. However, Xiaoni seemed to put some faith in his words. According to what you said, sir, what surname should she have? Xiaoni pointed at me with her chubby finger. The fortune teller merely smiled without answering. After a short while, he said, since fate has it that she should be surnamed Ning at present, then let it be so. After all, a surname is but a mere label. You remain who you are. He fixed his gaze on me, as if he had something to say, yet in the end, he held his tongue. Xiaoni was most concerned about marriage. Naturally, she wouldn't miss this opportunity. How about her marriage prospects? The fortune teller pondered for a moment, and then suddenly got up to pack up his stall. Both Xiaoni and I were utterly perplexed. What kind of fortune-telling business is this? After he had put away his things, he fixed his eyes on me and said, the secrets of heaven must not be divulged. Everyone has his own destiny. Young lady, I can only offer you a piece of advice. Only by putting oneself in a desperate situation can one be reborn. Then he turned around and left, muttering to himself as he walked. Only by putting oneself in a desperate situation can one be reborn. Only by putting oneself in a desperate situation. How can one be reborn? I felt rather uncomfortable. A woman's intuition told me that he was not a swindler in the arena. At least, he hadn't asked for any money from me from beginning to end. Then, was what he said trustworthy? Later, when I got back, I asked my father what my surname was. My father looked at me as if I were an idiot and said, of course, it's Ning. Your grandfather and your father both have the surname Ning. I am fortunate enough to go home every few days to have my mother's delicious soup, as my home is close to the school. I'm already 22 years old. Due to the fact that my mother is a doctor, unfortunately, I've also enrolled in a medical college. It's not that studying medicine is bad, it's just incredibly arduous, which might be a kind of torment for a young girl in the prime of her youth. Today is my regular day to visit my parents. As soon as it hit 5 o'clock, I promptly fled from the hospital and headed home. As soon as I got home, I heard my father and mother discussing a strange missing person notice. Do you think the person who posted this missing person notice has a mental problem? This notice is so disjointed. No wonder they haven't found the person they're looking for after posting it for several years. My father was sitting on the rocking chair, muttering while reading the newspaper. This person is quite perseverant. They haven't given up after searching for several years. Who do you think the girl they're looking for is to them? A lost wife? An unforgettable first love? My mother's romantic side was showing again that I also have the habit of reading newspapers, but only for entertainment news. So, I've never known about this missing person notice that has been posted for several years. After hearing what my mother said, I couldn't help but become curious. I took the newspaper from my father's hand. Upon looking, this missing person notice was truly extremely strange. Strictly speaking, it couldn't even be regarded as a proper missing person notice because based on its content, it was impossible to find the person they were seeking. The missing person notice occupied a large space in the newspaper, yet its content was extremely succinct. Missing person. Searching for a 22-year-old young lady with long permed hair and a pure appearance. Tears well in your eyes, tears well in mine. The silk sash's knot of love remains undone. By the riverside, the tide has ebbed to level. Then followed the contact phone number and details about the reward. The reward was astonishingly high, yet I believed few could claim it. For there were tens of millions of 22-year-old girls with long permed hair and pure looks. Which one on earth was he seeking? How truly peculiar. What do the last few lines of the poem signify? Are they some sort of secret signal? I couldn't help but inquire. I was quite familiar with those lines, as they were the essence of my favorite poem, Everlasting Longing. The person who placed this missing person notice must be extremely wealthy. He has been placing this notice in all newspapers and magazines across the country for over 3 years. It must have cost him a fortune. Dad sighed. Nai, come to think of it, you've met his criteria for the missing person in the past 2 months. Mom jested. Didn't you just have your hair permed? I took the soup from Mom's hand and retorted petulantly. The fortune teller said I'm not destined for sudden wealth, Mom. Just like this, the family had their meal while engaging in this discussion. They soon forgot about this strange missing person notice, for on that day, it never once occurred to me that this notice would be related to me. Chapter 2. My father is the owner and head chef of a Sichuan cuisine restaurant. However, as he has grown older, he has handed over the kitchen of the restaurant to his apprentice and now enjoys a leisurely life. Occasionally, he returns to Sichuan to visit my grandmother. Every family has its own hard-to-read scriptures. In our family, it's my stubborn grandmother and an old dressing mirror. Grandmother is a very gentle person. In my memory, she always wore a kind smile on her face, but she also has a stubborn side. She simply refuses to leave Sichuan. More precisely, she is reluctant to leave the old house by the Jinsha River. She always says that place holds the stories of her youth, everything about my grandfather and the heroic deeds along the Jinsha River back then. The old house is extremely simple. Grandfather's tomb is on the back hill of the old house. My mother says that grandmother must love grandfather deeply, so she'd rather stay by grandfather's tomb for a lifetime than enjoy the blessings brought by her children and grandchi. Dren, when it comes to grandfather, my father always claims that grandfather was the king of Sichuan cuisine. Anyone who had tasted his Sichuan dishes would find other people's Sichuan cuisine unpalatable in comparison. Nevertheless, I always think it's just my father's exaggeration. After all, there are quite a few people with an Oedipus complex, and my father might well be one of them. My grandfather passed away at an early age, presumably when my father was 17. Thus, I never had the fortune to meet him at a tea that time. In that remote area, photography was not yet in vogue, so naturally, no photos of him remained. However, according to my father, when grandfather passed away, he looked serene, with an expression that even seemed anticipatory. He held an old dressing mirror in his hand and murmured, "I've grown old. Are you still as beautiful as ever?" He uttered these words to the mirror, rather than seemingly addressing them to my grandmother, and my father was quite perplexed at that time, while my grandmother just stared at the mirror, shedding tears in silence. Later, this old dressing mirror became a family heirloom. Grandmother always kept it by her side and said that after her passing, it would be entrusted to my father. My mother made numerous speculations after hearing the story. She said that this mirror probably belonged to grandfather's first love, and that grandfather yearned for her until his dying day. However, this theory didn't seem to hold water, for grandmother also regarded the mirror as a precious treasure. If it had belonged to the woman grandfather loved, it would have been impossible for grandmother not to be jealous, considering they were both women. Therefore, this family heirloom was like a mystery to the family members, except for grandmother, who clearly knew its origin. Yet no matter how persistently my father questioned her, grandmother only sighed and wept, remaining completely silent about it. Come to think of it, I haven't seen my grandmother for nearly 11 years. During my middle school days, I often had to attend intensive courses and competition classes. After being admitted to the medical college, I became even busier. Meanwhile, my grandmother was so reluctant to leave even a single step away from the old house by the Jinsha River. Chapter 3. I reside in the dormitory of the medical college. My roommate is Xiaoni, a classmate of mine. We share a profound bond as we have a common passion, window shopping. Recently, perming has become a trendy style, so I went to get a ceramic perm. and the result was quite satisfactory. People say that a girl undergoes 18 transformations as she grows up. Looking back at my childhood photos, I believe I've changed even more than 72 times. Tonight, I went window shopping with Xiaoni again. However, Xiaoni mentioned that she wanted to go to the old town to purchase some fake antiques for her new home's decoration. Thus, unlike our usual outings, we headed to the market in the old town. There were numerous stalls selling nostalgic trinkets, and many fortune tellers had set up their booths as well. I've never been overly credulous of such fortune tellers. It's not that I don't believe in fortune telling, rather, I think if they were truly as miraculous as they claim, they wouldn't have to make a living by setting up stalls here. Instead, they should be living in opulence. Just then, a fortune teller suddenly stopped me as I was walking briskly. The course of a person's fate is truly mysterious. I never imagined that a single word from him would have such a profound impact on my entire life. Miss, you have an extraordinary physiognomy. Could you please pause for a moment so that I can take a closer look? A middle-aged fortune teller of ordinary appearance stopped me. Initially, I had no intention of paying him any heed. Nevertheless, Xiaoni said that it wouldn't hurt to listen to his absurd claims. After all, as long as we didn't pay him, we wouldn't be taken advantage of. Since I had nothing better to do, I sat down in front of his stall. The fortune teller stared at me intently for a long while, seemingly scrutinizing me with the utmost care. Then he asked me to stretch out my palm for a more thorough examination. However, the more he looked, the stranger his expression became. It was hard to describe. It was somewhat akin to the look one might give a monster, yet also resembled the gaze of someone encountering something truly miraculous. Little girl, believe me, you are the oddest person I've ever come across. There are bound to be extraordinary events in your life, perhaps so extraordinary that you'll never be able to fathom them. Sir, you should also believe me. No matter what you tell me, whether you say I'll become an imperial concubine or the president in the future, I won't pay you. I simply didn't put any faith in the words of such itinerant fortune tellers. After all, they could say the same about anyone they met, as they needed to earn a living. The fortune teller merely smiled and showed no sign of irritation. What's your name and date of birth? I hesitated for a moment but still decided to reply. Since he hadn't asked me for money, it wouldn't hurt to listen to his blabbering. Ning Nai. Born on February 8, 1982. As soon as I said this, his expression grew even more complex, as if he couldn't believe his ears. Your surname, Ning? Is there a problem? I retorted to him in an ill-tempered manner. My surname might be a bit unusual, but it's not that there's anything wrong with it. You shouldn't have a surname of Ning. You shouldn't have a surname of Ning, he murmured to himself. After a short while, as if struck by an idea, he continued. This shouldn't be your original surname. Perhaps your previous generation changed it. Have you never heard the saying, never change your name, either standing or sitting? How could my previous generation change the surname? I regarded him as a complete fool. This man was simply talking nonsense. However, Xiaoni seemed to somewhat believe what he said. Then, according to what you said, sir, what should her surname be? Xiaoni pointed at me with her chubby finger. The fortune teller merely smiled and remained silent. After a moment, he said, since fate has it that she now bears the surname Ning, then let her keep it. After all, a surname is but a mere label. You are still you. He fixed his gaze on me, as if he wanted to say something, but finally held his tongue. Xiaoni was most concerned about marriage. Naturally, she wouldn't miss the chance. Then, how about her marriage? The fortune teller pondered for a while and suddenly stood up to pack up his things. Xiaoni and I were both very puzzled. How could a fortune teller do business like this? After he had put away his things, he fixed his gaze on me and said, the secrets of heaven must not be revealed. Everyone has their own destiny. Young girl, I can only give you a piece of advice. Only by placing oneself in a desperate situation can one be reborn. Then he turned around and left. Muttering, only by placing oneself in a desperate situation can one be reborn as he walked. I felt rather uncomfortable. A woman's intuition told me that he was not a quack. At least, he hadn't asked for any money from me from beginning to end. So, could his words be trusted? Later, I went back and asked my dad what my surname was. My dad looked at me as if I were an idiot and said, of course, it's Ning. Your grandfather and your father both have the surname Ning. Chapter 4. Grandma is ill. After all, she is old and various ailments are bound to emerge. Although my dad has hired a private caregiver in Sichuan to take care of her, he is still worried because I've heard that she is seriously ill this time. So, he flew to Sichuan early the day before yesterday. My mom said that after she gets her leave approved and arranges everything, she will also fly there. She also told me to be mentally prepared. If Grandma's condition becomes critical, I'll have to take leave and go to Sichuan as well. I am deeply worried about my grandma in my heart because she doted on me greatly when I was a child. Generally, the elderly tend to have a preference for sons over daughters, yet my grandma didn't hold such a view. Moreover, it seems that she especially adored girls. As soon as I returned to the hospital today, I was under the scrutiny of all the familiar people. This was inappropriate. Alarm bells rang in my mind. When I got back to the department, Xiaoni immediately asked me straightforwardly, "Have you read today's newspaper?" I shook my head. With the things that had happened in my family recently, how could I have the leisure for that? She promptly handed me a newspaper. Once I glanced at it, I was completely stunned. It was another strange missing person notice, but it was even more peculiar to me than the previous one. This missing person notice was quite simple. It started with a sketch portrait. The girl in the portrait resembled me about 90%. Only the dressing style was a bit different. In the portrait, I had my curly hair skillfully tied to one side, wearing clothes similar to those from the early Republic of China era. There was a pair of delicate pearl earrings on my ears and a pearl necklace around my neck. The expression was extremely gentle, and the eyes were full of affectionate depth. I thought the 10% dissimilarity lay in that tender expression. No wonder everyone was giving me strange looks. I was also quite puzzled as to who had placed this missing person notice. When I looked at the notice more closely, I was even more shocked. It turned out that there were also 2 lines of poetry beside the sketch portrait. "Tears welled in your eyes, and tears welled in mine." The silk sash, meant to be tied in a lover's knot, remained undone. By the riverside, the tide had ebbed. It was again a lyric of endless longing. This made me recall that missing person notice that had been posted for several years. The contact number on this notice was different from the previous one. It indicated that it was not posted by the same person. So, who was looking for this woman who resembled me so closely? Aren't you going to call and inquire? Perhaps it's a passionate man who fell head over heels in love with you at first sight on the road and is searching for you. Xiao and I said earnestly, "If that's really the case, then I definitely won't contact him." I patted her and said, "I think it's not me. It's just a girl who looks similar to me. Look, the girl in the picture has a different dressing style and expression from me." However, deep in my heart, I always felt that this missing person notice was related to me, and I also felt that there was a strong connection between the 2 strange notices. Maybe this was just a woman's intuition. This also made me think of my grandma. The first time I heard endless longing, I was sitting beside my grandma as a child, listening to her muttering it to herself. "The Wu Mountains stand green, the Yu Mountains stand green. The green mountains on both banks face each other. Who would know the sorrow of separation? The Lord's eyes brim with tears, and so do mine. The silk sash for the lover's knot remains unmade, while the tide by the riverside has ebbed." My grandma was illiterate. I never knew why she could recite such profound verses. However, through constant exposure, I developed a special affection for this poem. I even learned to tie the lover's knot, a type of Chinese knot, traditionally woven by the girl for the boy as a token of remembrance and yearning when they part, specifically because of this poem. Right. I've never seen you with such a tender and affectionate look in your eyes, not even during your first love. I think if you had gazed at your boyfriend with the same gentle and loving eyes as the woman in the poem, he would never have changed his heart. Perhaps he would even be willing to die for you. Xiaoni is indulging in her romantic daydreams again. Alas, how deep must love be to give rise to such a look in the eyes? I'm afraid we can no longer find such a deep-seated in life and death devotion in today's society. I merely murmured an absent-minded assent, neither affirming nor denying. I truly didn't have deep feelings for that so-called first love, at least when I was with him. There was never such tenderness in my eyes. I quietly put away that newspaper, intending to meet the person who placed the missing person notice after work. I don't know what prompted me. Of course, I wouldn't believe the nonsense about love at first sight that Xiaoni had mentioned. It's just that I always felt this matter was quite strange. So strange that it suddenly reminded me of what the fortune teller had said. One can only be reborn after being pushed to the brink of death. Chapter 5. The work in the psychiatric department where I was doing my internship was extremely onerous. Hence, it wasn't long before I cast those strange occurrences aside and dedicated myself wholeheartedly to my work. Suddenly, my mobile phone rang. It was a long-distance call. My intuition told me that something was amiss. Perhaps something had happened to my grandmother. Sure enough, I heard my father's choked voice on the other end of the line. "Your grandmother has had a stroke. Come here quickly. Hurry. After seeing your recent photo, your grandmother. She said that even if she were to die, she must see you before she passes away." My father, during his trip to Sichuan, specifically took a family photo with a digital camera, saying he wanted to show my grandmother what I looked like as a grown-up. My grandmother has always suffered from hypertension. It doesn't surprise me that she had a stroke. But how could it be related to her seeing my recent photo? My mind was in utter chaos. Immediately, I booked the fastest flight ticket to Chengdu, asked for leave from my director, and rushed straight to the airport. Just as I dashed out of the hospital gate, perhaps due to my extreme impatience, I bumped into a man. A sense of familiarity washed over me, an inexplicable sense of acquaintance. We locked eyes up close. I was certain I had never seen this man before, yet I thought he was good looking, resembling a male celebrity. He had thick eyebrows and big eyes, and a tall and imposing stature. What stood out most was his melancholic gaze. When he saw me, he let out a soft exclamation. I couldn't make out what he said, only that he stared fixedly at me for more than 10 seconds. There was surprise in his eyes, like that of a person who had found a treasure, which gradually turned into confusion, as if he was bewildered that I didn't recognize him. "Do you recognize me?" he asked, sounding a bit hesitant. "No, I don't think we've ever met." I was also confused. Why would he suddenly ask such a question? Even though I was also puzzled by that unfounded sense of familiarity. Indeed, we're strangers. In fact, I don't know you well. I merely recognize you, he said somewhat ruefully. I thought you'd know me, or at least recognize me, just as I recognize you. At this moment, I truly believe that God is fair. When he bestows something upon you, he takes something else in return. Just like this man. Although he is extremely handsome and blessed with an enviable appearance by God, yet there seems to be something wrong with his mind. "Sir, are you here at the hospital to see a doctor? For the psychiatric department?" "Yes. How did you know? Could it be that you really have a connection with me?" he asked in great surprise. "No, I just think there's something wrong with your mind. Moreover, I'm in a hurry. Please step aside," I replied brusquely. Originally, I'm not so lacking in grace, but my grandmother's illness really has me in a state of great anxiety. At this moment, I can't be bothered with etiquette when I speak. He didn't make any move to step aside. Instead, he stared at me intently with a look of both bewilderment and disappointment in his eyes, as if he were exerting all his strength to find something within me. "You're not the one. You're not. Your eyes are not right. There's no such deep affection in them as hers." Deep affection in the eyes. It must be the woman in the missing person notice who looks very much like me. It was as if a thunderbolt had struck my mind. However, I had to catch a flight. So, despite my intense curiosity, I had no time to spare for him. With a sense of bewilderment, I hastened towards the airport. In the waiting lounge, my thoughts were in a complete turmoil. Many strange things had occurred around me recently, yet there seemed to be no common thread among them. 2 peculiar missing person notices. I shouldn't have the surname Ning. One must be driven to the brink of death to be reborn. My grandmother suffered a stroke after seeing my recent photo. The perplexed man. The key must lie with me, right? But what is so special about me? I'm just an extremely ordinary female student. I've never done anything extraordinary. Ring, ring. My phone rang again. It was Xiaoni calling. "Nai. Do you know? The man who posted the missing person notice came to the hospital. He said he saw you." "Ah?" I couldn't help being greatly astonished. Could it be such a coincidence? Is he quite handsome and resembles a male celebrity? Xiaoni is known as the entertainment news connoisseur of our school. She is extremely familiar with those male celebrities, so she surely knew which one I was referring to. "Yes. Do you know what illness he came to see?" "His illness is very strange." Just then, an announcement in the airport lobby informed passengers to board the plane. "Xiaoni, I'm boarding. Let's talk when I get back." "But it's about you. Don't you want to know?" Xiaoni inquired eagerly. "Of course I do, but we can't use radios on the plane, and the plane won't wait. I have to let my curiosity wait too." So, disregarding Xiaoni's loud cries, I hung up the phone and boarded the plane bound for Chengdu. I rushed to the first affiliated hospital of Sichuan University West China School of Medicine at the fastest speed. There, I saw my parents anxiously waiting outside the ICU. On the 3rd day after my arrival, Grandma finally emerged from a deep coma, but her limbs were paralyzed and she couldn't move. "Hurry. Your grandma said before having a stroke that she wanted to see you even if it meant dying. Go in quickly." After donning the heavy protective gear, sterile clothing, I entered the ICU with a heavy heart. Grandma half opened her eyes and looked at me. Her gaze was peculiar, filled with disbelief, surprise, and a tinge of sorrow. Eyes are truly the windows to the soul. They can express a multitude of complex emotions simultaneously. Just like the eyes of that perplexed man a few days ago. So that's how it is. Alas, I finally understand. Grandma groaned feebly. "Grandma, do you want to tell me something?" "I'm Xiaonai." Tears trickled down her temples one by one. "Have you ever seen heaps of glistening golden ingots?" She seemed to be talking to herself. "That's an ill omen. I've seen it often in the hospital. It's a sign of a sudden rally before death. I hope to rouse her will to live. Gold is coming. Gold is coming. A faint smile appeared on her face. That's everything to you, Xiaonai. No, it's Miss Yewu. I truly never expected it would be you. At that time, I didn't understand what the young lady meant. Fortunately, before she passed away, I finally grasped what she said. You don't belong here. Grandma, what are you talking about? I don't understand. I was on the verge of hysteria. It turns out that when one is deeply sorrowful, tears won't flow, just like me at this moment. Do you know why I changed your name to Nai? Grandma looked at me with pity. Because your grandfather's original surname was Wu. Wu Nai means helplessness. My heart skipped a beat. The fortune teller was indeed right. I'm not actually of the Ning family. It was a matter of helplessness, Xiaonai. There were far-reaching stories and innumerable sorrows. Alas, the time left for me was but a meager fraction. She heaved another sigh. As for the mirror, from now on, it shall be entrusted to you. Had it not been for her, we wouldn't be here, let alone you. Such is the will of heaven. I nodded repeatedly, signifying my resolve to safeguard the mirror. Eventually, tears trickled down my eyes. There was a long spell of silence. Grandmother's eyes seemed on the verge of closing. Make a journey to Jinsha River. Xiaonai, go alone. There lies your destiny. Jinzi, come. Jinzi, come. Miss Yewu. Grandmother's consciousness began to fade. Your eyes brim with tears, so do mine. The silk sash is tied in a love knot. Grandmother passed away before she could finish reciting that poem. From that very moment, my grief and curiosity erupted. The days that followed were in utter disarray. My parents were preoccupied with handling grandmother's posthumous affairs in the throes of sorrow. However, I, in accordance with grandmother's last wish, rented a car and set off alone for Jinsha River. It was truly ironic that I only learned grandmother's full name, Ning Nai, after her passing. Nevertheless, on her deathbed, grandmother told me that grandfather originally didn't have the surname Ning but Wu. So, he deliberately changed his surname to Ning? Although the reason eluded me. I believe that grandmother herself might not have originally borne the surname Ning. Then why did they both change their surnames? Was it to evade enemies? I didn't tell my parents that our family doesn't originally bear the surname Ning. Just as the fortune teller said, since fate has it that we should now be called Ning. Let it be so. After all, a surname is but a mere designation. My father once mentioned that my grandfather was just an ordinary Sichuanese chef. Yet he was exceptionally skilled at cooking Sichuan cuisine. Their family originally lived in the area around present-day Daoqing, a rather remote place in the southwest of Sichuan province. 2 years before my grandfather's passing, they moved to the banks of the Jinsha River. My parents seemed to have a very special affection for that place. My mind is in a complete mess. Grandma's stroke is apparently related to me. Why did she say that everything about me lies by the Jinsha River? What did she mean by constantly muttering gold is coming? Who is Miss Daiwu? What kind of helplessness does she harbor? Just as my thoughts were in disarray, there was a sharp turn ahead on the road. I quickly hit the brakes, but it was too late. Half of the car had already hung over the cliff, teetering precariously. Seeing that it was about to plunge down the cliff, I gingerly opened the car door, attempting to crawl back onto the road. However, it was evident that I wasn't nimble enough. Just as I was almost within reach of the road, I fell. Fortunately, I managed to grab hold of a tree trunk that grew horizontally out from the cliff edge. Help! Help! I shouted at the top of my lungs, hoping that someone passing by would notice me. My slender frame would soon be unable to hold on. After a long time. In fact, it was only a few minutes, yet it felt an eternity to me. My hands ached terribly, and I was on the verge of despair. At that moment, I thought perhaps I was truly going to die. Death. Suddenly, I recalled a saying from the fortune teller. One can emerge victorious only after being driven to the brink of death. Since he could tell that my family didn't have the surname Ning, perhaps he really had some skills. Would his words come true? As the saying goes, when one is desperate, one clutches at straws, which perfectly described my current state. Anyway, I couldn't hold on much longer with my hands. Maybe I'd fall off the cliff in a minute. Instead of hanging on, I might as well let go. Perhaps I really would emerge victorious after being driven to the brink of death. With a determined heart, I released my hands. My body plummeted rapidly, and my mind went blank. Chapter 6. I was roused from my slumber by a shrill sound of the lute. My head throbbed painfully. For a moment, I was utterly confused as to why I was here, having forgotten what had happened before I lost consciousness. However, I wasn't suffering from amnesia, for I still knew who I was, surrounded by reeds taller than humans. Just as I was about to get up, I heard the sound of a fierce battle not far away. A jolt of surprise shot through my heart. How could I encounter a group brawl right after waking up? What abysmal luck. For a moment, I was at a loss as to what to do and could only hide in the reeds, stealing furtive glances at the situation outside. I saw on a colossal stone terrace, dozens of men in black were engaged in a desperate melee, a real one. Each of them wielded a knife, just like in the TV shows. However, those knives were evidently extremely sharp, glinting with a pale blue light under the moonlight. Their battle was far more brutal than what was shown on TV. Once the blade passed, bodies would split asunder. Wherever it struck, limbs would sever. A sweeping slash would undoubtedly cut a person in half without a shred of doubt. A direct downward chop would surely cleave a head into two. Blood had stained the massive stone, flowing into the river and tinging the water crimson. This was what was meant by the blood flowing like a river. The number of survivors on the stone was dwindling, while the scattered human limbs on the ground were piling up. This gory scene made me feel nauseous. Yet I dared not utter a single sound. Who could guarantee that I wouldn't end up as a dismembered limb if I were discovered? I never knew that there was still such a place within the present-day Sichuan province where human lives were regarded as worthless as grass. Once again, a shrill sound of the huqin pierced the air. Looking over, it turned out that only 2 survivors remained on the large rock. Standing beside the rock were 10 men, one of whom was playing the huqin. He appeared to be in his 50s, with a solemn expression, resembling an arbiter of the duel. The other 9 men stood in groups of 3, their gazes fixed intently on the situation atop the rock, all wearing tense expressions. The 2 black-clad men on the rock stood apart, their knives stained with blood. "The outsider gang," declared the black-clad man facing me. He seemed to be in his 30s, his face bearing the calmness of one well-versed in the battles of the arena. "The Jellohui," announced the other black-clad man with his back to me. I couldn't see his face. His voice was deep and cold, and his figure was elegantly slender. Even without seeing his countenance, the aura of killing intent naturally emanated from his person. Among the 3 groups of people beside the rock, one group turned away dejectedly. The other 2 groups were a mix of excitement and nervousness. I surmised that one of these 2 groups must be from the outsider gang, and the other from the Jellohui. At this moment, the old man blew the huqin once more, signaling the continuation of the duel. The 2 men on the boulder remained motionless, simply gazing into each other's eyes. Thus, they were deadlocked for a long while. Even from afar, I could sense the taut atmosphere between them. Suddenly, the 2 lunged towards each other. Their movements were incredibly swift, with their blades flashing and clashing. Amidst their fierce battle, I managed to get a clear look at the young man from the Jellohui. He was rather young, perhaps just a little over 20. His appearance was not strikingly handsome, yet he exuded an air of firmness and determination. His eyes were brimming with a chilling, murderous intent. The sword he wielded was slightly broader than his opponent's, glinting with a silvery sheen, just like himself, full of a menacing aura. Alas, blood spurted everywhere. The other black-clothed man from an outside gang had his legs severed diagonally. The outcome was already decided. The group from the outside gang beside the boulder heaved a heavy sigh. Without even sparing a glance at their disabled comrade with severed legs, they turned around and left. The other group, however, was overjoyed. They shouted excitedly, "Bring the finest gold! Bring the finest gold!" The expressions of the 2 men on the boulder differed greatly. The victorious young man showed little emotion, though the murderous look in his eyes faded a bit, replaced by an air of haughty triumph. The middle-aged man, on the other hand, stared at his severed legs in utter disbelief, a sight that sent shivers down one's spine. "Impossible! It's impossible!" he shouted at the departing outsiders. "Take me away. I don't want to die here. I'm the finest gold among the outsiders. Come on, the finest gold. Please take me away." His shouts were filled with despair, resembling a grievously wounded wolf. Evidently, the 3 outsiders had no intention of turning back to take him with them. A man with both legs broken was of no use to them anymore. I couldn't help but feel sorrow for the man with the broken legs. Once again, the sound of the huqin resounded. The old man announced, "The right to pan for gold in the Jinsha River for the next 3 years shall belong to the Jellohui." Another wave of cheers erupted, even louder than before. Then, those people gradually left, leaving only the man with the broken legs, sorrowfully clutching his blood-soaked legs. I couldn't hold back and walked towards him. Driven by my instinct as a doctor, I couldn't stand by and watch him die. He was extremely surprised when he saw me. I ignored his questions and simply tore my outer garment into strips to apply pressure on his legs to stop the bleeding. Before long, the wounds were bandaged. I wasn't certain whether he could survive, but I truly admired his fortitude. Despite such excruciating pain, he hadn't fainted yet. After a while, He finally regained a bit of strength. Little girl, take me with you. I have a great deal of gold, over 300 caddies. Believe me, it's the finest gold. If you take me along, I'll share half of the gold with you. I wasn't particularly interested in the gold he mentioned. It wasn't because I was exceptionally virtuous, rather. In this confusing situation, money truly took a back seat. Finding a way out and going home was of utmost importance. I don't want your gold. But you have to tell me how I can get back to Chengdu. My words made him pause for a moment. And he stared at me with a puzzled look on his face. Come here and help me up. I'll lead the way. Hurry up and help me, little girl. He pleaded with flickering eyes. I don't know why, but I always had the feeling that this man was trying to abduct me. Indeed, it was a distinct sense of abduction. However, I still slowly walked towards him again because I really wanted to go home, especially after witnessing such a bloody scene. Who would have known that just as I was about to reach him, the knife in his hand suddenly swung towards me. Chapter 7. I never knew that the human heart could be so sinister. I saved him, yet he still wanted to kill me. Just at that critical moment. With a clang, a knife stretched out from behind me, blocking that deadly attack. Who was it? Who saved me? Was there someone else hiding here? Still in a daze, I was grabbed and dragged away from that heartless man with a broken leg. Who are you? Are you from an outside clan? Why are you here? It was the victor of the previous duel, the so-called best Jinsha, who saved me. Although I still don't know what Jinsha means. I had to call him that. His expression was stern, as if he were interrogating a prisoner. Still in shock, I just kept shaking my head, staring at him blankly with my big, innocent eyes. How did you get in here? Why did you save him? He said curiously. It's impossible for a woman like you to have entered here on your own. I pointed at the reeds by the river, saying, I came from there. I don't know why I was there. I saw he was so pitiful and might die from excessive blood loss, so I went to save him. I didn't know he would try to kill me. I wondered if this man would believe me, for no reasonably normal person would believe that someone came from the reeds. His expression was rather peculiar, as if he had thought of something. Without asking further questions, he dragged me away from the riverside, disregarding the loud wails of the man with the broken leg behind us. By this time, I no longer felt sympathy for him. What I was most concerned about was my own predicament. Could you send me back to Chengdu? I whispered. Are you from Chengdu? He finally turned around and scrutinized me, examining me from head to toe most attentively. You don't seem like a local prostitute. Local prostitute? I exclaimed involuntarily. I'm not a local prostitute. Where are you taking me? What do you want to do to me? Only then did I truly realize how perilous my situation was. I didn't want to lose my virginity and become a prostitute without knowing the full story. I knew what a local prostitute was. I had heard my father talk about it before. During the chaotic years of the early Republic of China, they were the cheap prostitutes in construction sites. They had no right to choose whether to receive customers and were at the mercy of others, similar to the comfort women during World War II. He didn't reply, but simply continued to drag me towards a populated area. I was dragged to a vast square where a large crowd had already gathered. There were both men and women, all cheering. The men were all rugged, resembling construction workers. The women were dressed gaudily in bright reds and greens, with heavy makeup on their faces, looking extremely flamboyant. The so-called golden aristocrat tossed me into the group of women and then walked towards the front. There were already 13 people standing on the stage. Wherever he went, people cheered for him, the golden aristocrat. The scene was more sensational than the concerts of the most popular singers. A woman beside me said, Sister June, this time you'll surely rise from obscurity and no longer have to live that sordid life. Another woman gave a charming smile and replied, thank you for your kind words. I turned to look at Sister June. Wow, she was truly a great beauty. Her bright eyes were full of charm. Her lips were red and teeth were white. And her figure was curvaceous. She was extremely good looking. What was most eye-catching was the fatal allure between her eyebrows. However, there were some flaws. Her dressing was rather vulgar, and her eyes were not pure. The eyes are the windows of the soul. An evil heart leads to impure eyes. This was what my father taught me. Excuse me, where is this place? And what is a golden aristocrat? I voiced my doubts. The two women looked at me as if I were an idiot. Are you just from Chengdu? Sister June asked me impatiently. I nodded as an answer. I was quite dissatisfied with her attitude, but since I was new here and dependent on others, I didn't want to cause a scene. You're somewhat good looking. You should be able to earn some gold and go back to your hometown. You look quite innocent. Are you still a virgin? She answered me irrelevantly. I was startled by her blunt question. Everyone knows that those who come to the Jinsha River are all after the golden treasures. There are 3 major gangs here, the Eagle Fiend Gang, the Outsider Gang, and our Jelahui. All three gangs covet the gold mining rights here. Thus, it is stipulated that a duel shall be held every 3 years, and the victorious side will obtain the gold mining rights for the next 3 years. At this point, her expression suddenly lit up with excitement. And this time, the winner is our Jello Ohui, thanks to our outstanding gold assassin, Zhang Shilai. Gold assassins are the killers sent by each gang to participate in the duel. Each gang sends 20 people. Among the 60 participants in each duel, only one can emerge victorious and survive. And this time, it was Brother Shilai who triumphed. I knew that the Zhang Shilai she mentioned was the gold assassin who had saved me. Wait a minute. Only one person can survive each duel? Do they turn on their comrades? I couldn't help but inquire, for just now, the 60 black-clothed men I saw seemed to make no distinction between friend and foe, attacking anyone in sight. Haha, she said disdainfully, there are no comrades left. Once selected as gold assassins, they are forbidden to interact with one another. They can only train hard on their own, striving to win the duel. How cruel. I couldn't help but sigh softly. No wonder Zhang Shilai had such a murderous look in his eyes and such a cold expression. My name is Ning Jijun. We're sort of fellow villagers as I'm also from Chengdu. I've been around here for several years and have made quite a few acquaintances. If you have any problems in the future, just come to me. By the way, what should I call you? At this moment, I found that this Sister June had an air of chivalry, and she didn't seem as annoying as she did at first. Sister June doesn't just have acquaintances. She's the most beautiful woman here. Both the boss and Brother Shilai are her regular visitors. This time, Brother Shilai will surely pick you as his spoils of war. Another woman immediately flattered her at the right moment. Spoils of war? I asked in confusion. It's a custom that the victorious warrior can choose any woman he fancies from the gang as his spoils. That woman will then belong solely to him. Everyone knows that the winning warrior will get a lot of gold, and being his woman means enjoying wealth and glory. Sister June, you should take good care of us in the future. After all, we've been sisters for so many years. Don't worry, I'm not so heartless. I'll definitely share good things with you in the future. Sister June promised with great magnanimity. Excuse me, will I become? I stammered, not knowing how to phrase my question at that moment. It seemed disrespectful to call a group of local prostitutes directly. Well, of course they're local prostitutes. Sister June said nonchalantly. Otherwise, what are you doing in Jinsha River? At this moment, she fixed her eyes on me and scrutinized me from head to toe, as if appraising whether a piece of goods was valuable. I had an oval face, big eyes. Although I was a bit thin, I looked quite appealing to men. Many men preferred this kind of innocent charm of mine. I'm not here to be a local prostitute. Excuse me, how can I get out? I want to go back to Chengdu. I felt extremely uncomfortable under her gaze and couldn't bear to stay in this dreadful place any longer. You can't get out. All the intersections here are guarded to prevent people from stealing gold and fleeing. Those who try to steal will surely meet their doom. Sister June's words chilled me to the bone. Phone. I suddenly thought of a savior. As long as I could call my parents, they would definitely rescue me. Come on. Phone? Do you think this is the warlord's mansion? How could there be such a thing? Warlord? Wasn't this a term used for warlords during the chaotic war-torn era in China? From the very beginning, I had sensed something was amiss here. Their clothing and customs were not those of modern people. May I ask what era it is now? I inquired with a glimmer of hope. Oh heavens, please, don't let me, like those Cliché novels, travel through time and return to ancient times. Reading novels is one thing, but if it happens to me, it won't be fun at all, especially in a place where I can't see my Prince Charming and might even end up as a low-class prostitute. The 21st year of the Republic of China. My hope was completely shattered. Oh my God, I had truly returned to ancient times. Although it wasn't that far back in history, it was common knowledge that human lives were rather cheap in this era. I could very well lose my life here at any moment. Just thinking about it made my hands tremble. I still wanted to see my parents again. I didn't want to die so soon. While I was chatting with Sister June, the people on the stage had already said a great deal, mostly words of celebration. At this moment, a man in his early 30s, with an air of grandeur, stepped forward on the stage. He raised his glass and toasted everyone in the venue. This is our gang leader, Sister June explained to me, knowing that as a newcomer, I was completely in the dark. I assumed that the gang leader was the boss here. This title was still used by modern-day triads. This boss was quite young and good-looking. Perhaps according to our modern aesthetic standards, any man with a straight and imposing figure could be considered good-looking as long as his appearance wasn't too hideous. However, the gang leader truly exuded a natural and captivating air of dominance. This time, Zhang Shilai won the gold panning right for us. Let's toast to him again. The leader is extremely heroic. Shilai, He turned his head and smiled at that Jinsha River and said, "It's time to choose your spoils." Jinsha River didn't utter a word. He just bowed his head respectfully and then walked towards the group of women on our side. At this moment, I was so weak-willed that I sincerely hoped he would pick me, even though I clearly knew the probability was slim. In terms of beauty and sensuality, I was no match for Sister June. Moreover, Sister June and he had an affair long ago. They were old lovers. However, if he didn't pick me, I would have only two options: either commit suicide or become a local prostitute here. I knew I would choose the former. I thought that even if he were a sadomasochist or whatever, being one man's woman was surely better than being the woman of thousands of migrant workers here. He walked towards us step by step. I could only stare at him intently. What I saw was death approaching me step by step. When he came in front of us, the women around all used the most charming looks and postures to attract him. I had no idea what my current expression was. It should be one of unflinching determination in the face of death. Perhaps it was due to my strange expression, or maybe there were other reasons. He stared at me intently, as if he wanted to peer into my innermost thoughts. For a fleeting moment, I felt a jolt, as if an electric current had passed through me from his intense gaze. I was rooted to the spot. I'm not sure how long it lasted. Perhaps it was only a dozen seconds. Then he took my hand and led me onto the stage. The audience erupted in an uproar. How could this be? Who is this girl? I've never seen her before. This woman is not as beautiful as Snake Waist Lady. Could it be that she's better in bed? There were all sorts of questions. Even I couldn't help but whisper to myself, why me? Yet, he merely cast a nonchalant glance at me and didn't answer. It was as if everything was so natural, without a shred of doubt. It turns out that the feeling of having one's dream come true is one of bewilderment. Just like how I feel at this very moment. What I did next, I can scarcely recall. It seems that I shared a toast with Jinsha River on the stage, much like a newly-wed couple sipping from the nuptial goblets. The most indelible impressions etched in my mind are Jinsha River's eyes and Sister June's resentful glare. In such a state of bewilderment, I entered Jinsha River's chamber. Chapter 8. In a daze, I stepped into his abode. I am no longer an innocent young girl. I am aware that as his spoils, I am expected to engage in the act of love, akin to a modern-day mistress. Yet, I remained motionless, merely sitting by the bedside, gazing at him intently. I shall not move until the enemy does. From the moment he entered the room, he remained silent. He sat by the table, engrossed in polishing his blade over and over again. Gazing at the glint on the blade, my mind finally regained a semblance of clarity. I realized that I had stepped into an era that did not belong to me. I had traversed more than half a century. Previously, I had perused numerous books on this subject and was aware that traveling through time and space was not an impossibility. Essentially, just like geographical spaces, time, space could be freely navigated. It was merely that the current human science had not advanced enough to discover the means of time, space travel. Perhaps at the very moment I let go on the cliff edge, I happened to pass through the portal of time and space. Was this what the fortune teller meant by one can achieve success only when pushed to the brink of death? Now, I was in the time-space of the early Republic of China. Would my parents be extremely worried when they couldn't find me? I missed them deeply. And surely they missed me too. Would they think I was dead when they couldn't locate me? Could I still return? Didn't all the novels write that one should return to where one came from? However, before finding the way back, my primary task was to preserve my poor little life. I'm not from here. Let me put it bluntly. I truly have no idea how I ended up here, but I'm not your enemy. Please believe me. I know. He replied without even raising his head. No spy would be so foolish as to save a cold-blooded Jinsha River. Are all Jinsha River people cold-blooded? I wondered in my heart. But he had saved me too. Wasn't he also a Jinsha River? Why was it me? From just now until now? This question has been swirling in my mind, refusing to leave. Although I'm extremely grateful to have become his prize and avoided the fate of becoming a low-class prostitute, I truly don't understand why he chose me. A woman of unknown origin and unremarkable appearance. The movement of the spatula in his hand paused. Finally, he looked up at me. This was the first time he had looked me straight in the eye since he entered the room. Is a reason necessary? He replied indifferently, as if I had asked an incredibly stupid question. Don't you want to be my woman? He suddenly said, as if he had just thought of something. I can choose someone else. No. I firmly denied it at the top of my voice and with the greatest haste. What a joke. Becoming his prize is luckier for me in my current situation than winning the lottery. Wouldn't changing the person be like taking away my prize money? I didn't dwell on this issue any longer because I was afraid he would really choose someone else. Perhaps he's right. Some things truly don't require a reason. Another moment of silence ensued. He finished his task with the spatula, rose to his feet, and made his way towards the bathtub. Come here. The words were evidently directed at me, for there were only the two of us in the room. However, for a moment, I was at a loss as to what he wanted me to do. Take a bath together romantically? That was not to my liking. Trembling with a mix of fear and surprise, I shuffled over. Undress, he commanded tersely. My face flushed scarlet. I had never bared myself completely in front of any man. I hesitated, making no move. As if sensing my embarrassment, he suddenly broke into a smile. It was the first time I'd seen him smile. When he did, he seemed no different from other young lads. After all, he was but a boy in his 20s. At that moment, it was hard to associate him with the merciless Jinsha. I'm asking you to help me undress, he said, still wearing a smile, though not as unrestrained as before. Haven't you ever served a man in the bath? Suddenly, I realized that this man was not as cold-hearted as he appeared on the surface. He also had an approachable side. I glared at him with a trace of embarrassment, showing my dissatisfaction with his teasing. However, I couldn't help laughing myself. Then I quietly helped him take off one piece of clothing after another. There was a lot of blood on the clothes, emitting a strong smell of blood, which unconsciously made one recall his life and death duel just now. Although I'm studying medicine and have seen countless male nudes, I still blushed when I saw his. This is my man. He was of a slender build, more than a head taller than me. I'm 168 meters tall, and he should be over 188 meters. He was a martial arts practitioner with well-toned muscles, especially in his arms. His fingers were long and slender, somewhat resembling those of a pianist. Can you see clearly? He said playfully. Yes. I crouched down, preparing to scrub his back. Don't stand behind me. I'm not accustomed to having someone behind me. What kind of habit was this? Was it a habit developed from being groomed as something precious from childhood? Was he afraid of being attacked from behind? I couldn't help feeling sad for him because he had to live a life of such wariness in the past and in the future. I crouched at his side, reaching out my hand to scrub his back. How old are you? 25. You look like a young lad of 20. I've found that he isn't cold-hearted. He's just taciturn. Perhaps it's because he's had few friends to talk to since childhood, so he rarely takes the initiative to speak. However, as long as you talk to him, he'll still respond, though his responses are usually quite terse. And you? You're 22, yet you look like 17. Is this your compliment to me? I asked with a soft smile. No, I really felt that chatting with him in a desultory way was quite pleasant. When he kept silent, the room was filled with an oppressive atmosphere. Maybe it was because of the killer aura he exuded. But when he started to talk, he naturally reverted to the nature of a young lad. What's your name? Ning Nai? Helplessness? He tilted his face and pondered. This name was rather unseemly. Indeed. I replied with a wry smile. Yet it suits me well. At present, I am utterly helpless in a completely unfamiliar place, oblivious to what my future life holds. I am your future life, he declared with a hint of arrogance. At that moment, his expression resembled that of a young lad who had just acquired his perfect toy. I merely smiled and offered no response. How could I possibly tell him that I yearned to return to my own era? Your name is quite peculiar, Jinsha River, I remarked. He lowered his head, deep in thought. This name suits me too. After all, I was picked up by someone, he mused. I halted my actions and stared intently at him. Picked up? I echoed. Yes, I was an abandoned infant, cast away in the reeds by the Jinsha River. It was Master Zhang who found me and taught me martial arts, he explained. So, that's why you're called Jinsha River. I had no idea who this Master Zhang was. However, it was evident that he hadn't received much education, otherwise, he wouldn't have given such a casual name. Moreover, it was highly likely that this Master Zhang was no saint. How else could he have transformed an innocent child into a remorseless killer? Suddenly, I understood why he had dragged me back when interrogating me and hearing that I came from the reeds. It must be out of fellow feeling. Then, was it also for this reason that he chose me as his spoils? Did you pick me because I, too, come from the reed thicket? I inquired, endeavoring to adopt a tone of utter nonchalance. No, he abruptly turned his head and fixed his gaze on my eyes. It's because we are not people living for gold. Chapter 9. We are not people living for gold. I murmured his words. Then, for what did we live? For survival. I had always assumed he was merely a brainless warrior. However, clearly, I was mistaken. This man might have a more delicate mind than many others. At the very least, he could discern my thoughts from my eyes. While I was in a daze, he suddenly rose from the bathtub. You're also filthy. It's your turn to bathe, he said. I hung my head, too shy to meet his naked form. Before long, he ordered his men to refill the bathtub with hot water. Then he fetched a small piece of gold from the large chest in the corner and rushed out. No one knew what he was going to do. I was rather glad to be left alone. If he hadn't gone out, I really wouldn't have known how to undress and take a bath in front of him. The purple sweater and white jeans I was wearing were already filthy with the mud from the riverside. Soaking in the hot water was truly blissful. It should be late autumn now. When I was outside just now, I was too stunned to feel the cold. It was also warm inside the room with a burning stove. Just as I was indulging in this rare sense of comfort, suddenly the door swung open. And in came Jinsha River. He was holding a set of snow, white cotton, padded clothes, and several bottles of something I couldn't identify. He walked towards me without the slightest hesitation. Fortunately, my body was completely submerged in the water, or I would have been completely exposed to him. No woman has ever lived here. I exchanged these from the midwife. They are for a woman's cleansing, he said as he put down the bottles. I understood then that those bottles were probably equivalent to modern-day shampoo and body wash. The clothes you wore originally were rather strange and not suitable here. Put on this set, he pointed at the white cotton, padded clothes on the table. If you need anything in the future, just take some gold from the chest and exchange it with the midwife. I nodded to indicate that I understood. After saying that, he undressed and went to bed. This man is actually not difficult to get along with. One could say that he is quite considerate. Although his attitude towards me is not overly solicitous, it's at least not bad. Moreover, as things stand now, it seems he has no intention of raping me. It might seem inappropriate to use the word rape, considering that I voluntarily became his woman. However, for me, having sex with a man I have no feelings for against my will is no different from being raped. I'm not like the characters in novels who find it romantic to sleep with a strange savior, especially not with a killer who chopped someone into pieces just a few hours ago. I put on the clothes he had prepared for me and walked to the bedside. Should I get into bed and sleep with him? I hesitated. Suddenly, I noticed that he had opened his eyes. Oh my goodness. He wasn't asleep after all. Didn't he see me in the nude before I dressed? This man, sometimes I really have no idea what's going on in his mind. Aren't you going to sleep? Why aren't you getting into bed? His calm tone gave the illusion of an old married couple's conversation. I forced myself to get into bed. He really doesn't like having someone behind him, so he still sleeps with his back against the wall in bed. I lay down beside him. He picked up a lock of my hair and sniffed it. Your hair is curly. Is it natural? I shook my head stiffly. I really wasn't used to such intimate touches from a man. Even with my first boyfriend, we only limited our interactions to holding hands while strolling. I had it permed. I don't know if there's such a thing as hair perming in this era. It suits you perfectly. As he said this, he simply buried his head in the crook of my neck. May I discuss something with you? I asked timidly. Of course, you can decline. Speak. His voice came from the crook of my neck, accompanied by a tingling, warm breath. Can we refrain from having sexual relations? I closed my eyes, too afraid to look at him, fearing his anger. I knew my request was excessive. He had chosen me as his woman. Yet I didn't want to have sexual relations with him. Then what was the point of him choosing me? Did he really want to support me for nothing? However, unexpectedly, he just kept playing with my hair. Why? His voice didn't sound angry, but rather curious. Because there's no love between us. I summoned up my courage and looked him straight in the eye. If you need to relieve your desires, Sister June is a better choice than me. What is love? He inquired, his tone full of bewilderment without the slightest hint of sarcasm. It's when a man and a woman constantly yearn for each other and are even willing to sacrifice their lives for one another, I replied vaguely. Then I've never loved anyone, he admitted frankly. I think I'm also incapable of loving anyone. When Jinsha River falls in love with a woman, it means he's approaching his end. In fact, according to the criteria I mentioned, I've never loved anyone either. Must people have love? He mused to himself as he stared at the ceiling. At least I do. I hope to be with the man I love, I said. I understand. I'll meet your request. He responded resolutely. I stared at him intently, scarcely believing my ears. Why are you looking at me like that? Do you want me to go back on my word? He suddenly said playfully. Could this really be Jinsha River? The man whose eyes were brimming with murderous intent on the boulder? Putting down the knife seemed to have transformed him into a different person. Of course not. I murmured shyly. Let's seal the deal with a pinky promise. No need. I never go back on my words. Chapter 10. After making that contract with him, I heaved a sigh of relief and could chat with him in a relaxed manner. Why did you agree to such an unreasonable request from me? I never intended to do anything to you in the first place. It seems that apart from attending to your bathing and dressing and chatting with you, I have no other use. That's sufficient. I need someone to chat with me. Don't you have any friends? I suddenly grew curious as to why he was so eager for someone to chat with him. You'll understand gradually. He wasn't inclined to answer. After that, he fell silent. He must have fallen asleep. In the fierce battle tonight, he must have exhausted a great deal of physical strength. In a duel where the chance of survival was merely 1/60th, he truly must have been physically and mentally fatigued. I remained sleepless throughout the night. Before falling into this era, those missing person notices and my grandmother's passing deeply troubled me. However, after arriving here, those things seemed to be a world away. Everyone here lives solely for gold. Perhaps the only exceptions are myself and the man beside me. Under this blatant money-driven relationship, human lives are of little value. How many good people are there here? Can I adapt to the life here? How can I go back? As dawn approached, snow began to fall outside the window. Since moving to the southern city, I hadn't seen snow for over a decade. I donned a cotton, padded jacket and stepped outside. The sight of the snowflakes swirling in the sky was truly exquisite, so beautiful that it was intoxicating and made one forget all the troubles in the heart. I couldn't help but dance gracefully in the snowflakes. I don't know how long I danced. As I spun around, I was startled to find that he had been standing by the door. You dance exquisitely, like a butterfly fluttering in the air. Is it really that exaggerated? I let out a bashful chuckle. Well, your original name is not good. From now on, I'll call you Dai Wu. His words were a statement rather than a request. It seemed I had no right to object. Suddenly, I recalled the Miss Dai Wu that my grandmother called on her deathbed. Could it be me? Could I be Dai Wu? Then, did Grandma know that I had come to this era? Was she here too? I was immediately stunned, and he mistook my silence for consent. After dressing me up, he led me to a very large room where 13 people were already seated. The leader was sitting right in the middle, and the remaining 12 were symmetrically seated on either side. Today you're going to pay your respects to the hall masters and the leader. Just bow to everyone you meet, he whispered in my ear, tugging at my hand. His voice was so deep that it muddled my mind. Hee, how was last night's experience, Zhang Shilai? We thought you'd be too indulged in the gentle embrace to get up. The leader's hearty voice rang out first. Not bad, he replied as he led me to the center of the hall. I followed Zhang Shilai's instructions, lowering my head and imitating the ancient people on TV to bow. Compared to Snake, Waste Lord, how is he? One of the hall masters asked. Each has their own merits, he answered. Hearing his response, I hung my head even lower. It wasn't out of shyness. In the hospital, the male doctors often cracked dirty jokes, and I was long accustomed to that. I was feeling guilty. Zhang Shilai and I hadn't done anything last night. Truly speaking, yesterday I thought you'd choose Snake-Waisted Lady. She's good-looking and wild in bed. You often seek her company, don't you? She's also a favorite among all the hall masters. Zhang Shilai doesn't dare to monopolize her. Hee. Shilai is becoming more and more considerate of us old fellows. Hall Master Zhang, you've taught him so well. Oh, it's nothing. The one responding should be Hall Master Zhang, who picked up Zhang Shilai. I couldn't help but look up at him. He looked quite kind, around 50 years old, yet very hale and hearty. He should be a martial artist as well. He also smiled back at me, with eyes somewhat like an eagle's. This last looks quite innocent. But she has an unfamiliar face. Where did she come from? She just came from Chengdu. Zhang Shilai lied smoothly without batting an eyelid. Oh, a maiden? Good lad. You found a pure one. Did you deflower her last night? Well, he responded non-committally. Then came the chuckles of the crowd. Go back and tell the midwife to prepare some tonics for her. Hall Master Zhang instructed Zhang Shilai like a father. Moreover, from now on, she's the woman of the best man in our Jeliohui. She can't look too shabby. You take some gold to old man foam to melt and make some gold ornaments for her. I will. Girl, what's your name? It was the dragon head asking. In fact, the dragon head himself wasn't old at all. He was a handsome young man around 30 years old. It felt rather strange for him to call me girl, as if I were a little girl of 7 or 8. Diawu, I replied softly. Good name. It's otherworldly and suits you well, he said. Thank you. All right, Diawu. Go back to your room for breakfast first. There are still matters for us and Zhang Shilai to discuss. Yes. I turned around and left as if I'd been granted amnesty. To be honest, I really wasn't used to such a solemn occasion. However, judging from the grand arrangement this morning, I knew that my status here from now on should be rather special. At the very least, I'd gained the recognition of the highest level leadership here. Chapter 11. As I approached the door of the house, I supposed Zhang Shilai's house should be my home now. To my horror, I found Sister June standing there. The one who comes is surely up to no good. An alarm went off in my heart. I had taken her place. The resentful look in her eyes last night was still fresh in my memory. Apparently, she knew Zhang Shilai was not around and I was alone. So she came to pick a fight. Sister June. I still greeted her, though a bit nervously. Until now, I still don't understand why Brother Shilai chose you. Was it just because you're chaste? She let out a self-deprecating sneer. So, men are all the same. They look down upon women like us, who are available to any man. They come to us when they need to relieve their desires and then discard us without a shred of affection. We're just low life? Sister June, don't say that. Shirlai doesn't mean it that way. At least, he didn't choose me for that reason. Then for what? You're only a bit good looking, and your figure is a disaster. I knew I wasn't as beautiful as her, but her blatant remarks still hurt. My tone turned cold. May I ask what brought you to the Jinsha River? I inquired rudely. Of course, it's for the gold. Isn't everyone here for that? Idiot. Then, what's your reason for wanting to be Shirlai's woman? Do you love him? Who talks about love here? Don't tell me you love him. Of course, it's for his gold. I don't love him, but I didn't come for the gold. That's the answer you're looking for. My sharp tone left her stunned. Ignoring her any longer, I bypassed her, opened the door, and stepped directly into the house. Evidently, she refrained from laying hands on me due to my current status. You listen up, little vixen. You've snatched what belongs to me. I won't let you off easily. She barked menacingly before storming off. Nonetheless, I believed her outburst was merely a momentary fit of anger. After all, out of deference to Zhang Shirlai's reputation, she wouldn't dare to do me any harm. Moreover, she was simply avaricious. From what I witnessed last night, her heart wasn't entirely black. At least, that was my intuitive perception. A sturdy and swarthy young man brought in the breakfast. He appeared extremely honest, seemingly in his early 20s. Don't take what Sister June said to heart. It was just a passing fit of anger, he mumbled sheepishly, scratching his head. She has a sharp tongue, but a kind heart. She's quite warm-hearted. He kept singing Sister June's praises. It was evident that he held a favorable opinion of her. I understand. Somehow, I felt an inexplicable fondness for this young man and regarded him as someone trustworthy. My name is Chong Fu. I'm the cook here and also Shirlai's good friend. And you? You can call me Dai Wu. He was extremely talkative. I conversed with him at length, inquiring about numerous things regarding this place, and he responded vividly, as if having a conversation with me was an honor. Presumably, it was because he held Zhang Shirlai in high esteem. The most prominent figure among the Jeliohui here is Thi. He was transferred from the main altar the year before last, and his subordinates are divided into 12 halls. Each hall is in charge of different functions. Some oversee the gold diggers, some manage the brothels, some are responsible for guarding all the entrances and exits here, some handle internal affairs. Some are in charge of training the gold carriers, and some are tasked with transporting the gold back to the main altar. The 12 halls are arranged according to the earthly branches, and the Z character hall holds the highest status among the 12. That Master Zhang is the master of the Z character hall, second only to the in status. However, due to his long-standing presence here and the extensive influence he has built, his actual power is on par with that of the Zhang Shirlai's position is rather special. He was picked up by Master Zhang and can be regarded as his adopted son, coupled with his skill with a fast blade. Even though he doesn't hold a specific position, he is highly respected here. After last night's battle, he won the Jeloi the right to mine gold for 3 years and became an outstanding gold carrier. His status has since changed dramatically, and even this shows him deference. There are mainly several types of people by the Jinsha River. The largest group is the gold diggers. They all came here voluntarily, lured by the dream of striking it rich. However, most of the gold they painstakingly panned each day is taken away by the halls. Still, many try every means to secretly hide some gold, hoping to escape one day with their stash. But it is said that no one has ever managed to escape alive to date. Most of the female prostitutes here came voluntarily. Among them, the most outstanding ones were from Chengdu. When men came here to visit prostitutes, they had to pay with gold. However, not all of this gold ended up in the hands of the prostitutes. Most of it was taken by the gang. Jean Zilai was a cold-blooded killer who had been trained since childhood to seize territories and safeguard the gold. Some older and less attractive women worked as laundresses or kitchen staff. Chong Fu was brought here by the previous gang leader. Since the hall masters highly appreciated his Sichuan cuisine, he had remained here ever since. The area around the Jinsha River was extremely unsafe. Most of the Black people in the mountains were outlaws, and they would launch surprise attacks from time to time to seize the gold. Bandits and warlords outside the mountains also eyed the gold here covetously. Therefore, each hall master kept his wife and children at the main altar. When the need arose, they would visit the local prostitutes, and Sister June was the most popular one here. Shirlai always wanted to see her. When Chong Fu mentioned this, he glanced at me with a hint of concern. Actually, I had known this since last night. Zhang Shirlai was a grown-up man. Naturally, he needed female companionship. Moreover, although I didn't dislike him and had gradually developed a sense of dependence on him, I didn't love him. So, There was absolutely no question of jealousy. He kept telling me that Zhang Shilai was a real man and describing his deeds. I didn't reply, but just listened with a smile. For me, a modern person, Zhang Shilai's heroic deeds were too sanguinary and illegal, even involving the crime of murder and dismemberment. Shilai's knife was quite remarkable. It was called broken snow. Since his knife-wielding skills were extremely high and he was capable of splitting tiny snowflakes in half, it got the name broken snow. The broken snow knife was much heavier than ordinary knives, and its blade was exceptionally sharp. It was brought by the leader 2 years ago and intended to be given to the best knife wielder here. Naturally, Shilai was the one who finally obtained it. It was said to be crafted by a famous master. Chang Fu would get extremely excited whenever he mentioned broken snow. No one had ever survived under Shilai's broken snow. Shilai was the best knife wielder I had ever seen. Another person came to my mind, that man with a broken leg who had survived under the broken snow. Of course, I didn't tell Chang Fu about it. We chatted for a long time. Finally, he said he had to go back to prepare lunch and then left. The Sichuan cuisine cooked by Chang Fu was truly excellent. The spiciness was well balanced, pungent on the palate but not in the heart. Although the ingredients were quite common, he managed to make the dishes look, smell, and taste wonderful. No wonder the hall masters were reluctant to let him go. Chapter 12 Today, I felt somewhat like a newly returned bride. Visitors came one after another. After Chang Fu left, Granny Sheng came over with a bowl of donkey hide gelatin cooked with Chinese angelica and red dates. Miss Jiewu, you should nourish your body well after the first night, she flattered, looking at that bowl of highly nourishing medicine. I began to worry that I might have a nosebleed after drinking it. Actually, Granny Sheng was not very old, around 50. One could tell at a glance that she was a shrewd businesswoman. According to Chang Fu, Granny Sheng was engaged in the small business of procuring clothes, rouge, and powder for the local women. Occasionally, she also helped with abortions or deliveries, so she could be regarded as a half-gynecologist. Miss, you are truly otherworldly in beauty. No wonder you were chosen. Shilai must be head over heels in love with you. She kept speaking words of flattery. However, as the saying goes, all things can be penetrated except flattery. So, although I was well aware that she was deliberately currying favor, I didn't find her too annoying. I took out a piece of gold from the wooden cabinet and asked her to make several more pieces in different colors according to the style of the clothes I was wearing. All of them were in pastel pink tones because I didn't want to dress myself up like those common prostitutes in gaudy red and green. I also asked her to make several warm overcoats according to Zhang Shilai's size. At the sight of the gold, the midwife's eyes lit up. She took it and immediately got busy. There was really a lot of bright, yellow gold in the wooden cabinet. There were at least 100 caddies of it. However, Zhang Shilai didn't lock it up and let me take it for use as I pleased. He was right. He didn't live for gold. Have you met Chang Fu? Zhang Shilai asked as soon as he came in. Yes, we had a long talk. He is a very amiable person, I replied. Well, if I were to say who in this place wouldn't harm me, perhaps only Chang Fu would fit the bill, he said with a tinge of desolation in his tone. And me, I said firmly. He stared at me, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. I also looked directly into his eyes, indicating the truthfulness of my words. Do you want some gold ornaments? No. Wearing gold earrings and necklaces was considered extremely unfashionable in our era, so I blurted out my refusal. But for a moment, I didn't know how to explain it to him. Indeed, gold doesn't suit you, he remarked. Thankfully, he thought so. We didn't discuss this topic any further and dined facing each other. He generally got up very early in the morning to practice swordplay. I often lay in bed, watching him shatter the falling snow with his sword outside the window. Then we had breakfast together, and gradually we got to know each other better. I came to understand his temperament to some extent. Although he seemed a solemn and cold-hearted man in front of others, when he was alone with me, he was still like a young lad, just rather taciturn and seldom smiling. Occasionally, I would crack some harmless jokes on him. He was a dead-pan joker and would always play tricks on me in a subtle way as a counter-attack. My job was merely to help him dress and undress and attend to him when he took a bath. Attending to his bath was a rather arduous task. He always managed to soak me all over. We often had water fights in the room, which were the happiest moments of my day. When I took a bath, he would go outside to practice swordplay. He always abided by our agreement. He would only hold me in his arms when sleeping and never did anything improper to me. He often went out at night. I knew he went to Sister June's place. He was a mature man. Since he couldn't touch me, it was only natural for him to visit Sister June. However, he never stayed overnight at her place. He always came back in the middle of the night and then held me in his arms as usual to fall asleep. Perhaps I am a creature of habit. Having grown accustomed to slumbering in his embrace, I find myself plagued by insomnia on those evenings when he seeks the company of Sister June, a state that persists until his return. I am cognizant that this is an ominous sign, yet I seem incapable of self-regulation. During his working hours, I discreetly inquire about the existence of a woman named Ning Nai, hoping against hope to unearth his youthful grandmother in this era. Alas, my endeavors invariably end in disappointment. He favors the overcoat I procured for him, and, as a form of reciprocation, escorts me on ambles along the riverbank. I derive pleasure from perching upon a large stone by the river, serenely contemplating the distant mountains and the heavens, a tableau of unparalleled beauty bestowed upon humanity. He, in turn, quietly sits beside me, tending to his shattered dreams. Thus, the days drift by, one after another. In truth, I find this existence quite felicitous. Save for the solitude I experience when he seeks the company of Sister June, otherwise, we coexist harmoniously, deliberately eschewing the topic of his nocturnal sojourns. Sister June's animosity toward me has noticeably diminished, perhaps due to her awareness of my waning favor. Coupled with the munificence of the fees lavishes upon her for their nights together, she merely taunts me occasionally for my perceived inability to satisfy. But I am disinclined to elucidate the nature of my relationship with Zhang, allowing her to indulge in her pronouncements. In fact, I myself can't clearly define my relationship with Zhang Shirlai. More precisely, I've started to be confused about my feelings towards him. Are we good friends? Undoubtedly. We share everything and occasionally playfully rough house. But are we truly just good friends? It seems there's more to it. At least, I've begun to be attached to his embrace. I'll wait for him at the door and mind Sister June's ridicule. However, I really don't want to and dare not think too much, for I don't belong here. I can't be nostalgic about anything here, let alone fall in love with someone here, especially a precarious killing tool. Before I knew it, the depth of winter had arrived. The sky started to snow again. Shirlai came back extremely late tonight. I knew it was the day when the messenger donkeys returned. Messenger donkeys are those who deliver messages between the main altar and the riverside. They also help the people here bring daily necessities from the city. The door was pushed open. It was Shirlai coming back. Out of habit, I helped him take off his overcoat. Guess what I brought back for you? Vanishing cream? He often asked the messenger donkeys to buy some high-class vanishing cream for me in the city. Sit down. What for? I was utterly puzzled. He took out a string of pearl necklaces from his pocket and helped me put it on. There were also earrings and bracelets. Pearls suit you better, he said. I stroked the necklace around my neck and looked at him in ecstasy. Why do you give these to me? Because you are my woman, he replied straightforwardly. However, his words made my heart race out of control. How I longed to ask, do you love this woman? Nevertheless, I merely gazed at him in silence. For I remembered his words that he could never fall in love with anyone. To him, when a man like him fell in love with a woman, it meant his approaching doom. Perhaps my intense gaze made his expression turn strange and awkward. He didn't stay in the room any longer. Picking up the broken snow, he stepped out of the house. I put on the delicate pearl bracelet and earrings and tied my curly hair to one side. He was right. Pearls truly match me well. For the first time, I realized that I was actually quite beautiful. But what about him? Did he think so too? I walked out of the house. He stopped brandishing his sword. You are very beautiful. He stared at me intently and said softly, you are as beautiful as when you were dancing with me. I also smiled as I looked back into his profound eyes. His praise warmed my heart. Thank you. I suddenly gave a mischievous smile, walked over, and took his hand. Let's dance together. I can't. I know. I'll teach you. Without giving him a chance to decline, I took the snowflakes from his hand, placed his hands on my waist, and actively put my arms around his neck. He clearly felt awkward. Yet he still let me lead him. It's very simple. Just follow me. I taught him the simplest slow for dance, being a martial artist. He quickly memorized the footwork. However, it was obvious that he treated the dance steps like martial arts moves. He danced stiffly, looking rather comical. I couldn't help but let out a soft laugh. Did I dance wrongly? He looked at me with an innocent expression. No, I still couldn't stop laughing. It's just that your body is too stiff. You look like a zombie when you dance. He also laughed. I've already said I can't dance. You just forced me to. Just relax. I'm not your enemy. You don't need to be so tense. He gradually relaxed his body, and we danced in the snowy night, relying on each other. I couldn't help but softly sing a tune that I loved dearly. Crucify my love. If my love is blind, crucify my love. If it sets me free, never know. Never trust. That love should perceive a hue. Crucify my love, if it must be that way. Swing with the heartache, sense it through and through. When the wind wails, I'll bid farewell. Attempted to learn, endeavored to find, to reach out for eternity. Where lies the answer? Is this forever? This is the famous song Crucify My Love by X Japan. I sang it over and over again. I knew he couldn't understand English. Nor did I want him to comprehend the content of the lyrics, for it was too explicit about my feelings towards him. He quietly tightened his hand around my waist, and I buried my face in his embrace. Snowflakes gently fluttered down upon us. I don't know how much time had passed before we stopped. You sing beautifully. It's a pity I don't understand. He gazed at me with ardent eyes. His head slowly lowered, and his face loomed larger before me. Just as his lips were about to touch mine, he suddenly halted. The two of us, locked in eye contact, remained motionless for several seconds. There was a struggle flickering in his eyes. Finally, he only planted a kiss on the top of my hair, then released me, picked up some broken snow, and walked away without looking back. What's the problem? Why didn't he kiss me? Does he really have no feelings for me at all? Or is it because of the contract between us? I stood there, lost in thought. Watching his retreating back, I suddenly felt as if my heart was about to suffocate. Chapter 13 That night, he did not return to sleep, and he didn't show up for the next 2 days. I knew he was avoiding me. My heart ached bitterly. I could only lie on the bed in a daze, yearning for the warm sensation of him holding me in his arms as I fell asleep. Only now did I realize that without him by my side, the winter in Sichuan was so cold that it chilled me to the very core. I was utterly fatigued, yet sleep eluded me. My heart was in excruciating pain, yet I couldn't shed a single tear. All I could do was keep wondering where he had gone and why he was avoiding me. In the past, I saw him every day, taking his presence for granted, considering it an integral part of my life. Now that he suddenly vanished, I discovered how desperately I longed to see him. I loved him. I could no longer ignore this profound feeling of love. But what about him? Crucify my love. If my love is blind, crucify my love. If it sets me free, then quickly crucify my love. Swing the heartache, feel it inside out. I recall the song we sang while dancing in the snow that night. Now it couldn't be more fitting for me. Miss Butterfly Dance, you can't go on like this. Neither eating nor drinking. Look at you. You've become haggard beyond recognition after just a few days. Share your grievances if you've suffered any. Don't keep silent. And 6, who was in charge of delivering meals every day, said with a pained heart, "Did you two have a quarrel? It would be good if you could have a quarrel." I stared blankly at the ceiling. So it turns out they really had a tiff. No wonder I haven't seen Shirley these days. In the past, no matter how busy he was, he would come back to have dinner with you. And 6 shook her head and said, "If there are any problems, why not just have an open and honest talk? Keeping things bottled up in your heart all the time won't solve anything." Oh, you young people just can't see things clearly. Aunt 6's words jolted me awake like a cannonball, as if I had been roused from a dream. I can't stand it any longer if things go on like this. Even if he hates me, or whatever, it's better to make things clear than to keep guessing blindly. Aunt 6, thank you. I got out of bed and headed outside. I'm going to find him. Then you're not having breakfast? I have no appetite. Ignoring Aunt 6's sighs, I rushed out. He should be with Sister June these days. For the first time, I felt a twinge of jealousy towards Sister June. I think every woman in love is prone to jealousy. Sister June lived in a shabby wooden house. The prostitutes and gold diggers here all lived in very simple dwellings. Only those of a relatively higher status lived in better places. For instance, the house where Shirley and I lived was quite decent in this area. I stood in front of the door. Several times I was on the verge of knocking, but in the end, my hand dropped disappointedly. I was in great fear, dreading that what I would behold upon the door opening would be the affectionate scene between Shirley and Sister June. At present, I was so fragile that I could hardly withstand a single blow. Suddenly, the door swung open, and it was Chongfu who opened it. We were both taken aback. Sister June is ill. So, I've brought some ginseng soup to nourish her, Chongfu stammered, his face flushing. During these days, I had gradually become acquainted with Chongfu. I noticed that he was especially kind to Sister June. Although he was poor, he silently protected Sister June in his own way. Pitifully, Sister June, whose eyes were only filled with gold, turned a blind eye to his kindness. How seriously is Sister June ill? Since Sister June is ill, will Shirley still be here? I was at a loss for words for a moment and could only ask casually. She has been ill for several days. It's because she didn't take good care of herself after the abortion, and thus an illness took root. Do you have something to tell Sister June? It's nothing. Please convey my regards to her for me. Miss Wu. Just as I was about to turn around and leave, Chongfu called me to a halt and inquired gingerly, "What's been going on between you and Shirley these days? Have you seen him?" "Well, actually, he's been holed up at my place these past few days, silently drowning his sorrows in wine. It's rather terrifying. I asked him what was wrong, but he wouldn't answer. I've been so preoccupied with taking care of Sister June these days that I haven't had the chance to ask you for clarification. Miss Yewu, what's amiss with you? Are you unwell? I kept my head bowed, lest Changfu catch sight of the tears welling up in my eyes. You've been having a tough time these days too. I heard from Aunt Six that you haven't been eating much. You and Shirlai are actually torturing each other. Why put yourselves through such agony? Torturing each other? I forced a bitter smile. It's he who's been torturing me. These days, he's a mere shadow of his former self, like a soul, lost wanderer. I've never seen him in such a state. I'm certain he's suffering deeply inside. He just keeps it all bottled up. I'm sure he's in more pain than you. Impossible. It's impossible. I shook my head incessantly, only to send a cascade of tears tumbling down. Suddenly, a thunderous clanging of gongs resounded, and the entire village was instantly in an uproar. Alas! Changfu exclaimed in horror, the Blackie tribesmen are raiding again. Swiftly, he shut the door and said, Miss Dai Wu, return to your chamber promptly and bolt the door. Under no circumstances should you emerge. The Black E are extremely ferocious. I'm aware that those dwelling on the mountains sometimes come to pilfer gold. They're all desperados, much to the chagrin of the hall masters. Changfu, where is Shirlai? Will he safeguard the gold? Certainly. Protecting the gold is Shirlai's duty. Rest assured, with his excellent sword skill, he won't encounter any peril. Did he drink tonight? If it were his normal self, I wouldn't be overly worried. But if he's drunk, it's extremely dangerous, especially after I witnessed the brutal duels among those like Shirlai. It's sheer chaos, and a moment's distraction could lead to decapitation. He seems to have drunk quite a lot tonight. Changfu, realizing the gravity of the situation, replied with a tremor in his voice. Miss Dai Wu, where are you going? It's perilous to wander about. Changfu grabbed me as I was about to rush out. The treasury. Shirlai must be there. The tears that had welled up over the past days finally burst forth. Changfu, I must see him. At this moment, I yearn to lay eyes on him so desperately. I am aware that my current behavior is rather willful. However, when there's a possibility of losing the one I love most, one may wonder how many women can remain rational. Just let me be willful this once. You can't go there. Those Blackie people kill anyone they see, Changfu said without giving me a chance to argue and pulled me towards Sister June's room. He dragged me inside and then locked the door from the outside, ignoring my cries and tantrums. Miss Wu, I'm sorry. I can't let anything happen to you. If I fail to protect you, Shirlai will surely never forgive me. Changfu, please open the door. Please. I kept crying until I was exhausted and knelt down behind the door. Meanwhile, Changfu remained guarding outside. What a silly woman. You know there's danger, yet still want to go. Have you no sense at all? Sister June, who was lying in bed, had woken up at some unknown time. If I were you, I'd go back right away, collect the gold and hide. Shirlai is in danger. My tears had dried up, and I could only mutter blankly about what concerned me most at the moment. So what? Sister June's contemptuous laughter now sounds truly infuriating. Is there any day when Jean Zilai is not in danger? As his woman, one should have been mentally prepared long ago. Moreover, there's no need for you to be so sorrowful. If he dies, you'll get all his gold. I'm different from you. I didn't stay with him for the sake of gold. I glared at her fiercely as she lay in the bed. Then what for? Love? Haha. You're the most foolish person I've ever seen. What about Changfu, who has been guarding outside your door all the time? Isn't he also doing it for love? The room fell silent for a moment. In the darkness, I couldn't see Sister June's expression. It's his own choice. I've never asked him to do so. Sister June said indifferently as if it had nothing to do with her. Then what if one day, this silly man suddenly vanishes and dies? What if he no longer brings you meals every day and takes care of you when you're ill? Can you still remain so nonchalant? Are you really not going to be sad about him at all? Do you know that he's standing right outside your door, guarding you? The room fell silent again. Sister June didn't respond. Thank you, Miss Yewu, Changfu outside the door said gratefully. The gong tolled incessantly, one strike after another, like a dirge of death. Finally, in the middle of the night, the gong fell silent. Changfu, have those Blackie people left? Please let me out quickly. The door finally opened. I dashed towards the treasury without hesitation, with Changfu closely trailing behind me. For the first time, I truly comprehended the meaning of the phrase corpses strewn all over the place. The pungent smell of blood seemed to pervade the entire stockade. The leader and several hall masters were standing guard outside the treasury door, covered in blood, yet Shirlai was nowhere to be seen. I no longer cared about the filth. I managed to make my way through the gaps between the corpses and severed limbs and rushed forward. Elder brother, where is Shirlai? Girl, why have you come here? Where is Shirlai? Where on earth is he? I shrieked hysterically. I had always held the leader in high esteem, but at that moment, I no longer cared about the hierarchy. I don't know. It was extremely chaotic just now. We were all struggling to survive and really didn't notice him. The survivors should all be here. Hall Master Zhang sighed and said, "He is the finest gold. Impossible to perish." I murmured to myself in self-deception before turning away. I didn't wish to remain at that gory scene. Fearing to find Shirlai's corpse there, relying on the last vestiges of instinct, I dashed towards our abode. Just a few days ago, he presented me with pearl adornments and embraced me as we danced in the wintry night. It couldn't be that he had vanished so soon. It was simply unthinkable. Suddenly, a figure blocked my path. Before I could react, I was tightly enveloped in a warm embrace. It was a familiar embrace. It was Shirlai. I couldn't be mistaken. It was the embrace I yearned for during these past few nights. The hug was so tight, as if he was using all his might to meld me into his very being. I hugged him back just as firmly. Only in this way could I more acutely sense that he was beside me, that he was still alive. "Where on earth did you run off to?" His words were laced with intense fury. "In such a chaotic situation, you ought to have stayed in the house. When I returned and didn't see you, I feared the worst had befallen you. To find you," I replied resolutely, my voice thick with a nasal twang. The arms around me tightened further. His body reeked of blood, evidence of the fierce battle he had just endured. "I couldn't find you in the vault. I thought you." I couldn't go on. Instead, tears welled up. "You can't die. Why? Because I love you." Suddenly, my lips were blocked by his. His kiss was so hot that it melted the nearly frozen heart in me just now. All my feminine reserve was cast aside, and I accepted his passionate kiss. At this moment, I knew that my love had received a response. Although he didn't say a word, his actions spoke volumes. He loved me, just as much as I loved him, perhaps even more. That was enough. After a long while, he left my lips. "You'll suffer a great deal if you fall in love with me." He gazed at me with profound eyes. His rough fingers stroked my face, wiping away my tears. "It's worth it no matter how much pain there is." He dragged me into the house. The door was shut, and I was trapped between him and the door panel. "Are you sure you won't regret it?" he still asked uneasily. I feared that he would abandon me again as he did last time. Without answering, I took the initiative to kiss him, demonstrating my determination through action. He was startled at first, then passionately returned my kiss, more wildly than before, with a faint tinge of lust. Chapter 14. Once the love that had been suppressed for too long erupted, it was out of control. He was like a caged beast just set free, and I was his prey. Passionate kisses, caresses, and union all occurred so naturally. The first union was more painful than I had imagined. However, compared to the heartache I felt when I thought I had lost him a few hours ago, this physical pain was nothing. Moreover, for the person I loved, any pain was worthwhile. Perhaps influenced by the prevalence of modern pornographic culture, I used to think that sexual intercourse was merely an outlet for the physiological needs of men and women. Now I realize that when two truly in love people unite both physically and spiritually, it is an outlet for psychological needs. Love, when it reaches its zenith, should transform into an instinctive act. He embraced me tightly from behind, just as he always did, gently caressing my curly hair. I felt incredibly blissful, nestled contentedly against him. I had no regrets about giving myself to him. He was truly worthy of my love. "You're so naive," he sighed, his tone tinged with a hint of helpless resignation. "One day, you'll surely regret falling in love with me." "What about you? Do you regret loving me?" I asked. "Yes," he replied. At his words, my body suddenly stiffened. "Alas, it's too late. I evaded you for several days, yet it only intensified my longing for you. Why did you avoid me?" Upon hearing his explanation, I finally felt a sense of relief. "Pluck the flower while it's in bloom. Don't wait until the blossoms fade. I evaded you because I didn't want to hurt you. I've chosen to love, so I fear no pain. I've said before that for the sake of loving you, even the most excruciating pain is worthwhile," I said, turning to look directly into his eyes. My confession was met with a passionate and tender kiss filled with deep affection. "Why did you return on that day? If you hadn't gone back, I would have died under that lame man's knife. Just like your purpose. Save him? Why? He used to be Jinsha River, the best among them," he replied while kissing my temple. "I want to know how a disabled Jinsha River can still live on. His present might be my future." Hearing this, my heart ached. Why were you willing to become their killing tool? I had no choice. Yes, it was Master Zhang who picked him up and trained him to be Jinsha River. It was Master Zhang who chose his life path for him. What kind of life have you been living for these 20-odd years? I sighed, stroking his resolute face painfully. "A life where I think about how to survive tomorrow every day." Hearing his answer, my tears slipped down again. Now that I have you, all those 20-odd years of pain seem worthwhile. He stared at me intently, and I felt my heart was about to stop. Aren't you curious about where I come from? Well, you'll tell me when you want to. What if I told you that I don't belong here and don't belong to this era at all? Would you believe me? I asked in a low voice. He looked at me blankly, clearly not understanding my words. If I were someone who grew up decades later and accidentally arrived in an era that doesn't belong to me, would you believe it? He closed his eyes, seemingly lost in thought. After a long while, he suddenly embraced me tightly and said, I believe it. But it doesn't matter. Even if you don't belong to this era, as long as you belong to me, that's enough. The sudden attack by the Black people that night caused us great losses. Although the gold wasn't stolen, many people died and numerous houses were burned down. People began to be busy with reconstruction. Our life went on as before. The only difference was that he no longer went to see Sister June and would stay by my side every night. The days passed by, ordinary yet blissful. So blissful that I forgot about going back to my own era. My menstruation was late, although there were no early pregnancy symptoms like vomiting. As a half-trained doctor, I could tell from my physiological changes that I was pregnant. I think I'm pregnant, I said blissfully, snuggling against him as we sat on the big rock by the riverside. His body trembled and he stopped the motion of wiping the knife. This child can't be born. Why? I exclaimed in shock, springing to my feet. He lowered his head, too ashamed to meet my gaze. He cannot exist, he said, his voice heavy with pain and helplessness. I'll ask the midwife to help you get rid of him tonight. With that, he left without once glancing at me. I stood there, stunned, rooted to the spot. Didn't he love me? Why wouldn't he let me give birth to his child? A steaming bowl of safflower and angelica tail was placed on the table. My heart froze. I stared at him in disbelief. Why? I tried my best to hold back my tears, mustering all my strength. I'm incapable of protecting him, he said dejectedly. I couldn't comprehend. Truly, I couldn't understand. He's your child. How could you bear it? I can't let him endure the sufferings I've gone through, he said, on the verge of losing control. This was the second time I'd seen him lose his composure. The first time was the night when the people launched a surprise attack, and he couldn't find me. I knew he was deeply troubled. Yet, the child was already in my womb, a crystallization and proof of our love, an inseparable part of me. To have him aborted, I simply couldn't bear it. This is motherhood, isn't it? In the past, when I saw those pregnant women in the obstetrics and gynecology department struggling through the excruciating pain to give birth, I secretly mocked them for their recklessness. Now that I'm truly pregnant myself, I've finally felt the bliss of carrying a child for the one I love. It's a kind of happiness that can vanquish any agony. We stared into each other's eyes for a long time. From his gaze, I could see his determination. There was no way I could change his decision. I could understand his good intentions, yet I couldn't forgive his heartlessness. Silently looking at him, I picked up the bowl of medicine and gulped it down in one go. Are you satisfied now? I asked with a bitter smile. The tears that welled up involuntarily were full of accusations against him. I've long said that loving me would bring you great pain, he said, then grabbed the broken snow and rushed out of the house without looking back. At that moment, my heart turned cold. Chapter 15. In the early spring night, it was bitterly cold, and my heart was even colder. He brandished his sword ceaselessly until exhaustion overwhelmed him, and he collapsed outside the door. Whether it was out of reluctance to face me or the child about to be lost within my womb, he sat there silently, without stepping inside. Tears had been streaming from my eyes since earlier. I leaned against the door and sat down, mourning the child who would never see the light of day. Who was it that once sang a song claiming that Aquarians are fond of shedding tears? It was truly a spot on observation. Since the moment I realized I had fallen in love with him, I had shed more tears than in the previous 22 years of my life combined. Falling in love with him brought excruciating pain, yet it was a pain intertwined with joy. Thus, I had no regrets. Forgive me, he whispered gently through the door. There are certain things beyond my control. This situation is far more intricate than you can imagine. If the child were to be born into a life of suffering, I'd rather he never came into being. All of this is for your own good. Trust me, Dai Wu. I love you, and I love him too. This was the first time I heard him confess his love to me in person. He wasn't one to utter sweet nothings. Perhaps those 3 words, I love you, encapsulated the deepest affection he could express. He also loved the child, maybe just as much as I did. It was just that men tend to be more rational, always approaching matters from a practical perspective. My heart gradually softened, but the flood of tears intensified. Women are so weak-willed, especially those immersed in love. As long as the man they love utters a few touching words and does a few moving deeds, their toughest defenses will crumble. I made no response, nearly opening the door and gazing at this man whom I both loved and loathed at this moment. He embraced me tightly, allowing my tears to soak his chest. Drop by drop, I felt droplets falling on my neck. It was his tears. He was crying too. This stalwart man was crying, silent and soundless. For me, this man's tears could shake the lofty snow-capped mountains. Then what couldn't be forgiven? Upon seeing his tears, even the most steadfast defenses were let down. The next day, after a bout of sharp abdominal pain, I started bleeding. That unformed child turned into a pool of blood and flowed out of my body. In the following days, he continuously ordered the midwife to stay by my side and sent a great deal of tonics for me to recuperate. Since I had just had a miscarriage, naturally, I couldn't have sexual relations with him. Yet he still stayed by my side every night, gently caressing me until I fell asleep. I can't recall who once said that when a man sleeps with a woman, it might be for sex. But if he is willing to accompany her to sleep, it is definitely because of love. I suppose he must love me deeply. Ever since the last sneak attack by the Black people, the gang leader decided to transport most of the gold back to the main altar ahead of schedule to prevent this place from being attacked again. However, the process of transporting the gold was fraught with perils. They had to guard against bandit raids along the way and the plundering of warlords. These days, they had been planning the route for transporting the gold and selecting the personnel, and Shirley was naturally among the chosen ones. This time, it was the gang leader himself who would lead the transport, and most of those with excellent martial arts skills had accompanied him. Only the older Master Zhang was left to guard this place. Tomorrow I will leave. Once again, on the large rock by the riverside, we snuggled against each other, watching the setting sun. How long would he be gone? Although I had long known that this separation was inevitable, I still felt heart-wrenching sorrow. Lovers deeply in love can't bear to be apart for even a single minute. Perhaps this was exactly how it felt. It would be about 3 months. If he could come back alive. Was it very dangerous? I sighed. This was the first time we were separating. In this era, he was the only kin I had. Now, it was impossible for me to lose him. It's easier to ward off an open spear than a hidden arrow. The news of the gold transport had already leaked out, and there must have been traps set up along the way waiting for them. You must come back, alive. Promise me. I clutched his hand so tightly that my 10 fingers were almost buried in his flesh. As long as I have a breath left, I'll come back to see you. Remember your promise. He nodded in assent. Diawu, if I haven't returned after 3 months, go and hide with Changfu. Don't tell anyone, including Master Zhang. Do you understand? His tone was so solemn that I sensed the gravity of the situation. Why? Don't ask. Sometimes, it's better not to know certain things. I understood. He had his reasons. Although I didn't comprehend them, I would follow his instructions because I knew everything he arranged was for my own good. The Wu Hills stand green. The Yu Hills stand green. The verdant hills on both banks face each other. Who knows the sorrow of parting? Your eyes brim with tears. My eyes brim with tears. The silk belt knot of love remains unmade. The tide by the river has ebbed. I softly chanted. For some inexplicable reason, at this moment, I recalled the longing for the one far away that I often heard my grandma recite in my childhood. I felt this poem was written specifically for the two of us now. Who knows the sorrow of parting? He echoed my words. I tore a piece of cloth from my clothes and deftly began to weave 2 Chinese knots. Do you know what a concentric knot is? He shook his head. It is a knot that a wife weaves with her own hands for her husband when he travels afar. Each of them keeps one, symbolizing the connection of their hearts. After saying that, I handed him the concentric knot I had just woven. Connected hearts. He stared at the simple concentric knot in his hand and then carefully put it away. During the night, he embraced me with the utmost passion, as if pouring all the longing for the days apart into me at once. Then we wordlessly gazed into each other's eyes. The night was cold, yet beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. I knew he would surely encounter numerous hardships and perils on this departure. How I wished I could share them with him. Alas, I was helpless and could only silently pine for him from afar. My heart ached. I clutched his hand, reluctant to let go. At this moment, I whispered, hoping dawn would not arrive. I truly wished time could stand still. However, time ticked away relentlessly, not slowing down in the slightest because of my tears. Eventually, he left at dawn. Chapter 16. Previously, I never realized that I was a sentimental person. However, since Shirley left, I've come to understand what lovesickness truly is. Every day, I would sit on the large rock by the riverside, clutching the lover's knot as I watched the setting sun. Only in this way could I feel as if time had reversed to the day he departed. How are you now? Have you encountered any perils? Unconsciously, I daydreamed until the sky had completely darkened. I've lost count of how many times this has happened. I won't go with you. If you want to leave, go by yourself. A deliberately subdued shout from a woman came from the nearby reed thicket. It was Sister June's voice. Everyone has curiosity, and mine is especially intense. So, I immediately stealthily hid behind the large rock to eavesdrop on their conversation. I have a great deal of gold. Look, it weighs over 30 caddies. It was the voice of a strange man. So what? All the exits here are guarded. We can't escape. What's the use of having money but no life to enjoy it? It won't be like that. Most of the people have gone with the leader to transport the gold. Now is the time when the defense here is the most lax. As long as we climb over this mountain, we can get out. Just think, once we're out, we'll be millionaires. I'm just a feeble woman. You're carrying over 30 caddies of gold, and this mountain is so perilous. How can we climb it? I don't want to die yet. Ajun, I truly love you deeply. I don't want to see you work as a prostitute here any longer. You said that as long as I had a lot of gold, you'd be with me. But I never said I'd go with you to court death. Are you going back on your word? The man was obviously infuriated. I've been painstakingly hoarding gold for you every day, just hoping that one day we could be together forever. Humph, Sister June sneered. Don't act like you love me so much. If you hadn't threatened me, would I have served you for free for half a year? Since we've laid our cards on the table, you have to come with me. If you don't, I'll expose that matter. Then you'll be doomed too. The man's tone suddenly turned extremely cold. Suddenly, the surroundings fell silent. Even if we can scale this mountain, what about the Blackie people beyond it? Don't even mention 30-odd caddies of gold. Just 3 caddies would be enough to leave us dead and mutilated. After a long while, the conversation resumed. As long as there's the slightest chance, we should give it a try. I'm fed up with this gold panning life here. I want to go out and indulge in the dazzling world outside. Even if we fail, at most we'll die together. You must leave? To be precise, we must leave. You must come with me. There was another bout of silence. The surroundings were deathly quiet, so quiet that it was terrifying. Fine, then I'll go with you. Really? Great. It's getting dark. Let's hurry up and go. Before long, 2 figures emerged from the reed thicket, one in front of the other. The man was in the lead. I had never seen him before. He was carrying a heavy bundle on his body, making his movements a bit cumbersome. As expected, Sister June was following behind. She walked extremely slowly. I saw her quietly take something out from inside her clothes. Glistening in the darkness was a dagger. She suddenly quickened her pace and rushed towards the man, stabbing him hard in the heart from behind. I almost let out a scream. Fortunately, I covered my mouth in time. I never thought Sister June would actually kill someone. A shrill scream pierced the air. The man stared in astonishment at the person who had stabbed him, his eyes bulging as if about to pop out. You actually. He didn't even have the chance to finish his words before he gasped his last breath. A rapid patter of footsteps approached. Had the scream just now alerted others? Another figure darted in. It was Chong Fu. Sister June, I had no choice. I didn't want to die. Sister June's voice quivered. You'll help me, won't you? What should we do? Hurry and help me bury his body. We can't let anyone find it. Then the 2 of them dragged the body towards my direction. Oh no. If they got any closer, they would definitely spot me. Why are you here too? Sister June questioned. I came to look for you just now. I saw you being dragged out by a man, so I followed to check it out. What did you want from me? Sister June retorted irritably. It's you? Chong Fu noticed me at this moment. Sister June was obviously startled as well and stared fixedly at me for a long time. How long have you been here? Were you here all along? Did you see everything? A menacing glint flashed in Sister June's eyes. Suddenly, another tumultuous sound of footsteps echoed. Many people had come this time. They must have been alerted by the previous noise. Someone's dead, shouted the leader. Who did it? He pointed at the 3 of us and questioned. I, Chong Fu, quickly replied, fearing that others would take the blame. The man looked at us suspiciously. Perhaps because Chong Fu usually gave an amiable impression and didn't seem like someone who would commit murder, his self-confession was rather dubious. Both Sister June and I were stunned. Sister June stared at Chong Fu in disbelief, her eyes brimming with questions. I was also startled by Chong Fu's action. I knew he had always been kind to Sister June, but I never expected that he would selflessly take the blame for her murder. Arrest Chong Fu. The man commanded those behind him. You 2 also come with us to see Master Zhang. He pointed at Sister June and me, having no other option. I could only follow them. Chong Fu glanced at me from time to time, his eyes full of supplication. I understood what he meant. He wanted me not to reveal the truth and let him take the blame for Sister June. Since the person involved had made such a choice, how could I be a snitch? I nodded as if to give my consent. Sister June was still in a daze, gazing blankly at Chong Fu's back. When we arrived at the entrance of the Z character hall, Master Zhang was sitting in the middle. The hall was extremely quiet, and everyone was waiting for his inquiries. Changfu killed someone. He also seemed rather incredulous. Who was the victim? It's Li Guikai. Changfu, why did you kill him? Hall Master Zhang stared directly at Changfu and inquired. I noticed that he intended to steal the gold and flee. So. Changfu was momentarily at a loss for words. He was an honest man and not adept at lying. So you killed him? The Hall Master's expression grew even more puzzled. He looked at me and Sister June. Then how did you two end up there? I go there every day to watch the sunset, I replied first. Hall Master Zhang frowned slightly, then fell silent and turned to look at Sister June. Sister June, who had been so fierce when killing just now, was now in a daze. She looked at Changfu as if seeking help. Hall Master. Actually, Sister Jijun and I were having a tryst there, and we happened to encounter Li Guikai, who was trying to steal the gold. Then we got into a scuffle, and I accidentally killed him. Changfu immediately came to Sister Jun's rescue. Hall Master Zhang remained silent, seemingly pondering the truth of Changfu's words. Daiwu, is that how it was? He looked at me, his eyes seemingly able to penetrate one's thoughts, which was rather intimidating. Yes, that's how it was. I lowered my head, not daring to meet his gaze any longer. After a long while, he finally pronounced, Li Guikai deserved his death for stealing the gold and attempting to flee. However, Changfu also has to be punished according to the clan's rules for killing someone. Changfu, since you stabbed him once, you shall stab yourself once, he stated impassively. I heaved a sigh of relief. Just now, I was worried that Changfu would kill someone to atone for a life. Fortunately, he only stabbed himself. It shouldn't be life-threatening. Soon, someone brought a sword. It was a large broadsword, not a dagger. Being stabbed with such a big sword was no joke. Even if one didn't die, they would be severely injured. I wanted to shout that it was unfair because the man was stabbed with a dagger, not a sword. But then I remembered my status. I had no right to interfere in the affairs of the gang, so I could only worry about Changfu. Obviously, Changfu didn't want this matter to drag on any longer. Without a second thought, he picked up the sword and stabbed himself. At the moment he stabbed, I vaguely saw tears in Sister Jun's eyes. Fortunately, Changfu stabbed his right chest, far from the heart. People immediately called for a doctor. It seemed that Changfu really had a good reputation here. I told the doctor that I was his daughter and knew a bit about medicine, and I asked to take care of Changfu together. My request was granted. But at this time, Sister June had disappeared. Chapter 17. Changfu fell into a coma due to excessive blood loss. He had injured his right lung lobe. Although there was no immediate threat to his life, the recovery process would be arduous. I realized that after years of studying Western medicine, in this era lacking advanced instruments and Western pharmaceuticals, my skills were rendered useless. My knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine was meager. My ability to feel the pulse was limited to detecting the simplest cases of kidney deficiency. I was of little help and could only act as a nurse, stopping the bleeding and dressing his wounds. I was deeply puzzled. Changfu was so foolish as to take the blame for murder on behalf of Sister June. To be honest, I now loathed Sister June to the core. Previously, I thought she was merely a money, grubbing, and ignorant woman. I never imagined that she could be so cruel as to commit murder. The malevolent look in her eyes when she saw me earlier sent a chill down my spine. What was most despicable was that after Changfu stabbed himself for her, she vanished without a trace and showed no concern for him at all. The more I thought about it, the angrier I became. Seeing that Changfu was unlikely to regain consciousness anytime soon, I decided to go in search of her. In truth, I wasn't quite sure what I intended to do when I found her. Perhaps it was out of a sense of justice that I wanted to scold this self-centered woman. However, I also knew that if she were truly heartless, a few words of scolding would have little effect. I dashed towards her cabin, only to find it shrouded in darkness. She must be absent. A wasted journey, it seemed. Just as I was about to depart, a faint sob reached my ears. It emanated from within the cabin. Could it be Sister June weeping? Was I not mistaken then? In the instant when Changfu plunged the knife into himself, did I truly witness tears in her eyes? Did she weep for Changfu? I gently nudged the door, discovering it unlocked, and pushed it open with force. Sister June sat at the table, facing a mirror. The room was too dim for me to discern her expression. She slowly turned her head toward me, her gaze vacant, her face bearing evident tear streaks. In truth, the scene was rather unsettling. A beautiful woman, expressionless, shedding tears in the darkness before a mirror. Such a tableau is usually reserved for horror films. A shiver ran down my spine, and much of my former rage dissipated. What brings you here? Sister June inquired, her tone still cold and unyielding. I was at a loss for words, unable to tell her that I had come to scold her. Moreover, Upon seeing her weep, a pang of sorrow struck my heart. Perhaps it was because I had never imagined someone like Sister June capable of such grief and tears. Why don't you go and visit Changfu? He got injured for you. What's the use of my going? I'm not a deity, but you can't just turn a blind eye and a deaf ear to it. Are you truly made of stone? She didn't reply to me. Instead, she even turned her head away, no longer looking at me. I really can't fathom what his purpose is in doing this. Do you know what his intentions are? She said indifferently. It was a question that didn't sound like one. You're really judging a gentleman's heart with a villain's mind. What other intentions could he possibly have? He risked his life for you. I've never seen a more suspicious woman than you. I scolded her in one breath and for the first time discovered that I had the potential to be a shrew. In the past at school, in order to maintain my poise, I'd never tried scolding someone so loudly. Now I find it really great to vent my innermost thoughts out all at once at the top of my voice. You have no right to scold me. To my surprise, Sister June didn't get angry. Her tone remained cold and detached. Right? Humph. I think as long as one is a human being, they have the right to scold you. You're really like a dog biting the kind-hearted Lu Dombin, not recognizing a good deed. Humph. She let out a cold laugh, a shrill one. Good people? Do you still believe there are good people in the world? I knew it. You're someone who has never tasted bitterness. You're simply not qualified to scold me. Suddenly, she rose to her feet and approached me. Have you ever been nearly beaten to death just for stealing a bun? Have you ever slept with an old man in his 70s for half a bowl of leftover rice? I bet you haven't. You're so fortunate. The moment you arrived here from Chengdu, you were picked up. You've never worried about food and clothing. You don't have to prostitute yourself like us. Forced to smile in front of people while concealing your sorrow when alone. I've been struggling among men for so many years. Not a single man is sincere. They're kind to you because they have ulterior motives. Once they achieve their goals, they'll just discard you. I was utterly stunned by her words. I never knew that Sister June, who had always seemed so tough and even a bit overbearing, had such a painful past and such a pathetic side. Perhaps her greed and selfishness were a result of her environment. In such a chaotic world, many people's souls could be distorted. At least there's one, right? My tone was no longer harsh. Instead, it was involuntarily filled with compassion. What about Changfu? He's never asked anything of you. He's always been silently kind to you. At the mention of Changfu, Sister June looked a bit dejected. He's such a fool. Then she rushed out. I returned to Changfu's room somewhat dazedly, still ruminating on what Sister June had said just now. Perhaps I am truly fortunate, having been born in a peaceful era, free from worries about food and clothing, and shouting about freedom and human rights every day. Without experiencing the chaos of the times they went through, one can never truly understand their hardships. As Changfu was young and strong, he recovered quickly. By the time I got back to the room, he had already woken up. Sorry to trouble you to take care of me. He still showed great courtesy to me. It's nothing. Changfu, can I ask you a question? Feel free to ask whatever you want. Although he was still very weak, he remained quite open-hearted. No wonder everyone here liked him so much. Why are you so nice to Sister June? She is just For a moment, I wasn't sure if I should enumerate Sister June's flaws in front of Changfu. You want to say she is just a selfish prostitute, right? I nodded somewhat sheepishly. She doesn't deserve you sacrificing your life for her. Changfu heaved a sigh. She used to be a wonderful woman. In my heart, she was like an angel. He seemed to be lost in memories. Did you know each other before? Because no matter how one looked at Sister June now, she didn't seem like an angel at all. Although she was very beautiful, her eyes were full of vulgarity. Wasn't she a far cry from an angel? It is unlikely, as she no longer recognizes me. Changfu's expression was exceedingly somber. In my youth, I was a vagrant beggar. Once, when I was on the verge of succumbing to the cold in the streets, a compassionate young girl took pity on me and brought me into her home as a kitchen scullion. She was the second daughter of the most powerful general in Chengdu at the time. Ah, I exclaimed involuntarily, it's Sister June. No wonder she always possessed an air of authority. It is evidently hereditary from her military lineage. Indeed, Changfu affirmed with a nod. She was the second daughter of General Ning, and from a young age, she was remarkably beautiful, often adorned in white dresses, resembling an angel. Although somewhat delicate, she treated us with great kindness, truly. What transpired subsequently? How did she end up in this place as a prostitute? Treachery. General Ning was an exceptional soldier, highly skilled in warfare. However, he was not a proficient politician, lacking the aptitude for intrigue, and he neglected to be wary of the treacherous nature of people. His most trusted adjutant colluded with another warlord to instigate a rebellion, resulting in General Ning's demise. I was 14 years old that year, and the second young lady was merely 16. The second young lady he referred to was undoubtedly Sister June. I still remember that rebellion to this day. That usually kind-hearted adjutant suddenly shot General Ning in the back, killing him. Then he rushed in and exterminated General Ning's family. Even the young marshal and his wife couldn't escape this catastrophe. Presumably, the young marshal is Sister June's elder brother. So, Sister June has experienced such betrayal. No wonder she doesn't believe there are good people in the world. What about Sister June? How did she manage to escape? She was at school at that time. Maybe she fled after receiving the news later. I'm not quite sure about the details. It was extremely chaotic then. That adjutant seemed to have desperately hunted down the second young lady, but he couldn't find her. Later, all of us servants were dismissed. After that, I searched for her in Chengdu, but I couldn't find her. Who would have thought that I'd run into her here 2 years later? I was really shocked at that time. Who would have imagined that she'd come here and become? Changfu couldn't help sighing as he set up to here. A prostitute. She had grown up and become even more beautiful. And I had also grown up and changed in appearance. She didn't recognize me anymore. Boys go through a rapid physical transformation during puberty and can look completely different within a year or two. Moreover, he was just an ordinary servant in the general's mansion back then. It's not strange that Sister June forgot him. Didn't you mention to her who you are? Doesn't she have any impression of your name? Changfu was not my original name. My real name was Wu Afu. Later, the leader said my name was inauspicious. So he told me to be called Changfu, saying it would bring good luck. Later, everyone called me Changfu and assumed it was my name. As for the second young lady, I could tell that she didn't want to recall that sad past, so I never mentioned it again. You have the surname Wu? I suddenly thought of something, yet couldn't put it into words at once. Her current demeanor doesn't represent her true nature. She is actually very kind-hearted. Changfu continued speaking without paying heed to my question. Don't mention the word kindness to me again. That general's daughter died long ago. The door was suddenly pushed open, and Sister June walked in. Chapter 18. I turned to look at her. The traces of tears on Sister June's face had vanished, replaced by her usual cold and rigid expression. However, after listening to Changfu's account of Sister June's past, I felt deep sympathy for her misfortunes and no longer harbored the anger I had felt before. Cease regarding me with that pitying look. I have no need for others' sympathy. Among those dwelling by the Jinsha River, which one doesn't carry a poignant tale? I am but one of them. If your compassion overflows, direct it towards them instead. Although Sister June's tone was not overly amiable, perhaps having just been influenced by Changfu's words, I had become immune to her somewhat irritating tone. I felt that Sister June resembled a hedgehog, arming herself with spines all over to avoid further harm. Only then did I realize that Sister June must have received an education. Her words were sensible and incisive. It was just that previously, whenever she opened her mouth, it was always about gold, causing me to overlook this fact. She was right. In this chaotic era, some people schemed and plotted against each other for power and profit, resulting in numerous innocent victims. Sister June was one of them. The majority of people resorted to deception and treachery for survival and money, giving rise to countless tragedies in the human world. In this chaotic world, 100,000 people carry 100,000 poignant stories. Are you feeling better? Evidently. Sister June seldom uttered such words of concern. Her greeting to Changfu sounded rather awkward. I'm just a rough person, used to a tough life. I'm fine, Changfu replied, clearly flattered. Just now, why did you take the blame for me? I won't repay you. I don't need your repayment. All I want is for you to stay alive. Miss Second, you once saved me back then. I'll never forget it for the rest of my life. Stop calling me Miss Second. As I've said, the pampered general's daughter from that time is long dead. Sister June, how did you manage to escape back then? I've searched for you for so long. Sister June lowered her head and remained silent for a long while, as if struggling to recall those painful memories. Uncle Gio rushed to the school to inform me that Lieutenant Chun had staged a mutiny and killed father. He took me in, and I've been hiding with him ever since. So it was Uncle Gio. I really didn't expect it. No wonder Lieutenant Chun searched for so long, but couldn't find you. Uncle Gio can be considered a man of sentiment and righteousness. Later, I learned from Changfu that Uncle Gio was just an unremarkable old gardener in General Ning's household back then. Ha ha ha, a man of sentiment and righteousness. Sister June laughed bitterly. As she laughed, tears welled up in the corners of her eyes. There are no truly good people in this world. At first, he was polite to me, but after he knew that father's forces had been completely annihilated, my elder brother had been killed, and there was no hope for our Ning family to recover. Do you know how he treated me? The riddle posed by Sister June was not difficult to guess at all. One could easily tell upon hearing it that Uncle Gio was by no means a truly affectionate and righteous man. The reason he saved Sister June was merely to seek credit when the Ning family regained its former glory one day. It was a typical mindset of a petty man. Once he realized that Sister June was of no further use to him, he must have treated her abominably. How about that? Changfu apparently shared my thoughts, and thus his tone was filled with pity. He raped me, and he forced me to go out and take in customers to earn money for him. At this point, Sister June shed even more tears. It was the first time I saw her so vulnerable. If I didn't do as he said, he would report me to Lieutenant Chun. I need to survive. I need to avenge myself. I can't die. I had no choice but to endure that inhumane life with him. Every day, I pondered how I could exact my revenge. I couldn't die before that son of a bitch Lieutenant Chun was dead. What happened later? Did you get your revenge? I, like an eager listener, couldn't wait to inquire. Truly, it was a story, albeit an extremely sorrowful one. The greatest regret in my life was that I couldn't kill that ungrateful wretch with my own hands. Before long, he was betrayed by his deputy and ended up dying a miserable death with his body torn asunder. In that era, the succession of warlords was extremely frequent. I vaguely read about it in history books, yet the books did not record so many betrayals and conspiracies. So what happened to you later? I killed that inhuman Uncle Gio with my own hands, just like I killed Li Guikai. I stabbed him right through the heart with a single knife. When Sister June said this, there was still a fierce glint in her eyes. The hatred in her heart must have been extremely deep. After that, she fled and wandered the streets, living a life of half stealing and half begging. She was often beaten nearly to death for being caught stealing. Upon hearing this, my eyes involuntarily welled up with tears. The daughter of a great general had suffered such a huge upheaval in a short period of time, encountered the wrong people, and endured untold hardships. If it were me, I don't know if I would have had the courage to continue living. Uncle Gio deserves to die? Changfu said resentfully after a long silence. Li Guikai blackmailed me, and he deserved to die? There are originally few good people in this world. Later, I roamed about aimlessly, often on the verge of starvation. Every woman knows that prostitutes are the most despised. I didn't want to become one either. But could I have a choice? Apart from this face, what else did I have? Since I had to do it, I might as well go to the place where there was the most gold. So I came here. That Uncle Gio deserved to die. But doesn't Li Guizai's crime fall short of the death penalty? I asked cautiously. He forced me to steal gold with him and flee. Do you know what the consequence would be if we were caught? I shook my head and looked at Changfu. He would have the stolen gold melted and poured into his mouth. Changfu's answer startled me. I used to hear about the rules of the underworld, like cutting off fingers, and thought they were already extremely cruel. Now I realized that, compared with the rules of this era, they are simply nothing. What did he use to blackmail you? Did it endanger your life and force you to kill him? Humph, if I told you, what if you used it to blackmail me? I'm not that stupid. Miss June is truly like a hedgehog, always using her thorns to protect herself by hurting others. Perhaps she has encountered too many bad people, which makes her on guard against everyone. Changfu, even if I saved you before and now you've saved me once, we're even. You don't have to be so nice to me from now on. I'm nice to you not because you saved me, Changfu said in a calm tone. In contrast, Sister June looked extremely surprised. Then for what? What's your intention? Here she goes again. Sister June really never changes. I couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Because I've loved you. Since a long time ago, that kitchen hand has loved that angelic young miss. Changfu said slowly with his eyes closed. This sentence must have been buried in his heart for a long time. He said it so naturally as if he had practiced it thousands of times. I'm not an angel. Sister June reflexively turned her head away, as if pricked by a needle. Now, I'm just a promiscuous woman. In my heart. You're still that kind-hearted young lady. The person you love is the former Ning Jijun. The current Ning Jijun is selfish, cruel, greedy, and so filthy that there's nothing left worthy of your love. Sister June became more and more agitated and almost screamed hysterically, with tears welling up in her eyes. I never thought that Sister June actually had some self-awareness. At least she knew her own flaws. Is it necessary to have so many reasons for loving someone? Changfu stared directly into her eyes, his tone resolutely firm. I simply wish to treat you well. That's all there is to it. I've always believed that deep within you, you remain as pure and pristine as before. Changfu pointed to his heart and stated, You're just afraid of getting hurt again, so you've chosen to conceal it. I've always thought so. As he spoke, his voice grew weaker. Perhaps the intense emotions had aggravated his injury. Sister June merely held back her tears and gazed at him as he gradually slipped into unconsciousness once more. I went to look for you just now, to give you this mirror. I know you love looking into mirrors. Changfu pointed at the small dressing mirror beside his pillow, speaking intermittently. Sister June picked up the mirror, using it to hide her face, which was contorted with uncontrollable sobs. The moment I saw the mirror, I was completely stunned. How familiar it looked. It resembled my family's heirloom. Mirrors of this kind should be quite common in this era, right? But just now, I heard Changfu say that his original surname was Wu. There were simply too many coincidences. This mirror must be the one from my family. Who would have thought that I'd reunite with my family's heirloom right here? Chapter 19. My grandfather was a cook, and so was Changfu. Moreover, he also had the surname Wu. Although my grandfather's name was Ning Nai, which had nothing to do with the two characters Changfu, since one could even change their surname, it was not at all strange that the name was changed later. Then, is it highly likely that this Changfu is my grandfather? If so, what could have led him to change his name and surname? Even if he isn't, he should be an old acquaintance of my grandfather. For a moment, my thoughts were in utter disarray, and the only word in my mind was absurd. Although I had long been mentally prepared that I might meet my grandmother in this era, and I had been actively searching for her everywhere. However, suddenly being told that this young man right in front of me was my yet unseen grandfather was truly unacceptable. Changfu was only in his early 20s at this time, and appeared rather honest and straightforward. In my eyes, he was always just a young lad. In fact, Sister June was only 22 years old, the same age as me. However, as she had more seniority here, everyone respectfully addressed her as Sister June. If Changfu were truly my grandfather, then what about Sister June? Sister June has the surname Ning and is the beloved of Changfu. Is she my grandmother? Could she be Ning Qianer, the person I've been searching for every day? Although I've seen my grandmother, all old people look somewhat similar. Wrinkles cover most of their faces, making it impossible to discern what they looked like in their youth. I need to calm down, truly need to regain my composure, so I quietly withdraw outside the house. Sister June is taking care of Changfu inside, so I'm not worried. Perhaps subconsciously, I've already equated Sister June with Ning Qianer, so I believe she will definitely take good care of Changfu. Moreover, judging from the situation just now, Sister June is not inherently bad. Changfu has been affectionate and loyal to her, and she must be somewhat touched. What are you thinking about? Missing brother Shirlai? Sister June also came out at some unknown time and stood behind me. I'm thinking about this mirror. I shook my head and pointed at the mirror tightly held in her hand. What's there to think about? It's just a mirror. At most a bit more beautiful than the one I used to have. Do you really think so? Don't you think it holds a special significance? At least it indirectly saved you. Otherwise, it would be you lying in the bed now. Maybe. Sister June stared at the mirror in her hand. However, I believe what she saw in her eyes was not the mirror, but Changfu's resolute expression. Sister June, if one day you were on the verge of death, would you still miss this mirror? Would you pass it on to your descendants as a memento? I recalled the scene when my grandma was on her deathbed. What nonsense are you talking about? Sister June burst into laughter. A woman like me, how could I have any descendants? I'm just living day by day now. I should earn as much money as possible before I lose my youth and beauty so that I won't starve when I'm old. But it embodies Changfu's sincere affection for you. Haven't you ever thought of leaving this kind of life behind and being happily together with Changfu? Sister June gazed at the starry sky for a long while. The sky here was incredibly beautiful. However, with the painful past being brought up, Sister June must have been in a very heavy-hearted mood. That's an impossible thing. I can't turn back. Sister June. Looking at her self-pitying expression, I couldn't help shedding tears. I really don't know whether to say you're innocent or stupid. You cried just after hearing a few words. Sister June reverted to her usual sarcastic tone. Strangely enough, it now sounded rather affectionate to me. You'd better go back earlier and don't always come to Changfu's place. You're an adopted woman. Now that Shirlai is out, if you often go into another man's house, people will gossip about you. But who will take care of Changfu then? Of course, I'm setting a trap for Sister June with these words. I also know she will surely fall into it. Well, he got injured for me. I should do something for him. Besides, a woman like me has no reputation to speak of. I'm not afraid to sleep here every day. You're so kind. As expected, she fell into the trap. I suddenly felt much better. Kind. Humph. Have you forgotten that I just killed someone? And do you know that when I found you here just now, I even thought about killing you too. Yet you still say I'm kind. Hearing Sister June say this, I couldn't help shuddering all over. So when she found me, the fierce look in her eyes was really because she had the intention to kill. It was really a bit terrifying. So are you scared? Girl, don't be too gullible. Seeing my dull expression, Sister June sneered. No, I shook my head. Just like Changfu. I always believe that there's still a part deep in your heart as pure and holy as before. Sister June looked at me with a complicated expression, and there seemed to be a mist rising in her eyes. I left her there and returned to my room. That night, I dreamed of my grandmother, my parents. Changfu suffered in pneumothorax as a large part of his lung lobe was injured, and his wound became infected and suppurated. Thus, he had to recuperate for quite some time. During this period, Sister June stayed by his side, tenderly caring for him. As for me, I tried to visit Changfu as little as possible. It wasn't because of concerns about my reputation. It was because I remembered what Shirlai had told me on the day before he left. He said that if he didn't come back after 3 months, I should go to Changfu's place to hide. If I often went to see Changfu, and everyone knew that we were on good terms, how could it be called hiding? I would surely be found immediately. The dishes cooked by the man who was forced to replace Changfu's job as a cook were far inferior to Changfu's. Lately, many people had privately complained that the punishment the hall master Zhang had given to Changfu was too severe. I wondered if it was because of the change of the cook, but I had little appetite recently and my body was a bit weak. So, I had been staying indoors these days. More than 2 months had passed since Shirlai left. The days filled with yearning seemed to pass so slowly. No wonder the ancient poets said that one day apart felt like 3 autumns. I used to think those love poems were just sentimental nonsense. But now I regarded them as pearls of wisdom, every line touching my very heart. Miss Dai Wu, staying cooped up in the house every day will make you ill. Look at you, you've lost so much weight. Don't worry, Shirlai will be back soon. The weather is fine today. Go out for a stroll. Recently, there's a storyteller who specializes in recounting how formidable Shirlai's swordsmanship is. The tales are truly captivating. Why not go and listen? Aunt Lu, the one who brought in the meal, advised. Indeed, during Shirlai's absence, apart from occasionally fretting about Changfu and Sister June, I've scarcely stopped thinking about him. I'm constantly worried that some mishap might befall him, and I've been living like a walking corpse. It wouldn't hurt to go out, since I can't see him. Perhaps listening to stories about him can ease my yearning. In a small corner of the stockade, about a dozen people had gathered. I heard someone describing how sharp the broken snow sword was and how extraordinary Shirlai's swordplay was. I squeezed into the crowd. It's that man with the severed legs. I never imagined that the storyteller would be that man with the severed legs. He's still alive. His legs are now severed at the knees, which is different from when he was initially injured. During the duel, Shirlai's sword had slashed diagonally across his calves. Apparently, someone later performed an amputation on him to save his life. In that era, medical science was still quite backward. The so-called amputation surgery involved cutting off the part below the knee and then searing the tissues at the cut-off section with a red, hot iron to stop the bleeding. Although it could save one's life, the pain was truly beyond what everyone could endure. At least, the mere thought of it sent a shiver down my spine. However, upon reflection, it was truly fitting for him to describe Shirlai's sword play and the falling snow, for he was the only one who had survived under the flurry of snow, like sword strikes. I was also standing among the crowd, listening intently as he vividly recounted the story. It was not until the onlookers tossed a few coins and dispersed that he noticed me still standing there. When he saw me, he was greatly startled and for a moment was at a loss for words. Why did you try to kill me back then? I broke the silence with this question that had puzzled me for a long time. I had gone to save him, yet he had intended to take my life. He hung his head in shame. Sorry. Why? I just can't understand. Alas, he let out a long sigh. Because you never asked for any rewards at that time. You were a stranger to me, yet you suddenly stepped forward to rescue me. Back then, he was so emotional that he could hardly continue. Back then, I thought you must have had some ulterior motives, perhaps trying to seize my gold and then kill me. So, I couldn't help but force a bitter smile. It turned out that what almost brought me fatal disaster was that I went to save him without asking for any exchange conditions the moment it happened. What kind of logic is this? Does one have to have exchange conditions when saving a life? I asked somewhat sarcastically. No one would do such a thing unconditionally. At least not by the Jinsha River. I really thought so at that time. What a pitiful person. I couldn't help sighing inwardly. It wasn't because of his broken leg, but because of his completely distorted state of mind. What about now? Do you still think so? I don't know. Maybe not. At least there is one person who doesn't. Who? I was extremely curious about who could change his distorted mindset. I don't know. I really don't know. He wore a look of complete bewilderment. It's quite ridiculous that I don't even know who saved me. All I know is that someone ordered others to rescue me and then sent me back to the territory of the foreign tribe. But that person has never shown up and has never asked for any reward. It must be Shirlai. That was the first thought that popped into my mind. Shirlai went back to the big rock that day to save this man with a broken leg. He said he wanted to see what life was like for a man who had once been the best gold digger after breaking his leg. What recompense could you possibly offer? I inquired, intending no derision. He was, at present, eking out a meager existence by recounting tales within the territory of a rival faction. What valuables could he possibly possess to proffer as compensation? Indeed, he replied ruefully, I am utterly destitute. Upon my defeat and return, they plundered my gold and even my woman. This place holds no quarter for a vanquished man of wealth. What became of your woman? He had once been a paragon of success, and naturally, he had acquired spoils of war. And what fate befell your spoils? She ultimately took her own life. She could no longer endure the incessant torment and ended her days, he uttered, his voice laced with resentment. Torment? What manner of torment? A chill ran down my spine, for I could surmise the nature of a woman's suffering, particularly in a place teeming with men consumed by unfulfilled desires. The woman of Jinsha River. Who wouldn't crave a taste of her essence? That ceaseless, unending torment. She simply could not bear it. A sudden realization dawned upon me. I now understood why Shur had instructed me to conceal myself should he fail to return within 3 months. His fear was that, should any misfortune befall him, I would suffer a fate akin to that of this amputee's woman. This place is far more complex than I had imagined. So complex that it sends shivers down one's spine. Perhaps life now is better than before, he said softly. In the past, though I was in the limelight, I lived in constant fear for my life. Those days of trepidation were truly unbearable. Now, at least, I can have a peaceful sleep at night. I had no inclination to listen to his sighs any longer and turned away. The thought who wouldn't want to know what it's like to be with a woman who brings in gold kept swirling in my mind. Even if I'm not a great beauty, if anything were to happen to Shirley, I wouldn't be able to escape that fate. What a cruel reality. After that day, my mood worsened and my health deteriorated. Besides having no appetite, I also began to feel dizzy and nauseous. Suddenly, it dawned on me that since Shirley left, my menstruation hadn't come. I had been preoccupied with worrying about him and hadn't paid attention to this. All the current signs indicate a fact. I'm pregnant again. Could it be that coincidental? Could it have been the night he left? Not long after the last abortion, my body hadn't fully recovered, and now being pregnant again. My health naturally declined. What should I do now? Last time, Shirley firmly asked me to abort the child. So should I also get rid of this one now? I truly can't bring myself to do it. I believe that any woman would be loath to terminate her own flesh and blood. I'm really in a state of utter confusion, and days are passing by one after another. Tomorrow marks the end of the 3-month period. Could something have gone wrong with him? Why hasn't he come back yet? Shirley, you mustn't encounter any mishaps. In the past, I thought that if anything were to happen to him, I'd surely follow him into the afterlife, for living might mean enduring even greater humiliation. But now that I'm carrying his child in my belly, if he really meets with an accident, I want to keep this child for him. After all, this is the most precious thing he'll leave behind for me. I gently caressed the pearl necklace around my neck. This was the token of love Shirley gave me. I always privately regarded it as such, for it was on that snowy night that I clearly recognized my feelings for him. Miss Tiawu opened the door. Just as I was lost in a daze by the window, I heard Changfu knocking on the door. After more than a month of recuperation, Changfu had recovered. I immediately went to open the door. Although I wasn't certain that he was my grandfather, I held great respect for him in my heart. Miss Daiwu, Shirley told me before he left that if he didn't come back within 3 months, you should go to my place and hide. You'd better pack some things quickly. Changfu, do you think Shirley will be in danger this time? I gazed at him blankly and inquired. Well, Shirley must not have told you. Previously, when transporting gold, around 100 people would go, but only about 30 would return alive. There are too many fierce people along the way who want to rob the gold. So it's very dangerous, right? I continued the words he couldn't bring himself to say. Don't worry too much. Shirley has the best knife skills. Even the leader of the gang is no match for him. There are few people who can harm him. He will definitely come back. Maybe he just encountered some problems on the way and was delayed. He asked you to hide here just in case. Changfu kept comforting me. However, from his eyes, I could see the sign of worry. The distance from the Jinsha River to the main base isn't very long. 3 months already accounts for the time delayed by possible attacks. I stroked my still, flat abdomen. For him, even if I have to live in hiding, I will survive. I secretly vowed to myself. Then I simply packed a few pieces of clothing, taking advantage of everyone being busy and no one paying attention. I hid in Changfu's small wooden cabin. Chapter 20. Changfu's cabin was connected to the wood shed. Normally, apart from him, no one would enter there. With great effort, he cleared a space for a bed in that place, laid out bedding on it, and then blocked the front with some firewood. As long as those who entered the wood shed didn't move the large pile of firewood, they wouldn't discover my presence. Changfu was truly meticulous. Changfu, do you know why Shirlai asked me to hide? He nodded. I supposed it was to prevent you from being bullied. Rest assured, Shirlai and I share a life and death bond. Even if it meant sacrificing my life, I would never hand you over. Of course, I trusted him. Who wouldn't trust their own grandfather? A life and death bond? Well, I remember the year when I entered this place with the former leader. We were ambushed at the valley entrance. It was Shirlai, who happened to pass by, that saved us. He is my benefactor who saved my life. Changfu was extremely agitated. However, he asked both me and the leader not to mention it to others. No wonder Changfu always showed such great respect to Shirlai. It turned out there was such a past event. But why didn't Shirlai allow them to mention it? Saving the leader should be a remarkable feat. I found that Shirlai's actions often left people perplexed, as if he were hiding some secrets. I'm pregnant, I said calmly. At this moment, since I had chosen to live bravely for the sake of the child, I could no longer be vulnerable. What? He was evidently extremely shocked. Did Shirlai know when he left? No, I just found out recently, I said, shaking my head. Now that Shirlai was not by my side. Changfu was the only person I could rely on. I could only discuss such an important matter with him. This child cannot be born, he blurted out. Then suddenly corrected himself. No. This time Shirlai. He might not be able to. He stopped speaking like a child who had realized he had said something wrong and stole a glance at me. Shirlai might not be able to come back this time. He continued boldly as my expression was apparently calmer than he had expected. We must leave some offspring for him. But no one must ever know that Shirlai has a descendant. Another child that couldn't be allowed to exist. The last time Shirlai asked me to have an abortion, I didn't really understand the reason. He just kept saying that he didn't want the child to suffer after being born. Why? I am the spoils of the so-called gold born. Everyone wants to have a taste and see what makes them extraordinary. Is it so that I can't be discovered? Are the children of the gold born so loathsome that people want to get rid of them? Is the adopted Zhang Shirlai so unpopular? I've been here for so long, and it seems that everyone respects him. Alas, Zhang Shirlai is a top-notch swordsman that appears only once in a century. Just think about what would happen if the hall master Zhang found out about his child. He'd surely train the kid to become another Zhang Shirlai. Although I'm not from the gold, born and can't truly understand their pain, I remember one day when Shirlai was drunk, he said that in his next life, he'd rather be lame or blind than be gold, born again. When he said this, his eyes were a bit moist, as if he was recalling the happy days when he and I drank and talked heart to heart. So this child must be born secretly and can never be discovered. We'll figure out a way to send you both out later. I believe that if Shirlai were alive, he'd do the same. Only then did I understand Shirlai's painstaking efforts when he forced me to have an abortion. He once said that those 20-odd years were spent constantly worrying about how to survive the next day. That was no life for a human being. Even those with a bit less willpower would go insane or commit suicide. I don't want my child to live such a life. If I were him, I'd make the same decision too. However, the situation has changed now. Just as Changfu said, Shirlai might really never return. We should leave some descendants for him. Suddenly, a series of rapid knocks on the door jolted the two people who were each lost in deep thought. Could it be that we've been discovered? Changfu said warily. Immediately, he moved a pile of firewood to block my hiding place before rushing to open the door. Why did it take you so long to open the door? It was Sister June's angry scolding. I immediately let out a sigh of relief. If it were really someone coming to search the house, Changfu would never hand me over no matter what. In that case, he might even risk his life. It's rather ridiculous. I've already regarded him as my grandfather. Logically, he shouldn't be in life, threatening danger so soon. However, since I've stepped into this bygone era, I have no idea whether the past history will change because of me. Ajuan, it's you. Changfu also sighed in relief, judging from the way he addressed Sister June. After about 2 months of getting along, their relationship seems to have undergone a qualitative change. At least, Changfu can now affectionately call Sister June Ajuan. Have you ever seen that last Daiwu? I went to her room, but couldn't find her. There was no sign of her by the boulder by the river either. I'm afraid something might have happened to her. Strange. Sister June hasn't come to me on her own initiative for months. Why of all times? Is she looking for me so anxiously tonight? And she's worried about my safety. Could she have gone for a stroll? Oh no. I forgot that Changfu is extremely bad at lying. Sister June and he have been together almost every day for the past 2 months. She knows Changfu better than I do. Even I can tell his lousy lies, so of course, they can't deceive the astute Sister June. You know where she is, don't you? Sister June began to interrogate. The room fell into complete silence. Changfu didn't answer. It was obvious that he knew my whereabouts. But he would rather die than give me away. Say something. Sister June hissed angrily. This is a matter of life and death. It seems certain that Brother Shirlai won't be coming back this time. If that girl is found, she's doomed. Hearing her words, my heart grew even colder. Changfu and I only suspected that Shirlai might be in danger, but Sister June was quite certain that he wouldn't return. Why did she say that Shirlai definitely wouldn't come back? Changfu also grew anxious. Can you keep your voice down? Sister June said as she pulled Changfu towards the inner woodshed. It's highly likely that he has become a burial offering. She sighed with emotion, seemingly indicating that she held some affection for Shirlai. What does that mean? June, do you know something? Changfu asked the very question that had been weighing on my mind at that moment. Don't meddle in this. It's safest to remain ignorant. Sister June evaded the crucial issue and replied. The top priority now is to hide that girl in a place where no one can find her. Quickly tell me where she is. It seems that Sister June still cares about me somewhat. At least, she wants to preserve my life. Changfu fell silent once again. True to his words, he refused to disclose my hiding place, even when facing the woman he deeply loved. Unable to contain my curiosity, I peeked out through the gap between the firewood. I saw Sister June glaring at him fiercely. The message was clear. Changfu's silence implied that he didn't trust her. And if so, he shouldn't expect any future interactions with her. However, Changfu still hung his head, looking troubled. Can Sister June be trusted? Doubts swirled in my mind. Could she be sent by others to lure me out? Or does she genuinely want to help me? What secrets does Sister June know? Why is she so certain that Shirlai won't return and has become a burial offering? I'm truly eager to know. But perhaps she'll only share with me if I place my trust in her. I decided to take a gamble with 2 lives. Although I've always had bad luck. All I can do now is pray that heaven blesses the kind-hearted. I'm here. I said in a voice so soft that only those inside the room could hear. Miss Dai Wu, Changfu was startled. How could you expose your hiding place? It's extremely perilous. I have full trust in Sister June. Even the maid has faith in me. Yet unexpectedly, you suspect me. Sister June gave Changfu a fierce glare. Undoubtedly, he would face her retribution later. As Sister June spoke, she gently began to move the firewood, striving to avoid making any sound. He's merely fulfilling his duty. Don't blame him. I pleaded on his behalf. Do you truly trust me? With the firewood already removed, Sister June stared intently at me and inquired. You have no reason to harm me. Moreover, as I've said, just like Changfu, I've always had faith in your heart. I attempted to appeal to her emotions. This approach usually worked wonders in soap operas. I sincerely hope the screenwriters weren't deceiving me. Enough. Cease talking. Sister June interrupted me promptly, seemingly averse to such tender words. Don't paint me as such a noble person. Saving you is simply because I hope to gain some benefits from you. Isn't there a great deal of gold with Brother Shirlai? I only want to share. I knew these weren't her genuine feelings. Strangely enough, her words actually put me at ease. If she had spouted some high-minded rhetoric, I would have suspected it to be a scheme. Chapter 21 Elder Sister June. What did you mean just now when you said that Shirlai might have become a burial object? Please tell me, I pleaded. She turned her head away, avoiding meeting my imploring gaze. There are some things better left unknown. It was the same line that Shirlai had once uttered. Why did the people here all like to speak in riddles? Suddenly, I knelt down on the ground. Elder Sister June, I'm begging you. I truly yearn to know the answer. Even if Shirlai has become a burial object, I still want to find out who pushed him into the tomb. Elder Sister June remained silent. Elder Sister June, I'm pleading with you on behalf of both my child and myself. I believe Shirlai also desires to know. Our hearts are as one. Please consider it as if you're telling Shirlai. Let him rest in peace with a clear understanding. I tightly clutched the love knot hanging from my waist as I spoke. I was aware that Elder Sister June was more susceptible to soft words than harsh ones, so I had to appeal to her emotions. I stared at her resolutely. She glanced at my abdomen, then at the love knot in my hand, and finally fixed her eyes on mine. I thought she was about to reveal the secret, but instead, she said something that left both Changfu and me stunned on the spot. Brother Shirlai already knew who pushed him into the tomb. He went there fully aware that he was going to his death. He was the most innocent burial object. Who is it? Changfu and I almost asked simultaneously. You're pregnant? Sister June answered irrelevantly. It's been 3 months. I still looked at her with pleading eyes, hoping she'd soften. Get rid of it. He'll lead you to ruin. It's impossible. If Shirlai really becomes a sacrificial offering, then even if I die, I'll give birth to him. I clutched the lover's knot so tightly that my hand almost bled. Come to your senses. Even if you die, he won't survive. Think about it. It's indeed safe for you. An adult, to hide here, no one will find you. But a newly born baby will cry. If there's a baby's cry coming from Changfu's woodshed, anyone will be suspicious. Right. I was truly muddled. As long as there's a baby's cry, my hiding place will be discovered. Even if he isn't killed, he'll be captured and trained into a Jinsha. If I have to choose between the two, I'd really rather kill him with my own hands than have him end up like those 58 Jinsha on the boulder, hacked to pieces. If I can't even keep the child I picked up, then apart from avenging him, there's no point in my living. I don't want this kind of life where I'm constantly on the run and living in fear. Blood has seeped into my palm. It's not that I don't feel the pain. It's just that this physical agony can keep me more lucid. At this moment, what I need most is a clear-headed rationality to suppress the heartache that threatens to drown me. I knew you were a witless person. Just think about it. That person could even send Shirley and the others to the afterlife. What makes you think you can avenge them? That's why I didn't tell you. You'd better get rid of the child and hide here for half a year or so. Wait until things calm down and then find a way to get out. With gold, everything will be easier. I've already killed one of my own children with my own hands. This time, I simply can't bring myself to do it again. I'll carry him until Shirley comes back. He said that as long as he has a breath left, he'll come back to see me. What if he can't come back? Before giving birth, I'll take the child and go looking for Shirley. We'll live or die together. My expression was extremely resolute. Sister June shook her head. Her eyes already filled with tears. I knew you were a stupid woman, but I never thought you'd be so hopelessly stupid. You're truly a perfect match for Brother Shirley. A perfect match? I forced a bitter smile. Could a 21st century university student and a man named Shirley from a mountainous area in the early Republic of China be a perfect match? In the past, I would surely have burst into laughter, deeming it utterly preposterous. However, now, upon hearing those words a perfect match, I only feel a hint of sweetness. He and I, having traversed more than half a century, have finally become a couple. It truly seems to be the will of heaven. After Sister June and Changfu helped me arrange the food and set up the concealing firewood, they left with sighs. I wordlessly lay on the cot, recalling the night when Shirley left. He watched me restlessly, as if trying to engrave my features in his mind. I also recalled all that he had told me on the boulder. He had arranged a way out for me, to hide here with Changfu. He had truly made up his mind to court death long ago. You once said that our hearts were connected. If that's true, can you sense that I'm waiting for you to come back now? You must return. The tears that had been pent up for so long finally welled up. I tightly covered my mouth with both hands, trying not to let out a sob. As days rolled by, another 2 months had passed in a blink of an eye. My belly had gradually swollen. Sister June came to see me every 2 or 3 days, bringing some tonics she had exchanged from the midwife. Rumors about the leader being attacked and killed, and all the gold guards being wiped out began to spread far and wide in the stockade. Fortunately, the venerable Master Zhang was in charge of the overall situation. So the neighboring gangs didn't dare to make any hasty moves for the time being, and the gold diggers continued their work as usual. However, my sudden disappearance also caused quite a stir in the stockade. Everyone was speculating that I might have jumped into the Jinsha River to die for love. My days were growing more and more despairing, like a countdown that would end on the day of my childbirth. Sweetie, did you cry again last night? Your eyes are as swollen as eggs. Why do you torture yourself like this? Sister June came to visit me as usual. Sister June, could I ask you a favor? Speak. She replied irritably. She couldn't stand my pleading look the most. Before I die, could you tell me who harmed Shirley? She was suddenly stunned. She hadn't expected me to bring up the old matter again. After a long moment of contemplation, she finally shook her head. Don't blame me for being so heartless. If I tell you now, you might suffer more than death. June, come out quickly. They're back. Changfu rushed in shouting. Them? Sister June and I exchanged an incredulous look. Be more specific. Sister June shouted first. Shirley and the leader, they're back. Changfu was extremely excited, shouting and gesturing wildly. I nearly sprang to my feet, disregarding their shouts, and rushed out. The indescribable elation of having lost something only to regain it filled my heart. At this moment, all I desired was to see Shirley without delay, to confirm with my own eyes whether he had truly returned, and then to embrace him tightly, never letting him go again. There is no grief greater than a dead heart. Those months of living as if my heart had died were truly unbearable. With my pregnant belly, I couldn't run fast. The villagers in the stockade were greatly astonished to see me suddenly appear and surrounded me. offering their greetings. Perhaps they were all overjoyed upon learning that Long Tu and the others had returned safely. I felt too embarrassed and too weak to push them away, so I could only stand there helplessly, encircled by them. Miss Wu, where have you been these past few months? We've been so worried about you. Oh dear. It seems your pregnancy is already 4 or 5 months along. My ears were buzzing from their constant chatter, and I couldn't even be bothered to listen to their insincere greetings. Suddenly, a path was cleared through the crowd, and a tall figure flashed into my sight. It was the man I had yearned for day and night, the man I loved most. He was truly alive. I trembled as I reached out to touch his gaunt face. Before my hand could reach him, I still feared it was all a dream. I needed the tangible feeling to revive my once dead heart. Tears had soaked my entire face. I still stared at him in a daze of disbelief. He looked back at me, his eyes brimming with longing and yearning. He reached out to seize the hand that was caressing his face and pulled me into a tight embrace. For the first time in these past few months, I sobbed aloud, allowing my emotions to run wild as I wept loudly in his arms. Child. The man who had been holding me noticed my protruding belly and slightly loosened his hold. His eyes were a mix of elation and trepidation. I nodded and said, "If you hadn't returned, I would have taken our child to the Yellow Spring Road to seek you out and demand an explanation as to why you broke your promise." He hugged me even tighter and declared, "I never forgot. As long as I had a breath left in me, I would come back." Among the onlookers, some seemed to be cheering while others were clapping. I couldn't tell them apart, for in this moment, between him and the whole world, all I could see was him. Chapter 21. Who is it? Changfu and I asked almost simultaneously. You're pregnant? Sister June responded without answering the question directly. It's been 3 months. I still looked at her with imploring eyes, hoping she would soften her heart. Abort it. He'll bring you to ruin. It's already impossible. If Shirlai really becomes a martyr, even if I have to die, I'll give birth to this child. I tightly clutched the lover's knot, my hand almost bleeding. Come to your senses. Even if you die, he won't survive. Just think about it. It's true that you, an adult, can hide here safely and no one will find you. But a newly born baby will cry. If there's a baby's cry coming from Changfu's woodshed, anyone will be suspicious. Yes, I'm really muddled. As long as there's a baby's cry, my hiding place will be discovered. Even if he isn't killed, he'll be captured and trained into a Jinlai. If I have to choose between the two, I'd really rather kill him with my own hands. It's better than one day seeing him cut to pieces like the 58 Jinlai who died on that big rock. If I can't even save Shirlai's child, then apart from avenging him, there's no meaning for me to live. I don't want this kind of life where I'm constantly on the run and in fear. Blood was seeping from my palm. It's not that I didn't feel the pain. It's just that this physical pain could make me more sober. At this moment, what I needed most was a clear-headed reason to suppress the almost overwhelming heartache. I knew you were a brainless person. Just think about it. That person can even send the dragon head to the afterlife. What makes you think you can avenge him? That's why I didn't tell you. You'd better abort the child and hide here for half a year. Wait until things calm down, then figure out a way to get out. As long as you have gold, things will be easier. I've already killed one of my own children with my own hands. This time, I just can't bring myself to do it again. I'll carry him until Shirlai comes back. He said that as long as he has a breath left, he'll come back to see me. What if he doesn't come back? Before giving birth, I'll go with him to look for Shirlai. We'll either be born together or die together. My expression was extremely resolute. Sister June shook her head, her eyes filled with tears. I knew you were a stupid woman, but I didn't expect you to be incurably stupid. You and brother Shirlai are truly a match made in heaven. A match made in heaven? I forced a bitter smile. A college student from the 21st century and a gold panner from a mountain area in the early Republic of China being a match made in heaven? If it were before, I would have laughed heartily and called it absurd. But now, when I heard these words, I only felt a hint of sweetness. He and I, having crossed more than half a century, could finally be together. It's truly the will of heaven. After Sister June and Changfu helped me arrange the food and set up the camouflaging firewood, they sighed and left. I lay wordlessly on the bunk, recalling how Shirlai had watched me all night without sleep on the night he left, as if he were imprinting my features in his mind, and recalling all he had told me on the boulder. He had planned an escape route for me, to hide here with Changfu. He really had prepared to sacrifice himself long ago. You also said our hearts were connected. If it's true, can you sense that I'm waiting for you to come back now? You must come back. The tears that had been suppressed for so long finally welled up. I covered my mouth tightly with both hands to keep myself from sobbing out loud. Days went on one by one. In a blink of an eye, another 2 months had passed. My belly had gradually grown bigger. Sister June came to see me every 2 or 3 days, bringing some tonics she had exchanged from the midwife. Rumors about the leader being attacked and killed, and all the gold protectors being wiped out began to spread everywhere in the stockade. Fortunately, the respected Master Zhang was holding the fort, so the neighboring gangs didn't dare to make a move for the time being, and the gold diggers continued their work as usual. However, my sudden disappearance also caused quite a stir in the stockade. Everyone was speculating that I might have jumped into the Jinsha River to die for love. Every day of my life was filled with more and more despair, like a countdown that would end when I gave birth. My dear girl, did you cry again last night? Your eyes are swollen like eggs. Why do you torture yourself like this? Sister June came to visit me as usual. Sister June, could you do me a favor? Go ahead, she replied impatiently. She couldn't stand my pleading eyes the most. Before I die, could you tell me who harmed Shirlai? She suddenly froze, not expecting me to bring up the old matter again. After a long moment of contemplation, she finally shook her head. Don't blame me for being so hard, Les. If I tell you now, you might suffer more than death. Ajuan, come out quickly. They're back. Changfu rushed in, shouting. They? Sister June and I exchanged an incredulous look. Speak clearly, Sister June shouted first. Shirlai and the gang leader, they're back. Changfu was extremely excited, shouting while gesturing wildly. I almost jumped up. Ignoring their shouts, I rushed out. The feeling of having something lost and then regained is truly ineffable. At this moment, I only wanted to see Shirlai immediately, to confirm with my own eyes whether he had really returned, and then hug him tightly, never letting him leave again. There is no grief greater than a dead heart. Those months of living with a dead heart were truly unbearable. With a swollen belly, I couldn't run swiftly. The villagers in the stockade were greatly astonished to see me suddenly appear and surrounded me, offering their greetings. Perhaps they were all overjoyed upon learning the news that the leader and the others had returned safely. I felt too embarrassed and lacked the strength to push them away, so I could only helplessly be encircled by them. Miss Daiwu, where have you been these past few months? We've been so worried about you. Oh my. It seems your pregnancy is already 4 or 5 months along. My ears were buzzing from their constant chatter, and I couldn't even listen to their insincere greetings. Suddenly, a path was cleared in the crowd, and a tall figure flashed into my sight. It was the man I had yearned for day and night. The man I loved most. He was truly alive. I trembled as I reached out my hand to touch his gaunt face. Before my hand could reach him, I still feared that I was dreaming. I needed a tangible sensation to revive my withered heart. Tears had soaked my entire face. Yet I still stared at him in disbelief. He also looked at me, his eyes brimming with longing and yearning. He reached out and grasped the hand that was caressing his face, then pulled me into his embrace. For the first time in these past few months, I finally let out a sob. I could let my emotions run wild and cry loudly in his arms. Child? The man who had been holding me noticed my bulging belly. He loosened his embrace slightly, his eyes brimming with a mixture of elation and trepidation. I nodded and said, If you hadn't returned, I would have taken our child to the netherworld to seek you out and demand an explanation for your broken promise. He hugged me tightly again and declared, I've never forgotten. As long as there's a breath in me, I'll come back. The onlookers seemed to be either cheering or clapping. I could scarcely tell the difference. For at this moment, between him and the whole world, I saw only him. Chapter 22. What a relief that you're back safely. A robust voice broke us apart. It was Master Zhang. Shirlai almost instinctively pulled me behind him, shielding me with his body. Was the gold safely delivered to the main altar? Yes, Shirlai replied mechanically, whether out of respect or some other reason. Shirlai had always been extremely polite to Master Zhang, so polite that it bordered on aloofness. It hardly resembled the relationship between an adopted father and son. I've heard that the casualties in this attack were quite heavy. Do you know who did it? It's not clear yet. The leader is investigating. Well, All Master Zhang is eyeing us, and one can't fathom what's on his mind. Daiwu, you suddenly disappeared for several months. Where did you go? Everyone was worried about you. Oh no, I'm most afraid of answering Hall Master Zhang's questions. His eyes are as sharp as an eagle's, as if he can peer into one's thoughts. He's even more formidable than a lie detector. I can't avoid replying. So I have to come up with a random excuse. I wasn't feeling well and hid away to recuperate. This isn't a lie. I was indeed unwell because of the pregnancy, just with different intentions. Are you sick? Miss Daiwu is pregnant. Some gossiping onlooker blurted out. Hall Master Zhang's eyes suddenly lit up, and he stared at me intently. Pregnant? Damn it. I was so carried away that I shouldn't have shown up. Now everyone knows I'm pregnant with the child I found, especially Hall Master Zhang. I remember Chong Fu said that Hall Master Zhang would definitely capture the found child and train him into a valuable asset. I shuddered, and my complexion changed. Shirlai also squeezed my hand tightly. Although I couldn't see his expression, I'm sure it was no better than mine because his palm holding mine was sweating. Pregnancy is a blessing, and the excellent swordsmanship Shirlai has mastered needs an heir. Shirlai tightened his grip on my hand. This was exactly what we feared the most. Shirlai and I remained silent, our heads bowed. Master Zhang, sensing the awkwardness, changed the topic. Where's the leader? In his room. Then go and rest first. I'll go to him. I heaved a sigh of relief on the spot. I was worried that Master Zhang wouldn't stop asking where I had been hiding for the past few months. Perhaps it's not very convenient, Shirlai suddenly retorted coldly, leaving Master Zhang stunned. Huh? His reply clearly surprised the master. Why? He's with Ji-Ro. Ji-Ro? Who is she? A strange glint flashed in his eyes. The leader's woman. The leader's woman? Master Zhang wore a puzzled look on his face, as if deep in thought, and stopped asking questions. Taking this opportunity, Shirlai and I made our escape. People say that a short separation is sweeter than a newly wedded union. Maybe that's how I felt. I thought that Shirlai and I were more in tune with each other than before. At least we had great understanding when we were running away. Perhaps that was the so-called connection of hearts. We returned to the house that we had long been away from. It had been unoccupied for over 2 months and was covered in dust. Yet, it still made us feel warm. After all, it was our home, filled with numerous memories of us. Shortly, someone would come to clean up for us. This was the sole advantage of being wealthy, having people at one's service. The child must be 5 months old by now. His eyes held a complex look, his thoughts unfathomable. I lowered my head and stroked my slightly protruding belly. It had been as long since you left. It was no longer possible to abort the baby. His expression was complex. It would be dangerous for you. I'm sorry, he said. I apologize for my impulsiveness. I know the consequences are grave now. It's my fault. He gently embraced me, just as he used to, burying his head in my hair. Because of me, you can't be a happy mother like other women. I understand your predicament now. Truly. I looked up at him, and only then noticed how exhausted his eyes were, utterly fatigued. He must have rushed back day and night. Initially, I thought you wouldn't return. Selfishly, I wanted to keep your child with me so that I could feel your presence. That's why I didn't have the baby aborted. Now it might bring a lifetime of pain to him. A child that belongs to me. He also gently stroked my belly. He had never imagined that he could become a father. Are all Jinsha always male? As long as the baby is a girl. Suddenly struck by this thought, I looked at him realizing there was still a glimmer of hope for our child. May it be so. He was not as optimistic as I was. As long as there was still a 50-50 chance, he would still worry that his nightmare might befall the child. Why were you so late? Do you know? I really thought you wouldn't come back. Even now, just recalling those days of waiting filled me with dread. He seemed a bit surprised. Shirlai buried his head in my hair again, no longer meeting my gaze. Surprised? According to Sister June, his very survival was a miracle. A woman's intuition told me that he was hiding something, but I never meddled in his gang-related affairs. Moreover, based on my understanding of him, if he didn't want to answer, there was no way I could pry the truth from his lips. So I didn't press the matter further. You must be tired. Let me assist you in taking a bath. Only at this moment did I realize that even the mundane task of helping him bathe was a form of bliss. How about your health? It's all right. The baby in my womb is as well, behaved as I am. I also hope the child takes after you. At last. He showed a smile, though it still carried a tinge of melancholy. I deftly helped him take off his clothes, and an old red love knot fell out of his garments. It had become tattered after months of traveling with him through the dust and toil. You've always carried this knot with you? Tears of emotion welled up in my eyes. It's my amulet, reminding me that no matter what, I must keep this life to come back and see you. I threw myself into his arms. Please don't leave again, okay? I really don't want to be separated from you anymore. He just held me tightly without saying a word. After a long while, he finally said, Dai Wu. After the child is born, whether it's a boy or a girl, both of you must leave. Why? I couldn't believe he was asking me to leave. For your survival. If it's a boy, send him away so that he won't be trained into a tool. But if it's a girl, we'll stay by your side. It's not as simple as you think. You're far too important to me. You've become my Achilles heel. I stiffened. Had I really become his weakness? Would my existence one day pose a threat to his life? If only one of us could survive, I wanted it to be him. Wasn't this what I once said about loving someone? Being willing to give up one's life for them? At this moment, I truly was willing to do so. Being away from you, I worry about your safety day and night. Such a life is worse than death for me. You may send the children away, but I must stay by your side. I have already forsaken my world and my family for you. Even if I have to sacrifice my life for you, it matters not." I looked at him steadfastly, revealing my heartfelt feelings. His scorching lips pressed against mine. The long missed sensation warmed my heart, and I hugged him tightly. I needed the tangible feeling to dispel the fear of losing him. Once the flames were kindled, they could not be quenched until they had engulfed everything. Both of us were in a frenzy, yet he still retained a trace of tenderness. For the sake of the children. The fatigue from days of traveling made him fall into a deep slumber. I gazed at his rugged face and traced the new scar on his body. He must have faced numerous life and death situations during this transporting journey. He never mentioned these things to me. But from what the onlookers said today, I learned that over 100 people set off for this transporting mission, yet only 6 survived, including the leader's woman and her maid. I tossed and turned in bed, unable to fall asleep. I wrapped myself in a cloak and stepped outside. I needed to contemplate the path ahead. Unconsciously, it had already entered the autumn season. The autumn nights in Sichuan were extremely chilly. There was a waning moon in the sky. It was still half a month away from the Mid-Autumn Festival. Fortunately, he had returned, and the little dream of a reunion of people and the full moon could still come true. Since our parting, I've yearned for our reunion. How many times have I dreamed of being with you? I chanted softly. Tonight, I'll hold the silver hook, like moon to shine upon. I'm still afraid our meeting is but a dream. A very gentle female voice sounded behind me, continuing my poem. I was greatly astonished. There were not many women who had studied here. Sister June was one of them. But Sister June would definitely not be in such a good mood to recite poems with me. Moreover, this female voice was much more gentle than Sister June's. I turned around and saw a great beauty. Different from Sister June's stunning and glamorous beauty, she had the gentle and delicate charm of a petite and charming young woman, looking even more alluring in the moonlight. She also gazed at me, but she didn't show the same surprise as me. There was a tinge of melancholy in her eyes. I had never seen this woman before. I believed she was not a prostitute here, for prostitutes didn't have her elegant temperament. Then who was she? Suddenly, I remembered that the leader had brought back a woman today. Could she be the leader's woman? Chapter 23. I remember that Shirlai mentioned the woman who carried the dragon's head seemed to be called Ji-Ro. Are you Ji-Ro? I asked tentatively. She showed no surprise, merely nodded faintly, then looked up at the sky pensively. The waning moon was extraordinarily beautiful. Yes, I nodded in response. In fact, I had no idea what the waning moon was. I just didn't want to dampen her mood. Are you the owner of the love knot? She suddenly turned to look at me. Her speech was so disjointed that I was startled into uttering a single syllable by her unexpected question. Yes. Zhang Shirlai looks at that love knot every day. You two are so fortunate. She sighed softly, as if deeply envious. Fortunate? I was worrying about our future. What would happen to the child later? Whether it would live or die was still unknown. Why do you say so? I truly can't comprehend. Everlasting longing, right? Her gaze grew even more full of sorrow. He loves you deeply, and you love him just as much. What about the dragon head? Aren't you the same? Although I haven't had much interaction with the dragon head, he is by no means the kind of person who would forcefully abduct a civilian woman. Ji-Ro came back with him and became his woman. It must have been of her own free will. It's different. Ours was merely a transaction, an immoral one. Ji-Ro always spoke in a gentle, soft tone, true to her name, yet the words she uttered always managed to startle people. An immoral transaction? I'm not being a busybody, prying into others' privacy. It's just that Ji-Ro's words were truly too intriguing. She merely lowered her head and let out a bitter laugh, tinged with mockery. I used my body to save a life. I was even more astonished. What did that mean? Did the dragon head threaten her with the lives of her family members, forcing her to become his woman? Ji-Ro did possess such allure. She looked like the kind of delicate woman that any man would want to claim as his own upon first sight. But would the dragon head really be so despicable? I was at a loss for words at that moment, as I didn't want to ask how she had been coerced. It would have been truly cruel for a woman. She didn't say anything else either, merely gazing up at the sky. Gradually, tears trickled down from the corners of her eyes. Reflecting on past events and cherishing the fleeting beauty of time, one easily succumbs to sorrow. On the verge of singing, she would choke back sobs. When about to smile, a frown would still appear, a heart-wrenching sight indeed. She murmured pityingly, "Now, I'm no different from a prostitute. Do you hate the leader?" I inquired gingerly. She shook her head. "There's nothing to hate. I did it of my own free will. Is the leader kind to you?" She stared at me with a somewhat dazed look in her eyes and didn't reply. "Here you are. I've been looking for you for ages." Don't you know it's extremely perilous to wander around at midnight? It was the leader's anxious voice. Although Ji-ro didn't answer, I could already detect the truth from the leader's tone. When he found his beloved was missing, he immediately panicked and searched everywhere. He must adore Ji-ro deeply. I couldn't sleep, so I came out for a stroll, Ji-ro replied with her head down. So it's you, butterfly dance girl. I just noticed you, the leader said. I heard you're pregnant. You really shouldn't be roaming around at night. I understand. I've always held great respect for the leader. Even though I didn't wander aimlessly but came here because I found the scenery was the most enchanting, I still obediently responded. Butterfly dance. Ji-ro looked at me and inquired. Yes, I replied, smiling as a matter of habit and extending my hand, intending to shake hers and befriend her. She stared at me in disbelief. You're acquainted with Western etiquette? I was also taken aback. In my world, it was the most ordinary thing. Yet in this remote mountainous area and in this era, it was truly an incredible feat sort of, I replied vaguely, skirting around the matter. She then reached out her hand to clasp mine. Ji-ro, delighted to make your acquaintance. Such impeccable Western etiquette. Ji-ro must have seen the world. The leader on the side looked rather confused. He simply took Ji-ro by the hand and led her away. Girl, when you have free time, go and keep Ji-ro company. She's newly arrived here and knows nothing. Teach her a thing or two. I had the very same thought. In this place, I didn't have many friends. There were only Sister June and Changfu. However, they both had their own jobs and had no time to accompany me. Shirlai was even busier with gang affairs. My intuition told me that Ji-ro would be an excellent friend, especially since she seemed to know a great deal. She was well, educated, articulate, and versed in Western etiquette. There should be a great deal of fun in her company. After making the acquaintance of Ji-ro, a substantial portion of my earlier gloomy mood had dissipated. As I walked back into the house, Shirlai was still lying in bed. I nestled into his warm embrace. Have you gone to the riverside to watch the moon again? A low and muffled voice suddenly came from above. So he was awake. I intended to look up at him, yet he held me even tighter. You and the child must leave. When necessary, I'll break out with you. I was startled. Having stayed here for so long, I knew that breaking out without permission was equivalent to betraying the gang, and those who did so would be hunted down. The Jello-Hui was a powerful force. Even if we could escape, we'd have to live a life full of trepidation and constant fleeing. Shirlai, I didn't know how to broach the subject of this gold transporting mission with him. If I directly asked who had sent him to his doom, it might involve Sister June. I've already become a burden to you. People say that beautiful women bring calamity, and it's really come true. I sighed. You're worth it. He kissed the top of my hair. I've always been aware that you've been giving for me. I pressed my face tightly against his burning chest and stroked the scar on his back with my hand. You're injured again. So many people died in this mission. Did you encounter a lot of ambushes? There were just some unexpected incidents, he said as always. Encountering ambushes was already expected. So what on earth were the unexpected incidents he mentioned? Human desires are insatiable. He suddenly blurted out a seemingly irrelevant sentence and then fell into silence again. Just now, I ran into Ji-ro outside. Well, he gently stroked my back. If she hadn't appeared, we might not have made it back. I was stunned. What did it mean? Did Ji-ro save them? It was impossible. Ji-ro looked so delicate. Chapter 24, was it Ji-ro who saved you? I was somewhat incredulous. No, it was heaven that saved us. Shirlai, I stared into his eyes. Could you tell me what happened? I knew something extraordinary must have occurred during your gold transporting journey, or else so many people wouldn't have died. I was truly worried about you. The hand that was stroking my back suddenly stopped, and he responded with silence again, yet there was a look of distress in his eyes. Shirlai, please tell me. I need to know. My attitude was firm, clearly indicating that I must get an answer. We encountered an accident on the way, an unexpected accident. He let out a sigh. An unexpected surprise? It was already within expectations that they would be attacked during the gold transportation. They had also taken all precautions before setting off. Then what could this unexpected surprise be? An unexpected surprise? I gazed at him in bewilderment. We were attacked on our way back, he said in a most distressed tone, as if the thing he least wanted to happen had finally come to pass. Suddenly, I understood. On their way back, they were not accompanied by the gold. Logically, they wouldn't be the target of those who aimed to rob the gold, so generally, they wouldn't be attacked. Thus, they didn't take too many precautions. However, they were attacked, and obviously, the target wasn't the gold. Then what was it? Suddenly, I recalled what Sister June had said. The retrieved items were burial objects. Then the target was. The answer was on the verge of revelation. The target was the dragon head. So, who was the mastermind? Hall Master Zhang? He was the most suspect one. as I heard from Changfu. He had the greatest influence here, yet he was under the control of the dragon head. The trick of usurpation had a long, standing prevalence in Chinese history. Then it was highly likely that the thing Sister June was being blackmailed for was that she knew Hall Master Zhang intended to harm the dragon head during this gold transportation. No wonder she was so determined to kill the person who blackmailed her. With Hall Master Zhang's influence here, if he knew that Sister June had discovered his plot, Sister June would surely lose her life. Then why do you say that if you hadn't met Ji Ro, you wouldn't have been able to come back? I inquired softly, concealing the shock welling up within me. He remained silent for a long while, his countenance grave. Since the leader had some private matters with Ji Ro and had to retrace our steps, the three of us accompanied them to safeguard their safety. Thus, we were fortunate enough to evade the ambush. However, those who returned earlier were attacked at the valley entrance. Indeed, the valley entrance was an ideal spot for a surprise attack. It boasted not only treacherous terrain, but also lay within the sphere of influence of the Jelui, leaving no room for anyone to be on guard. However, even the dullest person could deduce that the attackers were from within the gang. How much more so the astute leader? Then, did Shirlai know? Sister June once mentioned that he had long known who had pushed him into the tomb. It's highly probable that he had also long seen through Hall Master Zhang's ambition to usurp the leadership. Hence, he stayed by the leader's side to protect him. His loyalty to the leader saved his own life. Hall Master Zhang was Shirlai's adoptive father, who had bestowed upon him the gift of life and nurtured him. If it was truly Hall Master Zhang plotting to usurp the power, Shirlai would find himself caught in a quandary between his loyalty to the Jelui and his sense of obligation to his adoptive father. Shirlai, if there comes a day when only one of us can survive, who would you choose? You, he replied without the slightest hesitation. This was the answer I had anticipated. I could sacrifice myself for him, and he felt the same way about me. What if it were Master Zhang? If only one of us could live, who would you pick then? I asked. He loosened his hold on me slightly and looked at me with a puzzled expression. I supposed he knew that I had understood much, yet he didn't bring it up. I truly don't know, he answered dejectedly. This is the last thing I want to face. Would you do anything for him? His eyes grew even more bewildered, and he fell into a long, drawn-out contemplation. I only wish to repay my debt of gratitude as soon as possible. What kind of answer was this? Would repaying a debt of gratitude entail doing things that were disloyal and unrighteous? I knew he was a man of deep emotions and integrity. Betraying the Jelui was the last thing he would want to do. Shirlai, listen, I said earnestly, holding his face in my hands. If one day I become a burden to you and people use me to force you to do things that are disloyal and unrighteous, then kill me with your own hands. My words seemed to hit a sore spot deep in his heart. He tightly embraced me and said, You won't die. If anyone has to die, it'll be me. I'll never let you die. I was deeply touched by his words. He was a man of his word, and his words were like a solemn vow to protect me with his life. Contentedly, I nestled in his arms. With his promise, I feared nothing, not even if the sky were to fall. Shirlai, I met that man with a broken leg again. Now he's here, making a living by telling stories and begging. The outside world clearly has no place for him anymore. Shirlai sighed with emotion. He was once the best in his field for nearly a decade. Did he say anything to you? He suddenly asked. Yes, we had a long conversation. It was you who saved him and sent him back, right? He nodded. Did he tell you what happened to his woman? She committed suicide, unable to bear the torture. I understood what he meant. He wanted me to know how treacherous this place was. I've long been aware of it, Shirlai. He held me tightly and said, I'm sorry. Being with me is a dangerous thing. I don't regret it, for you are worth it. I also wrapped my arms around his warm back. Just like this. We embraced each other until fatigue overtook us, and we fell into a deep slumber. Upon waking up the next day, I found that Shirlai had already left. This gold transporting mission had cost the Jelui a great deal in terms of manpower, and Shirlai must have had a multitude of affairs to handle. After breakfast, I thought of Ji Ro. Last night, Shirlai had said that they turned back because of some private matter between Ji Ro and the leader. However, I'd forgotten to inquire what that private matter was. Could it be that immoral deal? Since I had nothing to do, paying her a visit seemed like a good idea. I knocked on the leader's door, and a girl of about 16 or 17 opened it. She must be Ji Ro's maid. I'm here to see Ji Ro, I said to her with a smile. She was quite warm-hearted and immediately invited me in. Mrs. still in bed. Please come in and have a seat. I'll bring you some pastries. Just wait a moment, she said, and then hurried off to make preparations. It was already past 9 in the morning. People in this era usually got up early. Why was Ji Ro still in bed? I wondered to myself. Presently, the girl served several plates of pastries. They were not Sichuan snacks, but seemed to be specialties of the Jiangsu, Zhejiang region. Are you from Jiangsu or Zhejiang? Yes, indeed. I'm quite good at making pastries. Even the boss has sung their praises. Have a taste, she said cheerfully upon seeing that I had recognized her hometown. I took a bite. Different from Sichuan pastries. They were truly excellent. Her cooking skills were on par with Changfu's. Delicious, I exclaimed. May I know your name? It was crucial to get on good terms with such a wonderful cook, as it would make it easier to visit and enjoy her meals in the future. My name is Chiener. What? Your name is Chiener. I was so startled that the pastry in my hand nearly dropped. Yes, everyone calls me that, Chiener replied, looking as innocent as a lamb. Her name was Chiener. Could it be that she was my grandmother? All this while, I had subconsciously assumed that Sister June was my grandmother, Ning Chiener. Suddenly, another Chiener appeared, which really gave me a fright. Chapter 25. I stared fixedly at her, my heart utterly astounded. She also noticed my peculiarity. Miss Daiwu, is there something amiss? Is there a problem with my pastries? No, I replied hastily. Naturally, I couldn't tell her the truth. If I told her that I might well be her granddaughter decades later, she'd faint from shock. How do you know my name? I changed the topic to cover my unease. I guessed, she said delightedly. Last night, when the young lady ran out in the middle of the night, the head servant woke me up to search for her everywhere. When we came back, I heard them mention your name. The young lady has no friends since she just arrived here. I thought the only one who would come to see her this morning would be you. I discovered that Chiener and Changfu shared some similarities. They were guileless, talkative, and excellent at cooking. I was lost in thought about their affairs with Sister June. Chiener didn't notice my distraction and just kept talking on her own. I was extremely worried last night. The young lady actually ran out on her own. The leader said it was very dangerous here. When she came back, the leader spoke to the young lady in a very stern tone, saying that she was never allowed to do such a thing again. Then, looking quite furious, he pulled the young lady into the room and wouldn't let me follow. It was the first time I saw the leader speaking to the young lady in such a severe tone. Seeing his expression at that time, I even feared he might hit the young lady. Fortunately, Chiener, don't speak carelessly. Go down and prepare some scented tea, Jiro, who had somehow appeared outside the hall, her face as red as if it were about to catch fire, said. Of course, I understood why the leader didn't let Chiener follow into the room last night. But Chiener was still young and didn't understand the affairs between men and women. She spoke without restraint, which made Jiro, who had just come out, quite embarrassed. I gave an understanding smile. She is very lovely. It's just that she is inexperienced and often speaks without thinking, Jiro said calmly, without actually getting angry. We fell into a momentary silence. The purpose of my visit this time was to find out why the six of them had turned back. But Shirley had said it was a private matter between Jiro and the leader. It seemed rather gossiping to ask directly, so I didn't know what to say for a moment. You don't seem like a village woman here. You know the etiquette of foreigners. Are you from a big city? It was still Jiru who asked first. Does Chengdu count as a big city? I'm not quite sure which places were considered big cities in that era. Jiru looked at me in puzzlement and didn't answer. So I thought that Chengdu at that time probably didn't count as a big city. At least not a big city influenced by Western culture. What about you? Are you from a big city? Shanghai? Shanghai was the most well-known big city in the Jiangsu and Zhejiang area. Jiru nodded. I studied at a university in Shanghai. I guessed that she was a talented woman, and my guess was right. College students at that time should have been quite remarkable. Then why did you come here with the gang leader? I asked cautiously, fearing to pierce her pain. However, as a result, Jiru's complexion still changed. And it changed very quickly. I really did pierce her wound. I came to look for someone, she said in a soft voice after a long time, staring blankly out of the window. To look for someone I shouldn't have looked for. Did you find that person? Although I clearly knew that it should be Jiru's sad past, I still asked. People say that sharing unhappy things with others can make one feel much better. Jiru doesn't have many friends here. I'll be the one to listen to her complaints. Of course, curiosity is also a big reason. She found it. With a bitter smile. She said, Is it the dragon head? No. She looked at me curiously. How could it be him? I didn't know him at all before. Even now. I don't even know his name. In fact, I don't know the dragon head's real name either. Everyone calls him that, so I just follow suit. Actually, names don't really matter. I'm not really called Butterfly Dance either. How did you come back with the dragon head? Jiro pondered for a moment. She tried to speak several times, but finally remained silent, as if not knowing where to start. I made a deal with him. What kind of deal? I came back with him to be his woman, and he'll help me take revenge. When she said the word revenge, her expression was calm. but there was a strong hatred and pain flashing in her eyes. What kind of thing and what kind of person could make the tender and gentle Ji-ro resort to sacrificing herself for revenge? You said it was an immoral deal. After some consideration, I thought Ji-ro was a well-bred person and would probably forgive my directness, so I asked, "Are you trading your body for a life?" Indeed, her expression was resolute. She asked him to kill someone for me. I was utterly astonished, never having imagined that a woman like Ji-ro could hate someone to the extent that she must see that person dead. Perhaps people are right. Girls with seemingly delicate exteriors, once filled with hatred, can be more intense than the average person. Ji-ro is likely a prime example. She glanced at me and smiled self-deprecatingly. You must think I'm a terrifying woman, right? Was she truly terrifying? Humans are visual beings, and I was no exception. Due to her appearance, it was impossible to associate her with the word terrifying. I pondered, had I ever hated someone to the point of wishing for their death? Yes, absolutely. If Shirley were really to become the sacrificial offering alongside the dragon head, I would also hate Hall Master Zhang, hating him so much that I'd exhaust every means to kill him. I'd even be willing to sell my body like Ji-ro did. It's a pity I'm not a beauty, so perhaps I won't encounter someone who'd engage in an immoral deal with me. She's not terrifying. Everyone has the right and freedom to hate. I remember our psychology teacher once told us that everyone harbors a wound deep in their heart. Ji-ro's wound is probably deeper than most. You're not an ordinary woman. She gave a faint smile. You understand power and freedom. I shook my head. I'm just putting myself in others' shoes because I've also hated someone so much that I wanted to kill him. You're very sensible. Could you be a good listener then? I flashed a sly smile. She nodded imperceptibly, then slowly turned around and gazed out of the window, beginning to recollect her painful past and slowly telling her own story. Chapter 26. I'm from Hangzhou and the daughter of a businessman. My father deals in Japanese goods, so our family was fairly well off. Thanks to my natural intelligence from childhood, my father sent me to Shanghai to attend university when I was 18. Chinner accompanied me there to take care of me. I know you're not from Chengdu. Your accent doesn't suggest so. Your thoughts are quite progressive. You must have received a high-level education, perhaps even attended university. You should be aware that nowadays college students are in hot pursuit of freedom and national dignity, and I'm no exception. There are numerous patriotic organizations in the university, and many patriotic students like me have joined them. It was then and there that I met the man who changed my life. His name is Fang Ping, the student leader of that organization. His patriotic speeches often won the acclaim of the entire school, and he was a prominent figure on campus. I was also deeply captivated by his speeches. Perhaps it was due to his talent, or perhaps it was his handsome appearance. Although he was a poor student, he still won the hearts of many schoolgirls. I should be a beauty, Ji-ro said with deep emotion at this point, her eyes still filled with sorrow. At this moment, I really couldn't understand why so many people were willing to spend money to have surgeries on their faces just to become beauties. While this beautiful girl in front of me regarded her beauty as a sorrow, perhaps for this reason, he soon noticed my existence and took the initiative to approach me. We often talked about national affairs by the lake, discussing how to build our country, and soon became the golden couple on campus. He was very talented in writing. Although we met almost every day, he still wrote me a love letter every day, expressing his affection and his vows for our love. He said that even if one day he were to sacrifice himself for the country, the last image in his mind would be me. At that time, I felt that I was the happiest woman in the world. Swiftly, that year of dream, like existence passed by for me in a flash. He graduated. He declared that he would journey to Sichuan to seek refuge under a certain commander. Later I learned that this so-called commander was merely an ordinary warlord. There were at least 100 of them in China at that time. He intended to offer his life in service to the nation on the battlefield. And he promised that he would return to marry me, provided he survived. For that parting night, I shed tears for a whole month. Surely, women are made of water. I mused. Ji-ro must have loved him truly and deeply. Initially, he would send me a letter every month, apprising me of his current situation. Approximately half a year later, he wrote that his talents had won the commander's appreciation and his rank in the army had risen rapidly. I felt both elated and proud for him. However, after that, his letters became increasingly scarce until there was no news from him at all. I was deeply worried about him and yearned to go in search of him, yet my father repeatedly thwarted my attempts. During that period, the anti-Japanese sentiment in the country soared. My father's business declined precipitously, and he was frequently attacked by patriotic students. As a result, his health deteriorated, and I had no choice but to drop out of school and return home to stay by his side. To be honest, perhaps influenced by Fang Ping's radical ideas, I also thought my father, who sold Japanese goods, was a traitor. Therefore, I didn't have much of a reaction when our family fell into decline and my father was attacked. I thought it was deserved. How ridiculous. Jiro looked at me with a smile devoid of any real amusement, which really made my heart skip a beat. I guessed that she must be deeply regretful at that moment. We lived like rats scurrying across the street every day. Finally, one day, our home was burned down. All our money was gone. Even my father, my only kin and the person who loved me most in the world, couldn't bear the blow and passed away from illness. Jiro's words were uttered in a faint voice, as if she were telling someone else's story. However, from her empty eyes, I could still detect the sorrow of a broken-up family. Indeed, when one is wealthy, distant relatives come calling even in the remote mountains. When one is poor, not even those nearby in the bustling city would pay attention. I became an almost penniless orphan overnight. Those relatives and friends who used to be on good terms with me turned a blind eye to me and even avoided meeting me. Only Chiener stayed by my side. At that time, I felt extremely lonely. I thought, fortunately, I still had Fong Ping, a man who loved me deeply. I sold all my valuable belongings to scrape together some travel expenses and went to Chengdu to find Fong Ping, the only man I could still rely on. I'm a pampered person. The hardships along the way really made me want to give up several times. Only by thinking of Fong Ping and our solemn vows did I have the courage to keep going. Have you ever heard the saying, a beautiful woman often has an unhappy fate? Suddenly, Jiro fixed her eyes on me and asked. I was so engrossed in listening that I hadn't reacted yet when she continued. I never believed this saying before, but at the moment I arrived in Chengdu, I truly believed it. I shouldn't have come, really shouldn't have come. If I hadn't come, at least there would still be a dream in my heart. A very beautiful dream. However, Chengdu, this place of sorrow, shattered my only dream. When Jiro said this, she stopped. There was no look of extreme pain on her face. Instead, there was a deep hatred in her eyes, which sent a chill down my spine. It turned out that the hatred in the eyes of a delicate girl could be so intense. What made Jiro's beautiful dream shatter? Did Fong Ping die? This was my first thought. But Jiro's expression made me hesitant to ask at that moment. Oh, what a pity. I couldn't help sighing. For a woman like Jiro to experience so many cruel blows, fate really knows how to torment people. A weather-beaten pearl? Jiro forced a bitter smile. I'm no longer a pearl. My heart is no longer as crystal clear as a pearl. From the moment I made that deal with him, my heart is turned black. Only then did I recall that Jiro had attended university in Shanghai. Back then, there were many foreign concessions in Shanghai. Her English proficiency might well be on a par with mine. Jiro brought up that immoral deal again. Finally, I couldn't hold back and asked, who did you want the gang leader to kill? Chapter 27. I was truly brimming with an insatiable curiosity. I stared with wide eyes, eagerly awaiting the answer. Fong Ping. A staggering response softly escaped Jiro's lips. I was so startled that I nearly jumped out of my skin. Weren't they lovers? Didn't they vow eternal love to each other? How could lovers suddenly turn into enemies? He betrayed love and his own conscience as well. It was truly a thorough betrayal. I realized that Fong Ping must have fallen out of love. However, killing someone due to a change in affection seems rather cruel. Now, you must think I'm a terrifying woman, Jiro said with a bitter smile again. In fact, even I myself think I'm quite terrifying. I didn't give a direct answer because a too false reply couldn't deceive her sensitive nature. After killing him, did your hatred diminish? I had also contemplated this question for a long time without an answer. Nevertheless, on the night when I personally killed him, I gained the courage to continue living. You killed him with your own hands? There were truly a myriad of questions in my mind. Didn't Jiro ask the leader to kill Fong Ping? It was I who killed him with my own hands. At the very moment of striking, there was truly a sense of pleasure, truly. It turns out that killing someone you hate is such a gratifying thing. But every night thereafter, I would wake up suddenly in the middle of the night. I dreamt that I had transformed into an ugly devil. I suppose my heart is probably black now. No wonder I met her by the river that night. She must have been jolted awake again. Has Fong Ping been fickle? Jiro slowly shook her head. Fickle? I've been asking myself all the time. Did he really love me? What on earth is going on? Can you tell me everything? Perhaps the onlooker sees most clearly. I might be able to give you an answer. Maybe you truly can offer me an answer. She continued her story, yet her tone was no longer as placid as before. Chiener and I finally arrived in Chengdu. Based on the letters he had sent me before, I learned about the warlord he had taken refuge with. That warlord was quite well known locally. I inquired about Fong Ping from the locals. It turned out that he had become the warlord's military advisor, his right-hand man. When I stood in front of his grand mansion, A multitude of emotions welled up within me. In the past, he was a penniless student. His tuition fees were covered by scholarships, and he barely made ends meet by working odd jobs here and there for his living expenses. As for me, I was a girl from a wealthy family, with people taking care of my daily life. When we bought books and had meals together, it was always me who paid the bills. He used to say that one day he would rise to prominence, command thousands of troops, and with his own capabilities, he would enable us to live in a grand mansion and ensure that every poor person in our country would have enough to eat. I believe he has achieved a certain level of success by now. He truly commands not just 1,000 troops, and he resides in a grand mansion. Half of his aspirations from those days have come to fruition. With his capabilities, he is surely able to rescue the nation from its perils and ensure that every Chinese person has enough to eat. I reported my name to the guard and requested to see Fong Peng. However, I was harassed in every possible way and was not even given the chance to enter the house. Only then did I realize that I was no longer the wealthy young lady who wore sumptuous clothes and was respected wherever she went. At that time, I looked no better than a beggar. Having no idea what to do, Chinner and I had no choice but to wait at his doorstep for him to come out. Did you see him that day? I was like a child eager to hear a story, impatient to know the protagonist's fate. Yes, but unfortunately, it was as if we hadn't met. We waited from morning till night, and finally, the gate opened. A military vehicle drove out. I immediately recognized that Fong Peng was sitting inside. He had changed. He looked even more high-spirited than before. In the past, he was like a caged beast, full of lofty ambitions but with no place to display his talents. Now, he was like a fish in water. He belonged to the political arena. I immediately chased after the vehicle, shouting his name. The car stopped. I thought, finally, I had found him, and we had finally reunited. Gyro? He stared at me in disbelief. At that moment, I was so overjoyed that I burst into tears. After going through so much suffering, I finally saw him. I rushed forward and hugged him. Fong Peng, I've missed you so much. Why didn't you write to me anymore? Do you know how worried I've been? He didn't return my hug. He just let me hold him without saying a word. That feeling was truly icy cold. Fong Peng, I asked, puzzled. He gently pushed me away. Gyro, I've got something urgent to attend to. Tell me where you're staying. I'll come to see you after I've dealt with this important matter. My heart sank abruptly because of his flat tone and furrowed brows. Didn't he feel even a glimmer of excitement when he saw me? Didn't he miss me at all? After I told him my address, he didn't stay a moment longer. He immediately got into the car and drove away, leaving me standing there in a daze. He never once looked me in the eye from beginning to end. He just looked around furtively. Was he really the Fong Peng who used to have such burning passion in his eyes? This feeling of being completely ignored was excruciating, truly agonizing. Especially when it came from someone who had once pledged eternal love to me. Miss, it seems he doesn't welcome us very much. Why is that? Chinner asked in puzzlement. I also yearned to know the answer. I have a foreboding of ill. In the past, as soon as he saw you, he'd be overjoyed and talk incessantly. Just now, he didn't even offer a greeting, nor did he inquire why we came to see him. What's most infuriating is that he didn't even invite us in. Chinner poured out her grievances. The more I listened, the more vexed I became, for Chinner had exactly voiced my innermost concerns. Perhaps he is truly swamped with business. He is no longer what he used to be. There are numerous matters awaiting his attention. He can't be immersed in amorous affairs all day long like before. I consoled myself and said to Chinner, let's go back and wait for him. He will surely come later. In fact, it was more of self-deception than self-consolation, for there was not a jot of enthusiasm in his words just now. It was more like a casual perfunctory. He has changed. Truly changed. I waited for him persistently, yet disappointment loomed time and again. I didn't go to his place again, for I didn't wish to endure such cold-shouldered treatment once more, nor did I want to let my mind wander aimlessly. He will surely come, I shouted to myself in my heart. He'll never go back on his promises. These were the words he once uttered to me, and I've kept them firmly in my memory. Finally, he did come, but it was 2 days later. I heard there's a boycott of Japanese goods over there. How's your uncle? After he entered the room and took a seat, it was quite a while before he politely inquired. From the moment he stepped in, he never looked into my eyes, but merely sized up the interior environment of the room. He's dead, I replied indifferently. At that moment, my heart was on the verge of withering away. The first thing he said upon entering wasn't to ask why I came to him, nor about my current situation, let alone why I had become so down and out. Well, I also heard that all the merchants dealing in Japanese goods have gone bankrupt. Some are dead, and some have fled. He spoke as if it were a matter of no concern to him, with not a trace of warmth in his tone. You've changed, Fong Peng. You've completely changed. I stared at him and said, my heart bleeding. So, what are your plans for the future? Without paying heed to my words, he still asked politely, what else can I do? I also want to ask myself, in my current state, can I still tell him that I'm here to seek his refuge? Do you still love me? I asked softly. In fact, I already had the answer in my heart, yet I still hoped for a miracle. Even if it wasn't a miracle, it would be good if he just told a lie to deceive me. He turned his head away. It's impossible for us to be together again. I'm an officer who takes it as my duty to defend the country, while you're the daughter of a traitorous merchant. This isn't true. It's definitely not the real reason. He's lying. I've been with him for so long. I can still tell the truth from lies. Besides, no one here knows whether I'm the daughter of a Japanese goods merchant. It has no impact on his political future at all. His reason is completely unreasonable. Moreover, even if his reason were reasonable, if he really loved me, he definitely wouldn't mind this at all. I'm here to see you today to tell you that don't come to me again in the future, and don't tell others that we were in a relationship. Here's some money. Go back to Hangzhou. I've done my utmost for you. I stared directly at the dozens of silver dollars on the table and murmured, all I want is love. Can you still give it to me? He just steadied himself and finally left without looking back. Do you know how it feels when a dream shatters in an instant? At this point, Jiro paused again and asked me. It should be like a sharp pain, as if one's heart is being torn apart. That Fong Ping is truly a modern Daichin shimmy. He heard a woman who loved him deeply so badly and even claimed to have done his best. At this moment, even I, just a listener, want to say damn it. No. She shook her head. It's just a lack of feeling. Ah. I stared at her in astonishment. There's truly not the slightest feeling. It seems as if everything is illusory. I even have an urge to laugh. I've encountered someone who looks exactly like Fong Peng. Upon hearing Jiro's words, I couldn't muster a single smile. My heart ached for her. I didn't leave Sichuan. In the days that followed, I muddled through in a daze. Not a single tear streamed down my face, and there was no pain in my heart. All I desired was to know the reason. Why had that man, who once declared that even in death, my image would linger in his mind until the very last moment, suddenly become so unfamiliar and cruel? Had he fallen for another woman? I truly longed to know. Even if it meant meeting my end, I wanted to die with a clear conscience. I needed to know the reason. I had to go and confront him. Suddenly, I dashed recklessly to the front of his mansion, pounding on the gate like a madwoman. I want to see Fong Ping. I must see him. I shouted at the guards who tried to hold me back. On the balcony of the distant mansion, I saw him standing there. He merely cast a disdainful glance at me, without the slightest intention of instructing the guard to let me in. I don't know where that stubbornness came from. If I couldn't see him and get a clear answer, I would never leave. It didn't matter even if I was mocked. I just sat at his house gate, waiting for him to go out. Unless he never stepped out, I was certain to see him. Although Chiener tried to persuade me for a long time, it was in vain. I was determined to know the reason why this man had changed his heart. In Chiener, she could only silently accompany me in waiting. He seemed to be deliberately avoiding me. Even when driving out, he drove the car so fast that I simply couldn't catch up. Fong Peng, don't you want to see me again? As long as you can explain clearly the reason for your sudden change of heart, I'll never bother you again. I shouted towards the inside of the mansion from outside the door. Fong Ping, as long as you explain clearly. I only want the real reason. I want to know the answer. I kept shouting until my throat went hoarse. I don't know how much time had passed when the door suddenly opened. A guard half pulled and half pushed me into the mansion and into a magnificent hall. Fong Ping was sitting with his back to me. You may withdraw and close the door, he commanded. Yes, the two guards replied, and then withdrew. You're eager to see me, aren't you? He sneered. I used to think you, Jiro, were high-minded. Turns out you're just clinging to me now that I've achieved fame and fortune. At that moment, my heart began to ache. How could he utter such hurtful words? I'm not clinging to you. As long as you answer me a few questions honestly, I'll leave right away, I said stubbornly. Humph, what else is there to ask? Even if you learn the truth, what difference does it make? He stood up, turned to look at me, his eyes cold and cruel. It's better for everyone if some things remain unspoken. Didn't I say nice words to persuade you to leave that day? But you just wouldn't listen and came here to humiliate yourself. Fine, ask your questions. I'll definitely answer you. But after this, please don't show up in front of me again. Why did you change your heart? I asked, stunned. Is it because of another woman? You women really have simple minds. Always thinking about such meaningless things. Let me tell you frankly, it's not just one other woman, it's many women. I can't believe it. Meaningless. You say our love is meaningless? What's love worth? I tell you, all a man's affection and sweet words are just a means to get a woman's body. Of course, you're different, for you're a very beautiful woman and bring a large fortune with you. His words froze my heart to the very core. It turned out that all I'd seen before was but a reflection in the mirror and a flower in the water, a completely distorted truth. So, did you ever love me? Yes. The first time I saw you, I truly thought a fairy had descended to the mortal world. Especially after I learned your family was wealthy, I felt you were like a magnificent treasury bestowed upon me by heaven. At that time, I really loved you and sincerely hoped to have you, to possess your body. Then why did you leave Shanghai and enlist here? If you'd stayed there, couldn't you have had both the woman and the fortune? Your father looked down on me back then, for I was just a poor student. If I didn't achieve something, he'd never give you to me, nor would he hand over his family fortune. Staying there was of no avail. Moreover, as a man, apart from money, I also need dignity and power. And now? Jiro, you are indeed very charming, which was the primary reason I was smitten with you initially. However, there are numerous alluring women here. With my current status, I have no dearth of female company. Moreover, your family has gone bankrupt, and you no longer hold any value for me. Do you think I would still love you? For you, what does love signify? A stepping stone to climb the social ladder? You could put it that way. Filthy. Filthy? I'll be frank with you. I've committed even more despicable deeds. Do you remember He Wenyu, who was in the same class as you back then? He Wenyu? He suddenly vanished that year. A dreadful thought flashed through my mind. He didn't just disappear. In fact, he's dead. I killed him, he said with a hint of pride. He also had a crush on you. And you two got along swimmingly at that time. As I suspected, a shiver ran down my spine. This man is truly terrifying. A hypocrite is far more menacing than an outright villain. So you killed him? Anyone who stands in my way must perish. He's not the only one I've killed. I've lost count of how many people I've eliminated to reach my present position. His every word was like a needle, stabbing me fiercely. I truly harbored a deep, intense hatred in my heart. I hated him, and even more, I hated myself. I loathed the fact that I had so foolishly fallen in love with such a man, and that my actions had even led to the murder of a friend. What about those patriotic speeches of yours before? Don't you all love to listen to them? Isn't it true? Just going on stage and saying a few words that everyone likes to hear can earn you applause and acclaim, and even the favor of girls like you. What's not to like? He mocked with a laugh. Freedom, equality, and fraternity are what students like you, who never have to worry about food and clothing, pursue. What I seek is absolute power. Only those who possess power can acquire wealth and respect. I detest those days when I was looked down upon because of my poverty. And your presence constantly reminds me of that period. So I despise the thought of seeing you again with all my being. Not killing you is already the utmost kindness on my part. Hypocrite. So what if I'm a hypocrite? Weren't you quite fond of me back then? He sneered. I finally understood what he meant when he said it was better not to expose certain things. For when one learns all the truths, the hatred born from complete betrayal and deception is like a fire burning one's heart. In that instant, I had the impulse to cut open his heart with a knife to see if it was black inside. Chapter 28. Is money and power truly of great significance to you? I inquired discontentedly. They are highly alluring. When one lacks them, one will exhaust every means to obtain them. Once one has possessed them, one will find it difficult to let go and will yearn for even more. Exhaust every means? Does it include exploiting my affection? It can't really be regarded as exploitation. Back then, you were inherently appealing to me at that time. However, once you've experienced the feeling of having absolute power, where a single word can determine the fates of thousands or even tens of thousands of people, you'll come to realize that women are simply insignificant. He exclaimed excitedly and then deliberately added, especially a woman like you, who feigns aloofness. How utterly boring. In your eyes, what does a human life amount to? I've no idea what others' lives are worth. Since ancient times, it has always been the case that the success of a general is built upon the corpses of countless soldiers. He Wenyu was extremely innocent. Had I not appeared, he wouldn't have been killed by you. Perhaps. Then go back and wallow in self-reproach at leisure. I'm afraid I can't accompany you. Have you finished asking all the questions you wanted? How did you kill He Wenyu back then? This is my last question. I've forgotten. I either stabbed him in the heart or slit his throat. I always act with swiftness and determination. One strike and it's a sure kill. Hearing this, I truly couldn't bear to listen any longer. The more I listened, the more I loathed myself. Who would have thought that such a hideous heart could be concealed beneath such a beautiful exterior? Humans are truly the most terrifying creatures. The world is no longer what it used to be, regardless of the era or the place. In our place, there are also many such people. The only difference is that they don more elegant disguises to conceal their filth. Hearing this, I couldn't help but heave a sigh. But it was my ignorance that cost a life. Jiro was deeply remorseful. I believe her conscience would be troubled for the rest of her life. Emotional wounds may fade with time, but the unease of the conscience only grows deeper. How did you meet the dragon head? To prevent her from further sadness, I hastened to change the topic. It was fate, Ji-ro replied blankly. Just as I was about to turn around and leave, the phone rang. You must rush to Muching at once and seize the gold of the Jellohui for me. With this batch of gold, we will have sufficient financial resources to annex the areas around Yunnan. This mission allows no failure, but only success. Fong Peng shouted into the phone excitedly. I forced a bitter smile. What excited him surely couldn't be anything good. Suddenly, an urge to ruin his good deed welled up within me. And this urge grew increasingly intense. Since I was unable to kill him, I could only make him suffer as well. I suppose this was also a way to retaliate against him. Channer had been waiting for me at the door. She was deeply worried. Unexpectedly, the one who remained by my side in the end was not the person I had yearned for day and night before, but rather the one who had been guarding me daily, yet was unfortunately overlooked by me. I told her to leave Sichuan and return to Hangzhou on her own, and not to follow me anymore, since this trip to Muching might be perilous. I didn't want her to endure more hardships for me. However, she was determined to follow me. In the end, I was vanquished by her obstinacy and had no choice but to take her along on the journey. We set off for Muching town the next day. I was extremely anxious and determined to inform the members of the Jellohui before the gold was robbed, as someone was planning a sneak attack to seize it. However, we were just two frail women, not as physically strong as men, so we frequently stopped during the journey. It took us more than half a month to reach Muching. I had no idea whether Fong Peng had seized the gold or not, nor did I know where the members of the Jellohui were. There was nothing I could do but stay in Muching and wait for an opportunity. During those days, every night I dreamt that I was holding a knife and stabbing it into Fong Peng's heart. I found it terrifying and feared that one day I might go mad because of such nightmares. Perhaps it was the will of heaven. One day, when I was asking about the Jellohui on the street with Channer, I met him, the leader of the Jellohui. I was inquiring a passer-by about the Jellohui when suddenly a man approached me voluntarily. I know where the members of the Jellohui are. Do you have something to do with them? He asked me with a smile and a bit of curiosity. Do you really know where the members of the Jellohui are? Sure. He didn't seem to be lying. But I need to know what you want from them. I have urgent matters to inform them of. Oh? He sized me up boldly, his eyes full of arrogance. This was really the style of the leader. He always carried a bit of arrogance. I couldn't help thinking so. I was enraged by his frivolous actions and tried to bypass him and leave. Unexpectedly, he actually picked me up right in public and carried me away. Perhaps it was because there were several fierce-looking companions trailing behind him. No matter how much I shouted, no one intervened. Only Channer pitifully followed behind. When we reached the place where they were staying, I learned that they were indeed members of the Jellohui, and that man was the leader of the group. They all called him the Dragon Head. I'm also a member of the Jellohui. Do you have any urgent matter? He still leered at me brazenly, which sent a chill down my spine. I knew that when a man looked at a woman in such a way, his only intention was to possess. Someone is trying to seize your gold. You'd better be careful. Well, I'm leaving. I couldn't bear to meet that man's gaze for a single moment longer. He showed no sign of surprise or panic. Instead, he burst into laughter. Who sent you to inform us? No one. I came on my own initiative. Hearing my answer, he became even more curious. Why? No particular reason. I just don't want the gold to fall into the hands of others. It's as simple as that. It's already too late. What? Has your gold been robbed? I thought Fong Peng had succeeded. You really do care about us. He still smiled, though his eyes were full of blatant mockery. The gold has long been safely transported back to the main altar. Your notice is far too late. After a moment, he ceased smiling and then spoke. Didn't you get attacked by the military? I was extremely puzzled. Could it be that Fong Peng didn't come to rob the gold? Impossible. Yes. And they used very despicable means. Many of our brothers died. His expression suddenly darkened. How did you know about this? It must have been Fong Peng. He is so scheming. For that batch of gold, he would stop at nothing. Fortunately, he didn't succeed. Otherwise, if such a man were to annex the area around Yunnan and become the local despot in the southwest, God knows how many more people would suffer. I didn't answer his question because I didn't want to recall that night. It was a stain on my life that I could never erase. Stay and be my woman. How about it? Just as I turned to leave, he suddenly said, his tone firm, as if there was no room for negotiation. This man was very different from Fong Peng. Fong Peng would use every means to please me and then gradually fulfill his ambitions. In contrast, he made no attempt to conceal his intentions. However, their goals were the same. Suddenly, I remembered what Fong Peng had said. Is a man's so-called love and sweet words merely a means to possess a woman? I gazed at him and inquired. This was the first time I truly looked at his appearance. In fact, he was extremely handsome. Different from Fong Peng's scholarly air, his demeanor was bold and unrestrained. Is it wrong for a man who loves a woman to desire to have her all to himself? Does the means of possession include resorting to any measure? When necessary. Yes. As expected, all men are the same. However, he is more straightforward. What if I'm not willing? Will you force me? I'll keep you by my side until you consent. To be honest, I don't detest this man. At least, he isn't hypocritical. But it's utterly impossible for me to fall in love with another man at present. Do you have someone you love? His words made me startle. And I couldn't help recalling Fong Peng and the nightmare that haunted me every night. The nightmare of stabbing a knife into his heart. Do you truly wish to obtain me? Suddenly, I had a resolve as if I were facing death unflinchingly. Yes, and I surely will. Then let's make a deal. A deal? Do you want gold? No, I want a life. Whose? He didn't hesitate at all. Fong Peng, the staff officer in Commander Li's army. Why do you want to kill him? He was very curious. To avenge. He killed one of my friends. It's a deal. I have another condition. Go ahead. I want to plunge the knife into his heart with my own hands. Although he was a bit surprised. He didn't inquire further and merely gave his assent with his steely gaze. I knew from that moment on, my soul was sullied, perhaps as tainted as Fong Peng's. Hypocrites deserve to die. I couldn't help uttering upon hearing this. A man like Fong Peng, if he doesn't meet his end, more innocent people will surely suffer. He is probably a man whose mindset has been warped by life, much like that man with a broken leg. However, the man with a broken leg is better than him. He is an out-and-out villain, while Fong Peng is a hypocrite who only resorts to underhanded tactics. Ji-ro looked at me with a touch of self-mockery. I think I'm no better than him. Sometimes, I'm also quite hypocritical. I was bewildered by Ji-ro's words and stared at her in astonishment. When I made a deal with the gang leader, I told him I was avenging He Wenyu. But deep down in my heart, I was acutely aware that I was merely taking revenge for my betrayed love. Am I not also a hypocrite? Her words made perfect sense. Each of us has been hypocritical at some point. So, do I still have the right to condemn others as hypocrites? At least we didn't harm others. We're different from him, I consoled her. Really? But I killed someone. Even if he was a bad guy, I still killed him under a false pretext. I was momentarily at a loss for words. Emotionally, as a fellow woman, I felt that Ji-ro hadn't done anything wrong. Fong Peng deserved to die. However, rationally, I also thought Ji-ro's words made sense. Sometimes, it's truly difficult to distinguish between right and wrong. Perhaps Ji-ro was tormented by this sense of guilt and often woke up in the middle of the night. Chapter 29, Then what happened? Why did it take nearly 2 more months for him to come back? With the dragon head skills, even if he went to kill Fong Peng, it shouldn't have taken that long. He was injured. Ji-ro's eyes flickered with a hint of confusion. Him? The dragon head? I was also startled because I'd heard from Chong Fu that in this place, the dragon head skills were second only to Sure Lies. And he had those 2 loyal bodyguards protecting him. How could he have gotten injured? She nodded and sighed. He was shot. After the deal was struck, we turned back. He sent 2 bodyguards to protect me and Shinner. What about Zhang Shilai? I couldn't help but wonder in my heart. Perhaps the doubt in my eyes was too evident. For Ji-ro answered shrewdly, he secretly tailed us later. I understood his intention. He was afraid that Master Zhang might take advantage of the leader's vulnerable situation to do harm. Zhang Shilai even suspected that I was sent by someone to harm the leader. Ji-ro smiled bitterly. I also joked. The beauty trap is indeed a common stratagem used by villains. You are truly suspect. Perhaps. It's truly sad. I met Fong Peng because of this face. And I met him for the same reason. Are women really good for nothing but their looks? No, I'm not a beauty, yet Shirlai chose me. He said it was because we're both people who don't live for gold. With the leader's status and appearance, there should be plenty of beautiful women around him. But he only picked Ji-ro. A woman's intuition tells me that the leader isn't such a superficial man who only cares about appearance. Maybe it was Ji-ro's beauty that caught his attention, but it wasn't her beauty that made him decide to keep her by his side. Have you ever asked the dragon head why he chose you? I have asked him. Ji-ro's expression darkened. I asked him why he still kept a woman as vicious-hearted as me by his side. How did he reply? I'm quite curious about the astonishing answer a man like the dragon head would give. He said that I would know when I no longer woke up crying in the middle of the night. Ji-ro recalled with a puzzled look. Even now? I still can't fathom what that means. Because even now, you still wake up crying at midnight. Although I don't quite understand what the dragon head meant either. I think as long as Ji-ro can't let go of that knot in her heart, she won't be able to embrace a new relationship. You're still stuck in the place where you were hurt and reluctant to move on. She was stunned for a moment and sighed. Indeed, onlookers see most clearly. I thought at that time that if I could turn those nightly tormenting dreams into reality, my heart wouldn't ache anymore. However, whenever the night is quiet and everyone is asleep, those past events still flash vividly before my eyes, tearing my heart into pieces. A new relationship is the best remedy for emotional wounds. This is a well-known saying in our era. Am I still worthy of being loved? I've become so tainted. The dragonhead has also killed many people. Do you think he is tainted? Apparently, Jiro was startled by my question again. She pondered for a while and then shook her head. Are you truly indifferent to him? Judging from the subtle fluctuations in her eyes when she mentioned the leader's injury just now, I am convinced that the answer is negative. I am aware that he has shown great attentiveness towards me, truly so. Jiro once again sank into memories and began to murmur softly. When we returned to the city where Fang Ping was located, despite the objections of the guards, he insisted on breaking into the military advisor's mansion alone to capture Fang Peng alive. It was only later that I learned it was an extremely perilous act. Fang Peng had employed despicable means to seize gold, causing the deaths of many members of the Jelohui. Fearing retaliation from the Jelohui, he had mobilized the army to safeguard himself. What a typical sly and treacherous villain. Having a guilty conscience, he was afraid of retribution. I murmured to myself. However, by the time I found out, it was already too late. The leader's hand had been shot. I have no idea how he managed to break in or how he captured Fang Peng alive amidst the hail of bullets. He has never mentioned it. When he returned injured, it was Zhang Shilai who accompanied him. Shilai must have been secretly protecting the leader all the time. It must be so. His hands were bleeding profusely, yet he still clung tightly to Fang Ping and hurled him in front of me. At this moment, Fang Ping resembled nothing more than a dog. I couldn't fathom how I had ever fallen in love with this man. Truly, I couldn't understand. When he saw me, he was stunned, and then he grasped the hem of my skirt, pleading with me to intercede with the boss and beseeching that he not be killed. Do you know? At that moment, a piercing pain shot through my heart, for I witnessed the callousness and cowardice of the man I had once loved deeply. This man could no longer be allowed to exist in this world. As long as he remained alive, my nightmares would never cease. This was the sole thought that crossed my mind at that time. So I took the knife from the boss's hand and pointed it straight at his heart. However, I couldn't bring myself to strike. It wasn't that I no longer hated him. It was simply that I had never taken a life before. Although such a scene had replayed countless times in my dreams, when it came to the actual moment of execution, my hands still trembled. Are you certain you want him dead? The boss gazed intently at me and inquired. I nodded resolutely. He stepped forward and supported my hands that held the knife. As I closed my eyes, the knife plunged into Fang Peng's heart, swift and decisive. It turned out that taking a life was but a remarkably easy thing. Leaning in his embrace, I felt an indescribable sense of exhilaration. For the first time, I experienced an inexplicable sense of security in this man's arms. Every night thereafter, whenever I shed tears, he would pull me into his embrace until the pangs of heartache subsided and I drifted off into a deep slumber. Since he was seriously injured, we stayed in the local area for quite a few days. It was Shilai's idea. He said that the leader shouldn't return while still wounded. However, for our sake, Shilai endured the pangs of lovesickness. Every day, he would take out the lover's knot and gaze at it several times. Hearing this, a wave of sweetness welled up in my heart. All my long awaited patience was worthwhile. The leader, why on earth did he insist on going alone? He was well aware that it was extremely perilous. That night, when I was dressing his wounds, I asked him the same question. He was so foolish. Because you are the woman who belongs solely to me, I must fulfill the deal with you all by myself. It was the leader's voice coming from the doorway. I was startled. I never expected the leader to appear suddenly at this moment. It's really true that one shouldn't speak ill of others during the day and mention ghosts at night. The leader's words made Jiro tremble. Then she lowered her head, not daring to meet the leader's passionate gaze. It's a pity that my heart had already died. All I can blame is that in this world, there are so many lovers but so few sincere ones. Chapter 30. Alas, I silently mused, there are so many love-struck souls in this world, yet so few sincere hearts. Whom did Jiro refer to with those words? Was it she and the dragon head? Or was it her and Fang Peng in the past? If your heart still aches, it means it's not dead yet. You're a sincere soul. One day, I'll transform you into a love-struck one. Suddenly, tears welled up in Jiro's eyes. It was the first time I'd seen her shed tears. Her eyes were tinged with a desolate sorrow, presenting an image of a pear blossom in the rain. I felt like an unwelcome intruder. severely disrupting the tender atmosphere between them. Before the dragon head could ask me to leave, I voluntarily exited the house. After hearing Jiro's story, my heart was filled with a myriad of emotions. I recalled a saying, where there is love, there is hatred. The deeper the love, the deeper the hatred. Jiro must have loved deeply back then, only to be brutally betrayed, which was why her hatred ran so deep. Although Jiro appears delicate and frail, her ability to survive tenaciously after experiencing the ruin of her family and the trauma of love has earned my heartfelt admiration. Truly, beneath the gentle exterior lies a heart of steel. I wondered if this conformed to Einstein's theory of relativity. If Einstein knew I was applying his theory in this way, he might well be driven mad. As I strolled along, I unconsciously found myself beside the large rock by the river. To my surprise, I saw Sister June sitting there, still clutching that dressing mirror in her hand. I've just come from Jiro's place. Fancy meeting you here, I said. Ever since that hiding incident, I had regarded Sister June as an intimate confidant, a woman of the gang. She sighed, gazing at the sky. It seems I've lost another big client, she joked. But the usual boldness in her smile was gone, as if she were burdened with some hidden concerns. The prostitutes here were all under the control of the gang, with no freedom to change their profession. Despite her close relationship with Chong Fu, Sister June still had to continue working as a prostitute. You have Chong Fu. It's impossible for me and him. He'll find a more suitable woman, I mused. Thinking of Chiener, I, being from several decades later, naturally knew that Sister June didn't end up with Chong Fu in the end. Otherwise, I wouldn't even exist. He has never engaged in prostitution at my place. Oh, how could that be? Isn't he deeply in love with Sister June? Could he possibly have a hidden illness? Even more unlikely. Am I not his descendant? He said he didn't want to defile me. Sister June said sarcastically, but can a woman like me still be worthy of the word defile? This proves that he truly loves you, and that he is truly a kind-hearted man. I know, so I feel even more that I'm unworthy of him. Perhaps that maid in the kitchen today is a better match for him. Maid? I recalled Chiener. She went to the kitchen to chat with Chongfu today. No wonder the scented tea took so long to prepare. They seem to get along quite well, that maid of Jiro's. Sister June said in a confused manner. When I went to see him today, I suddenly felt that it was time for me to let go. Sister June. Hearing her words, I also felt extremely sad. Her life has been so full of hardships. Only Chongfu brought her warmth. However, I know that in the end, Chongfu would still leave her. Don't pity me. I've long said that it's impossible for me and him, she said, feigning nonchalance. Why? I really couldn't understand Sister June's thoughts. Because he is too good. If you were in my place, could you be with him without a care in the world, with so many stains on your past? I remained silent. Everyone is the most self-abased in front of their beloved, most concerned about their own shortcomings. And Sister June has too many stains hidden in her life. Her sense of inferiority must be even stronger, right? No, perhaps not. Seeing that I didn't say a word, Sister June answered herself. Maybe I can ignore what others think of me and live on as if nothing had happened. But I can't ignore Chongfu's thoughts. He doesn't care. I can be absolutely certain of this. But I do care, especially when other women appear beside him. I feel even dirtier about myself. I can't spend my whole life with this sense of inferiority. Do you understand? I nodded. I could imagine how painful it would be to live in self-loathing every day. I can't hold him back for a lifetime. I love him. But since we can't be together, I should let go early, set him free, and allow him to seek his own happiness, right? This was the first time I heard Sister June say something so philosophical. Unfortunately, these words were too cruel for her. It was hard, wrenching to hear. To be honest, I really resented fate. Why did I have to become such a dirty woman? When I had already come to terms with my fate and no longer dared to have any expectations, why did I unexpectedly meet such a wonderful man? Where is Chongfu? Have you ever asked him what he thinks? Even if he's sad, it'll only be for a short while. But if I were to be with him, I'd suffer for a lifetime. Have you heard the story of the butterfly? After a long silence, I suddenly recalled a story my grandmother told me when I was a child. Go ahead, said Sister June, merely lowering her head and gazing at the dressing mirror. There was a caterpillar that was extremely ugly. Everyone discriminated against it, yet in fact, it had a very kind heart. Once, when it was passing by a spider web with its friend, to save the friend, it willingly got caught in the web. More and more silk strands came, and it was trapped in a cocoon. It thought it was surely going to die this time. As it turned out, when it woke up from sleep, it found the cocoon had broken. When it emerged from the cocoon, it discovered that it had transformed into a beautiful butterfly. This is a story for kids, you said. Yes, my grandmother has been deceiving me like this since I was a child, but I believed it. I believed that as long as one has a kind heart, one will become beautiful when growing up. Although I haven't become beautiful, I feel that I've already turned into a butterfly since I met Shirley and you all. Do you think I can turn into a butterfly in this lifetime? Sister June sighed and said, I've done so many wrong things and even killed people. My heart is no longer kind. Maybe in the next life. You have a very kind heart. At least I think so. That's because you're stupid, girl. She looked at me gratefully and said, after a long silence, I suddenly recalled the incident of being attacked on the way back. Sister June, you knew about Master Zhang's plan to kill the gang leader, right? Yes, she said calmly without any sign of surprise. I accidentally overheard him discussing the plan to kill the gang leader that day. And you were blackmailed because of that? Li Guikai happened to be following me at that time. Then he kept blackmailing me with this matter. It was entirely within my expectation. Sister June was indeed blackmailed because she knew about Master Zhang's plot to usurp the position. Does the gang leader know about it? He must know now. But Master Zhang's influence here is deeply rooted. Even if he wants to get rid of him, it won't be accomplished overnight. Isn't it like keeping a bomb that could go off at any time by your side? A bomb that could go off at any time? What a fitting description. Sister June looked at me curiously. You even know about bombs. You know quite a lot, girl. How did you end up working as a prostitute here? Chapter 31, Ms. June's question gave me a momentary startle. She is my closest friend here, and I truly long to confide to her my true origin. Concealing a secret within one's heart is an onerous burden. However, I cannot. I am unable to tell her that I am the descendant of Changfu and Qianer. Although she appears nonchalant, I am well aware of the pain lurking in her heart. I have received an education. I came here from the south in search of my relatives. Eventually, I ended up here without knowing exactly how it happened. I loathe telling lies. Yet I cannot disclose the whole truth to her. Thus, I can only share a portion of the truth, which might mislead her. You were deceived again. In these turbulent times, numerous orphan girls are foolishly lured here, just like you. But they're not as fortunate as you, for you've met Brother Shirley, she said. I gently stroked my belly. The line between fortune and misfortune is often a fine one. Now, the future of Shirley, our child, and myself remains uncertain. Whether it will be blessed or cursed. Whenever I contemplate the conflict between Master Zhang and the gang leader, with Shirley caught in the middle, a sense of foreboding weighs heavily on my heart, an inexpressible unease that pervades my being. He is a man who can distinguish right from wrong. Back then, he secretly saved the former leader and Changfu. As long as he is not overly filial to the point of foolishness, you all will be blessed. Changfu once mentioned this matter. Now it seems that Shirley didn't just happen to pass by there. He probably knew about Hall Master Zhang's plot to assassinate the former leader in advance and went there specifically to rescue them, since he has saved 2 leaders. It proves that he hasn't reached the level of foolish filial piety. However, he did all these things secretly behind his adoptive father's back. He can't openly defy Hall Master Zhang. Do you understand? Sister June analyzed earnestly. You mean that if one day Hall Master Zhang asks him to kill the current leader, will he do it? Will he? A chill ran through my heart. No. But he will also never allow the leader to get rid of Hall Master Zhang because he wants to repay the kindness of upbringing. Saving a bad person is equivalent to killing several good people. I'm not sure if it's because I've been in this era for too long, but I'm no longer as attached to human lives as before. Perhaps resorting to any means, including killing, for one's own survival is the only way to survive here. Since I've come here, if I can't change it, I can only adapt. Did Shirley ever consider sending you and the child away? I nodded. However, I truly didn't want to leave him. So, I thought of sending the child away after giving birth. You clearly know that this place is fraught with perils now. Staying here is like courting death. Why are you still so muddle-headed? Sister June rebuked me gently. Because even if it means death, I want to die with him, I said with a smile. Everyone is destined to die. If one can die with their beloved, it is also a kind of bliss. Yet, the sense of foreboding in my heart grew stronger. I feared that even such a modest happiness might be out of reach. Sister June stared at the dressing mirror again and fell into silence. The days that followed were extremely tranquil, but the tranquility was rather eerie, as if there were some undercurrents surging stealthily behind it. After the leader's investigation, the attack on Jinsha River on his way back was attributed to the retaliation of the Black E people. However, deep down, we all knew that it was definitely not the doing of the Black E people. They only sought wealth, not to vent their anger. They wouldn't waste their energy attacking Jinsha River when there was no gold accompanying him. Shirley and I tacitly refrained from mentioning Master Zhang again. Although it was a bit like self-deception, at least we could maintain this superficial peace. He still got up early every day to practice with his knife, came back for every meal to dine with me, and went to the riverside with me to watch the sunset every day. This era is one of contentment, a commonplace felicity. Alas, the twilight's beauty is ephemeral, for the fates of us three hang precariously in the balance once Shou Nua is brought into this world, a matter that none of us can fathom. Shou Nua, the name I bestowed upon our unborn child, is a testament to his father's unwavering fidelity to his promise, which ensured his safe return and, consequently, his existence. It is indeed fortunate that I preemptively christened the child, for had Zhang, the venerable hall master, been granted the privilege, the appellation might well have been Zhang Shanglai. At the Lantern Festival's familiar repast, both Ji Ro and I were present as members of the household. It is, in truth, a preposterous notion, given that both she and I are women without title or standing, hardly befitting the designation of family. That evening, Ji Ro remained downcast, silently trailing in the wake of the dragon head, her thoughts inscrutable. The rapport between the dragon head and Zhang, the esteemed hall master, was curiously harmonious, devoid of any visible discord. Yet, to those of us privy to the underlying currents, this facade was all the more unsettling, akin to the ominous calm that precedes a tempestuous storm. If one were to mention what was not tranquil, it would probably be the situation between Sister June and Changfu. Sister June's deliberate estrangement left Changfu at a loss. He came to see me, yet I understood Sister June's feelings. Moreover, privately, I hoped that a romantic relationship would blossom between Changfu and Qianer. After all, blood is thicker than water. One couldn't ask one's grandfather to abandon one's grandmother and pursue another woman, even if that woman was my close friend. Indeed, Qianer and Changfu grew increasingly intimate. Perhaps it was because they shared a common interest, cooking, and their temperaments were similar. Both were so innocent and kind-hearted. Qianer, completely oblivious, clearly had a crush on Changfu. The look of a young girl in the first flush of love was obvious to anyone. This further strengthened Sister June's resolve to leave Changfu. Although Changfu went to explain more than once that his relationship with Qianer was merely sibling-like, he was still turned away by Sister June. It seemed as if Sister June was trying to numb herself. Not only did she distance herself from Changfu, but she also refused to see me. She only received guests day and night, which broke my heart, not to mention how Changfu felt. On the pretext of admiring Qianer's craftsmanship in making pastries, I often pestered her to bake treats for me, for I genuinely relished the sensation of being in her company. A feeling reminiscent of that of my grandmother, a familial warmth. Although Changfu was also my kin, I had never laid eyes on my grandfather and thus held no recollection of him. Naturally, my affection for him paled in comparison to that for my grandmother who had raised me. However, a question had long lingered in my mind. If Qianer was so adept at making pastries, why had I never witnessed my grandmother engage in such a task during my childhood? Qianer frequently visited me, while Ji Ro often concealed herself, as if burdened by a multitude of concerns. Time slipped by unawares, and before I knew it, I had been pregnant for 10 months. On a night in the early spring, Shonal was born. It was a boy, shattering the last glimmer of hope for sure lie in me. What I had long evaded eventually caught up with me. The moment Master Zhang caught sight of the baby boy, his eyes sparkled with avarice. The nightmare was looming. This child had to leave. During my school days, I fancied that I wouldn't become a mother until I was at least 27 or 28. Little did I expect that this would happen before I turned 23. Fortunately, the child was the fruit of my love with the man I adored. It is no easy feat to find a soulmate in the vast sea of humanity, and it is even more arduous to reunite with the one after traversing more than half a century. What a precious child, I mused as I held him in my arms. At last, I felt the profound connection of flesh and blood. Gazing at him, I was filled with contentment, and the excruciating pain of childbirth, which was like crossing the threshold between life and death, faded from my memory. A knock on the door jolted me back to reality. When I opened it, I was startled to see Ji Ro, who I hadn't seen for a long time. She looked hesitant, staring blankly at me and the baby. After a long while, she finally uttered, He wants to send me away from here." Her sudden words caught me off guard. Everyone knew that the boss adored Ji Ro. Why did he suddenly want to send her away? Tears welled up in Ji Ro's eyes and trickled down her cheeks. With a sob in her voice, she said, "His recent actions have been very strange. I think it's all my fault." "You've harmed him? What do you mean?" I stared at Ji Ro in horror, her face full of remorse. Chapter 32. Watching her, my heart ached involuntarily. After Ji Ro entered the door, she immediately locked it from the inside, as if she had some secrets to tell. "Boss, he has been practicing with the knife desperately recently. Really, extremely hard. However, the wound on his hand doesn't seem to have healed. He always seems a bit unable to bring his full strength into play. Seeing his state, I'm extremely anxious. His wound. The gunshot wound from when we captured Fangpeng? Jiro nodded. This matter can't be known to others. Suddenly, I understood why the boss hadn't taken any action against Hall Master Zhang since he came back. It turned out that his wound hadn't healed, and his strength had greatly declined. So he had to conserve his strength and wait for the right opportunity. Now that he was going to send Jiro away, did it mean that he was going to fight Hall Master Zhang to the death? Did the boss mention why he was sending you away? No. He never talks to me about the affairs of the gang. He always faces me with a smile. But I understand his situation and can see the anxiety in his heart. She shook her head. I know he's sending me away for my own good. He always thinks about me. She sighed, with a look of helplessness flashing in her eyes. I also know that I have to leave because I've become a burden to him. We both fell into a moment of silence, each lost in our own thoughts. I was troubled by the matter of leaving as promised. If he could leave with Jiro, that would be wonderful. I knew it was my fault that had caused him harm. Had he not gone to capture Fangping, he wouldn't have been injured. Now he was in mortal danger. Wasn't he? She looked at me urgently. I knew that he wouldn't have sent me away if he weren't in such a perilous state. It's not your fault. It was the leader's own will. I believe he doesn't blame you either. I know. She suddenly lowered her head and murmured to herself, if I could turn back time, I'd rather Fangpeng not have died and he not have been hurt. If anything happens to him, I'll never have peace of mind for the rest of my life. Jiro's words were rather thought-provoking. Jiro, do you still get woken up by nightmares in the middle of the night? I stared intently at her and asked. No, I don't know when it started, but they've stopped. She was startled at first, then after a moment's thought, she replied bewilderedly. I've also been pondering this question. Why did my nightmares cease? It seemed that the leader's efforts hadn't been in vain. However, Jiro was like a bird startled by the mere twang of a bowstring, too afraid to open her heart and accept true affection with candor. Have you comprehended what the leader said back then? No. She remained utterly perplexed. I shook my head. In truth, Jiro is an intelligent woman. How could she be so muddled now? I was too lazy to clarify. Some things would lose their original essence if pointed out by others. The parties involved must experience them personally, especially matters of the heart. When will the leader send you away? Where is he sending you? I'd better sort out my own issues first. He didn't specify exactly, probably within these few days. He said that once everything is arranged, he'll order 2 guards to escort me away and send me back to Shanghai. Jiro, may I ask a favor of you? She nodded, regarding me with a puzzled look. Please take Shonua with you. Please. What about you? She was surprised. Aren't you leaving? I've become inseparable from this place. I've come to terms with my fate, I said. My heart has stayed here. It would be in vain no matter where I go. I'd rather share life and death with him than be apart again. Upon hearing my words, she trembled all over as if struck by an electric shock. Do you have such thoughts because you love Zhang Shirlai? Yes, I love him, deeply and passionately. I've never uttered these words to Shirlai. Yet I believe he understands my feelings, for I've also felt his equally ardent love. Jiro suddenly let out a bitter smile. So, this is true love. There are no solemn vows and sweet words, only the determination to share life and death. I believe that one day you will also understand my feelings. She lowered her head again, sighed helplessly, and said, perhaps I've already felt it, but I really have to leave. I didn't quite understand what she meant by her last words. Why did she have to leave? However, the most urgent matter at hand was not to solve her emotional problems, but to save my son's life. Jiro, listen. Take Shonua, and don't go back to Shanghai. It's not safe there. It will soon be occupied by the Japanese. Go south. It's best to leave China. I finally realized the only advantage of being a person from the future, foresight. I didn't want my son to suffer the hardships of being a subjugated slave in such a dire situation. She looked at me even more puzzled, wanting to ask something but daring not to. I understood what she meant. She wanted to ask me how I knew about the future. I didn't plan to hide it from her. Since she could confide in me sincerely, I could also tell her my secret. Didn't you always say that I don't belong here? Indeed, I don't belong here. I don't belong to this era. I come from more than 70 years later. Then I told her how I accidentally fell into this era from the modern world, of course, omitting the things about Changfu and Qianair. She listened, her eyes widening as if they were about to pop out. Everything I said was the truth. I had only mentioned this matter to you and Shirlai. I don't know whether you will believe and accept it, but it is the truth. After pondering for a long while, she sighed and said, I believe it. It's just truly miraculous. There's nothing impossible in the world. Some people can meet even after traversing time and space, just like Shirlai and me. Suddenly, she asked an unexpected question. Could there be people who meet across different eras? I hadn't experienced this, so I couldn't answer with certainty. But since it was possible for people to traverse time and space, I thought it wouldn't be too difficult for people to meet across different eras. I nodded and said, "Perhaps. That's good." She seemed lost in thought, not knowing what was on her mind. "Where should I go?" She continued to ask after a long time. I had also contemplated this question for a long time. I didn't want my son to endure any hardships. However, looking at modern history, almost the entire Asia was plunged into disaster during World War II, especially China. Even after the end of World War II, there was still the Cultural Revolution. "Go to the Nanyang region, areas around Malacca and Singapore," I said. As far as I could remember, the impact there was relatively less severe. Actually, I meant Singapore. But I suppose Singapore hadn't gained independence at that time. She nodded, indicating her understanding, yet her eyes were utterly vacant. Judging from her appearance, I knew she was fretting about Longtu again. "Rest assured, you must have faith in Longtu. I believe that once he accomplishes what he intends to do, he will surely come to you," I said. "What if he can't come?" Ji-ro inquired sorrowfully. "I've been feeling extremely uneasy all along. There's a sense of foreboding." "I've had this feeling too. Perhaps it's because the previous period was overly tranquil, so tranquil that it made one ill at ease. It always seems as if a tempest is brewing. Ji-ro, take Shonua away right now. After notifying Longtu, go into hiding with Changfu. I don't know why, but I've been feeling extremely restless. It's probably a woman's intuition. It seems that something is about to happen soon." She also noticed the gravity on my face. "Is it going to happen? So soon?" "I don't know. It's just a feeling of unease." She picked up Shonua. Suddenly, Shonua let out a wail. My heart sank abruptly. I had forgotten that he was still a baby and prone to crying. Although he was very well behaved and seldom cried. A single cry at a crucial moment could spell disaster for both him and Ji-ro. Ji-ro also looked at me, looking utterly at a loss. I desperately rummaged through the knowledge I had learned during my pediatrics days, yet nothing came to mind that could stop the child from crying. "Dai-wu, do you want him to live?" Ji-ro suddenly fixed her piercing gaze upon me. I knew she already had a decision in mind. I nodded firmly. "I want him to live. By all means, he must live. Should the need arise, I'll render him mute with poison," Ji-ro stated calmly. With her. The harsher her words, the calmer her expression. Mute him with poison? I was aware that this was the optimal approach, yet as a mother, how could I possibly be so heartless as to render my own child mute? "What's your opinion?" she inquired, still devoid of expression. "If there's truly no other way, then go ahead," I replied, unable to muster the courage to look at Shonua and keeping my head bowed. What a failure of a mother I was. I no longer had the ability to care for him myself, and I might even turn him into a mute. "I understand your pain. Even if it were my own child, I'd do the same and would carry it out myself. Like you, I'd rather live with a guilty conscience for the rest of my life, just to ensure his survival," she said, stroking Shonua as she stared intently at him. I nodded as a sign of my assent. "Then I'll carry him away right now, and I'll also send Chinner to buy poison. Don't worry. If possible, I would never take such a drastic step." She picked up Shonua, who had calmed down, and walked towards the door. Just as she was about to open it, she suddenly stopped. "Daiwu, could you tell me how you felt when you were weaving the love knot back then?" With her back turned to me, I couldn't see her expression. "The sorrow of parting grows deeper as the distance lengthens." I recited softly. This was for Shonua, yet unfortunately, he couldn't understand. "The sorrow of parting grows deeper as the distance lengthens. Will the longing truly intensify as the separation becomes greater?" As she spoke, she walked out until both she and Shonua vanished from my sight. I don't know how much time had passed when the door was pushed open. It was Shirlai who had returned. I've handed Shonua over to Ji-ro. While the leader was seeing her off, I took Shonua away together. There was no response. Only a moment of silence. My adoptive father came to me tonight and asked me to assassinate the leader. Closing his eyes, Shirlai said with distress. "What?" My intuition was indeed accurate. Something was truly about to happen. "Did you agree?" I inquired gingerly. He gazed at the broken snow and nodded. A chill ran through my heart. All along, I had categorized the people here. Shirlai and the Dragon Head were good, hearted souls, while Master Zheng was a villain. Now, asking Shirlai to kill the Dragon Head was tantamount to fratricide, wasn't it? Under the circumstances at that time. If I hadn't nodded in agreement, I would never have left that room alive. Fortunately, I promptly covered my mouth, preventing that exclamation of shock from escaping. Wasn't Master Zheng forcing someone onto the wrong path? Those who didn't agree would be silenced to prevent the information from leaking out. When will the operation take place? In 3 days. It was so swift. I couldn't help but feel worried for Ji-ro and the dragon head. Shirlai, are you truly going to kill the dragon head? No, he replied calmly. He must have pondered this question long ago and already had the answer. But even if I don't take action, there will still be other Jinzis coming. If it were the former dragon head, he should have been able to handle it, but now. I knew that since his hand was injured by a bullet, it had never recovered. He looked at me in confusion. Even the Godfather doesn't know about this. How did you find out? Ji-ro told me. I suppose that since Master Zhang didn't know the dragon head's martial arts skills had greatly declined and was afraid the other Jinzis would be his match. He dragged Shirlai into this mess. Thankfully, the dragon head was also on alert. He sighed and walked up to me, holding my hand. Now, Shun Nua is safe. The one I'm most worried about is you. Silly. There's nothing to worry about me. Aren't I always by your side? I smiled and reciprocated by holding his hand tightly. What if I don't return the day after tomorrow? I'll still be with you. Wherever you go, I'll follow. I took out the love knot from my waist. Have you forgotten? He held the love knot, gazing intently into my eyes, with a glint of reluctance in them. Recite that poem for me again. Your eyes brimmed with tears, as did mine. The silk sash was yet to be tied into a lover's knot, and the tide by the riverside had already ebbed. With my tears on the verge of overflowing, I choked out the words. I recited it once more, fearing that I might forget it in the days to come. Your eyes brimmed with tears, as did mine. The silk sash. Tears streamed down my face, and I truly could not recite it any further. He embraced me tightly, so tightly. Listen, he said, even if we cannot meet in this lifetime, in all the lifetimes to come, I will find you. With this poem as my token, I clung desperately to his back. We had promised never to part, even if we had to walk the path to the netherworld together. I realized that in 3 days' time, he definitely would not help Master Zhang kill the leader. Then he would have to help the leader eliminate those who came for the gold. He was about to face another battle of life and death. It was highly likely, truly highly likely that he would not return. Listen, Daiwu, listen to me, he said. I shook my head desperately, leaving him at a loss. Listen to me. You must go and hide at Changfu's place now. Otherwise, my adoptive father will use you to blackmail me. His words finally calmed me down. I said helplessly. In the end, I've become a burden to you. He did not reply, merely stroking my hair gently. I understand. I'll do as you say, but you must come back. Alive, just like last time. He sighed, but still didn't reply. We embraced silently, cherishing this moment all the more because we knew it might be the last embrace in our lives. I don't know how long passed before he let me go. He just scrutinized me from head to toe, very intently, as if trying to engrave my appearance in his mind. You've become more beautiful, extremely beautiful, like a pearl, he said. I forced a smile, hoping to show him my most beautiful side, yet I knew that with both tears and a smile on my face, I must look hideous. He pulled me along and was about to open the door to go outside, when suddenly 2 cold knives were placed on our necks. Master Zhang has given an order. To ensure the lady's safety, she should be sent to a safe place for a temporary refuge. One of the men, named Jean Zilai, said coldly. We exchanged a glance. Maybe Shirlai's hesitant answer just now made Master Zhang suspect his disloyalty. So he took the initiative and captured me to blackmail him. Shirlai's hand holding Sueshu twitched restlessly, but due to my being captured, he couldn't take any action. Somehow, at this moment, my state of mind was unexpectedly calm, without a trace of surprise. It was as if what was bound to happen had finally come to pass. Shirlai, do you remember what I said? I whispered softly in his ear. If one day I become a burden to you and coerce you into doing something disloyal and unjust, then kill me with your own hands. He looked at me, looking extremely embarrassed, with a struggle flickering in his eyes. After a long while, he finally said, I remember, but I can't do it. In the end, he dejectedly put down Sui Shui and watched as I was taken away by those 2 Jinzalai members. I was brought before Master Zhang. Where's the child? He asked the 2 Jinzalai members. We couldn't find him. He was already gone when we got there. Where did you hide him? He stared at me menacingly. I had already grown extremely disgusted with this man who had a kind, looking face but a malicious heart. Well, I might as well just face death. So I simply ignored him and adopted a passive non-resistant strategy. Ha, truly the woman of Shirlai. You have backbone. He patted my shoulder and said, anyway, I'm not in a hurry. None of you will escape. My whole body trembled. Did he know that Ji-ro was trying to escape? You can stay here at ease for one day. Tomorrow, after Shirlai finishes his mission, you 2 can be reunited. Tomorrow? I was greatly shocked. Didn't you say it would be 3 days later? He looked at me complacently. Haven't you heard the saying strike first to gain the upper hand? Of course I had. I was experiencing it now. He surely didn't trust Shirlai and was afraid he would report to the leader, so he advanced the date of taking action. What should Shirlai do tomorrow? Does he really have to kill the leader? Chapter 34. I tossed and turned throughout the night. I truly loathed myself, loathing that I would ultimately force Shirlai to become this ambitious man's tool for murder and an unfaithful and unjust person. I had thought about suicide, but it seemed too late now. Even if I died, Master Zhang surely wouldn't tell Shirlai. Whether I lived or died, I would still be his hostage to coerce Shirlai. As dawn broke, 2 Jinsha guards came in and escorted me out. The journey was full of rough terrain, and finally we stopped on a cliff. Below was the Jinsha River. Thousands of gold diggers were busily at work. The scenery of the Jinsha River in the early morning was truly captivating, yet unfortunately, I had no inclination to appreciate it at that moment. What on earth were they bringing me here for? The sun grew more and more scorching, and the gold diggers left one by one. Suddenly, I noticed several black dots moving towards me from the foot of the mountain, getting closer and closer. Shirlai was among them. Shirlai! I was about to shout out, but a Jinsha guard behind me immediately covered my mouth. I could only struggle in vain. A total of 9 people walked up from the foot of the mountain. The dragon head led the way, followed by 3 bodyguards. Shirlai and Master Zhang trailed behind, and 3 more Jinsha guards followed Master Zhang. I understood then that Master Zhang wanted Shirlai to eliminate the dragon head here. But what was the purpose of sending me here? Surely it wasn't just for me to enjoy the scenery or soak up the sun. The dragon head was like a lion on the verge of madness. Master Zhang also noticed his odd behavior. He gently patted him and then pointed in my direction. Shirlai looked at me, who was being detained, with a troubled expression. As our eyes met, both of us heaved silent sighs of helplessness. I yearned to speak to him, beseeching him not to succumb to the coercion, yet I found myself utterly voiceless. Despicable. I cursed inwardly. That crafty old devil had taken me hostage to blackmail Shirlai, and the intention was crystal clear. If he didn't kill the leader, I would be killed on the spot. Shirlai glared at Home Master Zhang with seething resentment, and the veins on his hand clutching Shui stood out prominently. Home Master Zhang, expressionless, pointed in the direction of the leader ahead, silently urging Shirlai to take action. The leader had been walking ahead all along, oblivious to the strange situation behind him. Thus, while Home Master Zhang kept pressing, Shirlai kept procrastinating. They continued walking along the Jinsha River for some distance. Judging from their demeanor, it seemed they had come to inspect the gold-bearing situation in the river today. Finally, Home Master Zhang grew impatient. He signaled Jin Zi beside me to push me to the edge of the cliff. One more step and I would fall. Shirlai stared at me tensely, and beads of sweat the size of beans trickled down his forehead. In that instant, Shirlai grasped Shui and charged forward like an arrow, aiming straight at the guards beside the leader. Hearing the whistling wind, the leader dodged in surprise, his eyes filled with disbelief. I don't wish to witness their fratricide. I just don't. What should I do? If only I didn't exist at this very moment. If I were to die, Shirlai would no longer be held hostage. The life and death decision was made in this critical instant. I wasn't afraid. Instead, I felt a sense of relief. Down the hill, Shirlai had engaged in a fight with 3 escorts. The broken snow glistened with a menacing light under the sun, and the light carried an overwhelming aura of killing intent. Bone, chillingly cold. Very soon, truly in the blink of an eye, 2 escorts had fallen, and the leader of the gang also drew his sword and charged towards Shirlai. I knew I couldn't wait any longer. If things continued like this, they would both end up severely injured. I summoned all my strength to break free from the 2 Jinsha guards, let out a loud shout, and rushed straight towards the cliff. At the moment of my fall, I saw that both Shirlai and the gang leader had stopped their fight and were looking in my direction. No, it was Shirlai's panicked roar. This was the 3rd time I'd seen him lose control, and perhaps the last. I smiled bitterly in my heart. Stop being manipulated by the Zhang Home Master. Remember our vow. Come and find me in every lifetime, using the poem as proof. The feeling of weightlessness was excruciating, making it impossible to think any longer. My consciousness grew hazy. I had no idea how I landed on the ground. All I could feel was pain. I can feel pain. I should still be alive, right? But I'm extremely fatigued and yearning for sleep. Someone was injured. Call an ambulance quickly. Hurry. These were the last words I heard and the final glimmer of consciousness. Chapter 35. I'm unaware of how long I was in a coma. All I know is that when I awoke, I was lying on a hospital bed. Something's amiss. Why is there a hospital bed? Why is there a hospital? And an electrocardiogram monitor? Having stayed in that era for so long, I've grown somewhat estranged from everything in the present. The modern world? I've returned. Could the fortune teller's words be true? A resurrection from the brink of death. What of Shirley? What became of him? After my suicide, did he avenge me by slaying the dragon head? I recall, upon first arriving in that era, I yearned for all things modern. Now that I've returned, I find myself longing for everything there, especially the people. I must go back. I need to know what happened to Shirley. You're awake? Wonderful. I'll fetch the doctor. A gentle nurse declared. Everything appears normal, merely a slight concussion, a day's unconsciousness, the doctor stated while examining me. Do you recall your name? Ning Nai. I remembered I am in the modern era. I am no longer Diawu by the Jinsha River, but merely Ning Nai, an ordinary Ning Nai. It suddenly occurred to me that I had spent over 2 years in that era. How long has my life been a blank slate in this time? Doctor, is this the year 2001? The doctor gazed at me with concern, immediately instructing the nurse to call for a neurological consultation, suspecting potential organic brain damage. I privately stifled a laugh. Sure enough, they took me for a fool. Don't be nervous. I'm also a medical student, and I'm fine. I only want to inquire what year it is now. It's 2003. The doctor remained skeptical. 2003? It's been 2 years. Previously, when reading novels, didn't the stories always depict that years in the past only equated to a few days or even seconds in modern times? Truly, novels are full of deceptions. It turns out that time progresses synchronously. Then what about my parents? Have they been constantly searching for me, or have they already regarded me as dead? Doctor, would you be so kind as to lend me your mobile phone? He looked extremely worried, yet he finally lent me the phone. Thankfully, I still remember the home phone number. It was Mom who answered the call. How long it had been since I last heard Mom's voice. Mom, it's me, Xiaonai. From the other end of the phone came a terrifying scream. Ghost. Sure enough, they had already considered me dead. The busy tone sounded. My timid mom must have thought it was a deathly call and hung up. I had no choice but to call again. After several fragmented conversations, I was finally able to convey to her the fact that I was still alive. 1 day later, Mom and Dad rushed to Sichuan from home. You've worried us to death. Do you know that? The car you rented crashed and plunged into the valley, yet we couldn't find you. We even thought you'd been devoured by the wolves in the valley. As soon as Mom arrived, she started chattering like a machine gun. But what a heart-warming voice it was, the very essence of home. Actually, I have a home of my own. But it was left behind over half a century ago. At this thought, a pang of sadness struck me, and tears welled up in my eyes involuntarily. How I yearned for home. I longed for my modern home, and even more so for that little abode by the Jinsha River. Xiaonai, are you listening to me? Where have you been these 2 years? Mom's query yanked me back from my reverie. Oh no. Should I tell her that I traveled through time and met my grandparents in their youth? Absolutely not. She'd surely think I was as crazy as that doctor, believing I'd been addled by the impact. So I had to tell a lie. What could be more cliché? I fell off the cliff and was rescued at that time, but I lost my memory, so I couldn't come back. I fell off the cliff again the other day, and that's when I regained my memory. Mom and Dad stared at me motionless. I knew it was because my story was so lame that it was hardly believable. However, even the most ludicrous lie can be taken as truth after being repeated 100 times. So as long as I stuck to this lame excuse, they should eventually believe me, right? Mom, I wish to be discharged from the hospital. I don't want to be entangled in this matter any longer. Let's change the topic right away. All right, let's go home. No, Mom, I won't go home just yet. I'm determined to stay in Sichuan. I replied resolutely. What on earth are you staying here for? Of course, I'm going back to the Jinsha River to look for Shirley. I thought to myself that even after half a century, I still had to go there to have a look. Perhaps I'd run into him. Even if he had grown old, I still yearned to see him, with an intense longing. Even if I didn't meet him, I could still inquire about them from the locals. I was eager to know what had become of Shirley and the others after I fell off the cliff. Mom, please let me stay here. I didn't give an answer but merely pleaded piteously. Eventually, they consented. Mom had to go back to work, leaving Dad to accompany me. Fortunately, Dad also harbored an inexpressible affection for the Jinsha River, so he readily agreed that we should stay in the ancestral house there. In the following days, I made inquiries all around about the era of gold panning. Regrettably, most people knew nothing about it. The older folks at most only knew of the existence of the Jello Hui gang back then. The boulders by the river were still there. However, it was only me, alone, watching the equally lonely setting sun, with its afterglow as red as blood. Shirley, I hugged myself tightly, yearning for his warm embrace and whispering softly, "Do you still remember our vow? We'll find each other in every lifetime." with poems as our proof. 2 months later, I reluctantly followed my father and left Sichuan, returning to the city and home that belonged to me. I knew that during the 2 years when I was missing, my parents must have had a tough time. They missed me every day and were heartbroken. However, during those 2 years, I seldom thought about them. I was truly unfilial. Since I hadn't completed my studies before I went missing, my mother was busy handling my school reinstatement matters in the following days. I had to recuperate at home and acquaint myself with everything in modern times, for the 2-year gap had almost made me a primitive. When I opened the newspaper, that strange missing person notice still caught my eye. Its content remained the same as ever. Only the age of the woman being sought had increased by 2 years. Looking for a 24-year-old girl with long permed hair and a pure appearance. Your eyes are filled with tears, so are mine. Our silk sash was never tied into a lover's knot. The tide by the riverside has ebbed. Your eyes are filled with tears, so are mine. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. It was Xiaoni, my former close comrade, in arms. The joy of reunion made us embrace tightly. She looked exactly the same as before, still as lovely as ever. I heard you were back, so I came to visit. Sorry, I haven't come to see you since I got back. After returning from Sichuan, I've been staying at home, only preoccupied with searching online for information about the Jinsha River back then. I even forgot to look for old friends. I really seem to be more into my own thing than friendship, I said. Don't talk such nonsense. It's good that you're safe, she said as she patted my shoulder sincerely. I invited her to sit down, and we chatted about what had happened to each of us after we parted ways. Of course, I still told that lame amnesia lie. Do you know? We once called to find the owner of this missing person notice, Xiaoni said playfully, looking at the newspaper on the table. Did you find the woman he was looking for? No. We were just curious about what kind of person was so infatuated. Still searching for a woman for so many years without giving up. So what happened? Did you meet him? No, Xiaoni pouted. That guy is really shrewd. He even set up a special secretary to answer this missing person hotline. What's most annoying is that we had to answer a question, and only if we answered it correctly would he agree to meet us. Observing her puffed-up countenance, I, too, found myself amused. That she would meddle in affairs and then grow indignant when rebuffed was perplexing. What manner of query did he pose? Surely not the current head of state? I chuckled, aware of her ignorance of current affairs, and deliberately teased her. If only it were such a simple question. One could simply inquire of another for the answer. She puffed out her cheeks, appearing quite indignant. His question was exceedingly peculiar. Small wonder that, over the years, no one has managed to meet with him. What was the question then? He inquired as to the finest Jinzalai of the Wat assembly, a most bizarre question. What does he even mean by Jinzalai? Xiaoni's words struck my mind like a thunderbolt. My smile instantly vanished. Jinzalai. I scoured the internet for an extensive period, yet could unearth not a single piece of information regarding Jinzalai. Now, someone had brought it up. Regardless of who the person was, or whom the lady he sought might be, he must be one of those from the Jinsha River bank of yesteryear. Who was the greatest Jinzalai of the Jelioi? I asked blankly, my astonishment reaching its peak. Right, it was the Jelioi. What a peculiar name. Xiaoni. How do you know about it? Could it be that you've also made this call like me? Xiaoni asked excitedly. However, I couldn't muster any excitement at all. Of course, I had never made this call before, but now I must, because I yearned to learn everything about the Jinsha River back then, all the things I had picked up, and also about my son. Yet, just when the answers seemed likely to be within reach, I felt a twinge of fear, fearing that the answers I'd get would be bad news. Chapter 36. I snatched up the phone with the utmost haste and dialed the number on the newspaper. A young woman's voice answered. Hello. May I ask who the greatest Jinzalai of the Jelioi was? Zhang Shilai. I answered without a moment's hesitation. A sharp intake of breath came from the other end of the phone. Evidently, she was also greatly surprised that someone could answer this question. Please, miss, leave your address and phone number. Our chairman will visit you immediately. Her attitude instantly shifted from being perfunctory to highly respectful. I left my home address and phone number. Although I was extremely curious about who the chairman she mentioned was, she seemed not to know much about it either. Unable to get any clear information, I had to give it up. It must be an old acquaintance from the past. But why did he use this question as a lure? He knew Shirlai. Could it be that the woman who had been searched for in the newspapers for several years was actually me? Who was looking for me? Shirlai? Was it him looking for me? If so, I had discovered it too late. We had already wasted several more years. At this thought, my chest felt as if it were being constricted, and I could hardly breathe. My body trembled uncontrollably. Xiaoni beside me clearly sensed something amiss and simply held my hand tightly. Despite her deep concern, She still didn't dare to ask me why I knew the answer. The room was so quiet that the tick-tock of the clock was clearly audible. Time slipped by, minute by minute, second by second. I was waiting for the arrival of the old acquaintance. Finally, the screech of sudden brakes came from downstairs. Before the doorbell rang, I couldn't wait to open the door. There stood an elderly couple outside, around their 60s. The man looked quite hale and hearty, with a familiar air of fortitude on his face. He should be the chairman. The woman appeared noble. Although the years had left marks on her face, it was not hard to tell that she must have been an outstanding beauty in her youth. I stared at them in astonishment. I had originally thought that the visitors would surely be old acquaintances, but I didn't recognize either of the two in front of me. They looked at me with very peculiar expressions in their eyes, a bit excited and a bit incredulous. "May we come in?" It was the woman who spoke. Her words were gentle, and she exuded great elegance, which made me think of Ji-ro. Only then did I realize how impolite it was of me to be blocking the doorway. I quickly stepped aside. So strange was the situation that after they came in and sat down, I even forgot the basic courtesy of greeting them. I just stared at them fixedly. "May I ask you one more question?" It was still the woman who broke the silence. The man just stared at me intently, without saying a word. I nodded and replied, "Go ahead. What is the sharpest knife in the Jello-hui?" Shattered snow. I was no longer surprised by her question at all. I knew she just wanted to confirm whether I was the butterfly dance by the Jinsha River back then. The man's eyes sparkled with a strange luster. Yet he still remained silent, only clutching an old notebook tightly. Butterfly dance. It was still the woman who asked. I calmly gazed at her and nodded in response. Inside, I was quite curious about who she was and who that man was. Why had he remained silent all the time? Instead, the little girl beside me gave a sudden start. Butterfly dance. She stared at me in a strange way, as if she had heard the name somewhere before. I had no idea why the little girl was so surprised, but it should have nothing to do with me. After all, she had no connection with what had happened back then, and the name butterfly dance was quite common, so I had no time to care about her surprise. And she soon returned to normal and no longer interrupted my conversation with that couple. Could she be from the Ji family? Could she be a descendant of Ji-ro? No wonder I always felt there was a shadow of Ji-ro on her. Her name was Si-long. Without asking, I knew she was the daughter of the gang leader and Ji-ro. Then who was the silent man beside her? Suddenly, a strange thought struck my mind like a bolt of lightning. Was he Shonua? What was the reason for his silence? Could it be that he had really lost his voice? Tears welled up and slid down my cheeks involuntarily. I stared silently at the man opposite, crying wordlessly. We locked eyes, and there was also a glimmer of tears in his eyes. Honoring his promise? I inquired softly. He nodded, remaining silent. I turned to Si-long, who sighed helplessly. Brother Nuonuo has been mute since childhood, but he can understand, she said. Finally, I couldn't hold back my sobs any longer. I clutched the fabric over my chest tightly. Nuonuo, he was finally rendered mute by the poison. It was Nuonuo who placed his broad, warm hands on mine. Without uttering a single word, he gently drew me into his embrace. He bore a striking resemblance to Shirley, with the same steely resolve and the same comforting warmth in his arms. Perhaps it was truly the power of blood kinship at work. There was an innate sense of familial connection about him. Although he was far from being my son, for he was an elderly man while I was but a woman in her 20s, that sense of family was undeniably real. It was only after an indeterminate amount of time that I managed to stem my tears and regain my composure. What about Shirley? I asked, turning to Si-long once more. She shook her head dejectedly, admitting her ignorance. My heart seemed to freeze in an instant. Just moments ago, I had harbored hope that upon finding Nuonuo, I might glean some insights into Shirley's situation. Yet, Si-long's response left me in a state of despair. I was left in the dark about Shirley's fate, whether he was alive or dead. What about the dragon head and Ji-ro? Si-long choked with sobs. I've never met my father. My mother passed away several years ago. Did Ji-ro die? Did she die several years ago? So she finally managed to escape with Shonua back then. And what about Si-long? Could it be that Ji-ro was pregnant when she fled? No wonder she always said she had to leave at that time. It was for Si-long in her womb. Why did you put up a missing person notice to look for me? So many mysteries are plaguing me, and I must solve them one by one. Si-long didn't reply, but just lowered his head and looked at the notebook beside Shonua. Shonua handed the notebook to me, gesturing for me to read it myself. It was an extremely old notebook. The paper had turned yellow, yet it was still well preserved. This is my mother's diary. We found it among her relics several years after her death. Ji-ro's diary? I gently stroked this precious diary. It might be the only document in the world that recorded what happened by the Jinsha River back then. I think she in heaven would be very glad that you can read this diary, Silong said with a tearful smile. I also eagerly opened it and started reading. Chapter 37. When I finished reading the entire diary in one go and closed it again, I found my face streaked with tears. The diary was written by Ji Ro after she escaped from the Jinsha River. It was written intermittently, but clearly documented the past that had long been submerged by time. Meeting the dragon head was both the greatest fortune and misfortune of my life. That fateful encounter in Muching cost me a lifetime of yearning. My deal with him was sealed on the night Fong Ping died. I gave myself to him without regret or humiliation. It was a fair trade. Since my heart was already dead, it no longer mattered to me whether this body was pure or tainted. At that time, I truly harbored such thoughts. Thus, on that fateful night, I cast aside all my reserve, yearning only to vent the surging euphoria that welled up within me at the moment of killing Fong Ping. I desired to release it completely. On this very night, I once again felt that I was a human being, a person with dignity. I yearned to continue living. I was uncertain whether this courage to survive stemmed from Fong Ping's demise or the man lying beside me. That night, he was injured. A bullet had pierced his hand. Yet his passion remained undiminished. He was a veritable man, a fact I was acutely aware of. Unlike Fong Ping, who was glib-tongued, he silently undertook everything for me. His love was concealed behind his silence. After Fong Ping's death, I failed to attain true liberation. Every single word and phrase that Fong Ping had used to wound me that night continued to haunt my dreams night after night. Meanwhile, the sense of guilt for taking a life clung to my heart, making me feel that my soul was sullied. In the dead of night, I was constantly perturbed by the intertwined emotions of indignation and unease. Each time I awoke, I would shed tears alone. At such moments, he would always embrace me tightly, imparting his courage to me, driving away those vexing emotions, and endowing me with a sense of security I had never experienced before. It cannot be denied that I need him. He is the greatest support for me to persevere in living on, just like the floating log I encountered when drowning. However, do I love him? It's impossible. My heart should have died on the night when Fong Ping hurt me. How could I possibly love someone again? Is a woman as filthy and vicious as me worthy of his love? Certainly not. Yet, he loves me, and I truly feel it. From the moment I met him, I've been aware of it, and until now, this feeling of being loved has not only never ceased but has grown even stronger. I asked him why he would fall in love with a woman like me. His answer was that I would understand when I no longer woke up in the middle of the night, weeping. Jinsha River is a place of such beauty that one can easily forget the sordid past. Unconsciously, even the nightmares that haunted me every night have left, replaced by the fluttering of my heart for him. There is always tenderness hidden in his eyes. I have already lost the ability to resist facing such a man who can truly remain completely unmoved. After much struggle, I still have no choice but to let my heart sink further. Here, I made the acquaintance of a most peculiar friend, Daiwu. She is the most precious woman here, and also a person from the year 2001 AD. She traversed nearly 70 years and fell in love with Zhang Shilai, a man from a different world and era. It's an incredible encounter, yet I believed it, for there was sincerity in her eyes. She loved bravely and deeply. Every time I saw the lover's knot around her waist, I could sense her perseverance in this love. But what about myself? My heart has already been ensnared, yet I fear being hurt. The wound Fong Ping inflicted on me is deep enough. My heart can no longer bear any more pain. Where there is love, there is bound to be hurt, more or less. Perhaps only by choosing not to love can one avoid being hurt again. However, can one truly choose whether to love or not at will? The gunshot wound on his hand has never fully healed. Every time he practiced with the knife, I could see his lack of strength. Yet he still practiced desperately, as if facing a life and death situation. Although he never mentioned anything about this place to me, I still noticed that beneath the beauty of the Jinsha River lurked the ugliness of human hearts. Perhaps more accurately, within the glistening gold hides the truly filthy souls. The Master Zhang harbors the ambition to usurp the throne. He is aware of it. As the leader here, in order to safeguard the gold belonging to the gang, he must engage in a duel with Master Zhang. However, the injury on his hand has become his greatest hidden peril. Watching his feigned happy smile, my heart is filled with even more sorrow. If it weren't for the attempt to kill Fong Ping, he wouldn't have gotten hurt. Now, his life hangs in the balance. If I could turn back time, I would rather Fong Ping remained alive than see any threat to his life. Just at this moment, I discovered that I was pregnant. What an ill-timed child. The spring night by the Jinsha River is bitterly cold, but at the moment when I heard him say he would send me away, my heart grew even colder. I know that the day when he will face off against Master Zhang has finally arrived. I also know that he has no certainty about this life and death battle. Otherwise, he wouldn't have chosen to send me away. Looking at his gloomy face, I suddenly felt an urge to share life and death with him. This kind of impulse is something I've never had before, not even when it came to Fong Pong. Then what kind of feelings do I have for him? Is it an unprecedented deep affection? The answer is affirmative. Alas, at that time, I still lacked the courage to confront my own heart honestly. When he gazed at me for the last time and asked me if I loved him, I fell silent. The look of disappointment on his face remains vivid in my memory to this day, for it was the greatest regret of my life. Sometimes, choosing to live demands greater courage than choosing to die. After much deliberation, I finally opted for survival. For the sake of love and the tiny life in my womb, a life that belonged to both him and me, I could endure. Even if it meant paying the price of a lifetime of longing, I was determined to let our flesh and blood survive. After hearing Dai Wu's extraordinary experiences, I began to believe that there are miracles in this world. If heaven could truly bestow a miracle upon me, I would wish to meet him in another life. And the prospect of waiting for him to be reborn and reunite with me became the greatest spiritual support that enabled me to persevere in living in the days to come. I always believed that this hope would be fulfilled, for I sincerely prayed to heaven every day. I was convinced that my sincerity would one day touch the heavens. Perhaps beautiful things often reveal their charm only after they are lost, just like the days I spent with him. It was only after losing those days that I realized they were the happiest moments of my life. Regrettably, those days are gone forever. On the second day after I took Shunhua and hid in Changfu's house, news came that the leader had suddenly passed away. This news came so fast and unexpectedly that even though I had mentally prepared myself for a farewell of life and death, I still broke down at that very moment when it truly happened. I couldn't believe that the man who had embraced me and shared tender kisses with me just a dozen hours ago had truly left forever. At this moment, I clearly understood my own heart. Perhaps my love for him had already run so deep that it was immeasurable, yet I hadn't been aware of it myself. The excruciating pain hit me violently, making it hard for me to breathe. I deeply regretted that I hadn't had the chance to tell him this truth in person. Suddenly, I recalled the poem Endless Longing. It seemed to be written precisely for my current state of mind. The mountains in Wu are green, the mountains in you are green. The green mountains on both banks face each other. Who knows the sorrow of parting? Your eyes are brimming with tears, my eyes are brimming with tears. The silk sash tied in a lover's knot remains unmade. The tide by the river has ebbed. In the following days, I mumbled this poem while weaving a lover's knot. If possible, I would willingly sacrifice my life to bring him back to life for just a single second, so that I could tell him in person that I love him, so that I could personally hand this lover's knot to him and prevent him from stepping onto the lonely path to the netherworld in disappointment. I came to my senses amid Sister June's slap. When I recovered from the state of utter collapse, I saw Chinner beside me, tear-filled eyes, carefully weaving a lover's knot for me. Changfu was holding Shou Nua worriedly. Suddenly, I remembered the child in my belly. For his sake, I had to be strong. However, the pain of losing the leader was forever buried deep in my heart. It couldn't flow out. Instead, it would ferment with the passage of time. In just a few days, the area beside the Jinsha River had undergone earth-shattering changes. The position of the leader had changed hands, and it was now taken over by Hall Master Zhang. Zhang Shilai suddenly disappeared. Dao was forced by Hall Master Zhang to jump off a cliff. Yet her body couldn't be found. Most importantly, Hall Master Zhang was searching everywhere for the whereabouts of Shou Nua and Zhang Shilai. Sister June thought Zhang Shilai and I must be hiding here, so she came. To her disappointment, Zhang Shilai was not here. He truly vanished without a trace. As for me, I was deeply immersed in grief and didn't want to wake up. Thanks to her slap, I regained my senses. I couldn't let Hall Master Zhang find me, nor could I let him find Shou Nua. This was my first reaction after regaining consciousness. Looking at the sleeping Shou Nua, I knew I mustn't be soft-hearted at this moment. To survive, a price had to be paid. Amidst their astonishment, I calmly took out the poison I had prepared long ago and forced it down his throat. Dai Wu, I'm so sorry. Truly sorry. I had no other choice. Please forgive me. If I could escape, I would spare no effort to offer him the best as compensation. I surely would. Believe me, I silently vowed in my heart. Chapter 38. Ridiculously, the head Zhang, who had schemed painstakingly to usurp the position, though successful, led an unhappy life. He had amassed incalculable gold, yet, intimidated by the might of Zhang Shilai and Sui Shui, he constantly felt secure only when he locked himself inside a specially made iron cage. It was a life akin to that of a prisoner, or even worse, for he was perpetually anxious about his own safety. In the following month, days were far from tranquil. Since Zhang Shilai had never shown up and his body couldn't be found, Master Zhang was like a bird startled by the mere twang of a bowstring, constantly fearing that Zhang Shilai would come back to avenge Dai Wu. Therefore, he began to conduct a house-to-house search throughout the stockade. We were far from safe. Sooner or later, he would search this place. By then, not only me, but also Qianer, Xunuo, and even Changfu would be involved and doomed to death. I had already dragged the leader into trouble, and I truly didn't want to involve others anymore, especially Changfu, Qianer, and Sister June. I knew that the chance of successfully breaking out of the valley entrance by force was nearly zero, for Jinsha was guarding it. But did I have a better choice? No. Sitting here waiting for disaster would only cause more people to be buried with me. So I decided to try to sneak out of the valley entrance at midnight with Xunuo. May the spirit of the leader in heaven bless me. On the night when I made the decision, while everyone was in deep slumber, I picked up Xunuo and walked towards the door. Just as I was about to open it, a hand pulled me back. It was Sister June. There was reproach in her eyes. Don't you want to live? I do want to live badly, but I can't let Changfu and the others be buried with me. After hearing this, Sister June looked dejected and fell silent. Later, I learned that it was because of Changfu. Do you really yearn so ardently to stay alive? She heaved a sigh. Surviving in this sordid world is far from a blissful endeavor. For the child in my womb, for the promise I made to Dai Wu, and for the love of the dragon head, I must persevere. She shuddered all over and stared at me, as if trying to search for something on my face. Are you truly willing to go to any lengths for the child? No, I replied with a bitter smile. Don't you understand yet? I'm doing this for the dragon head, to ensure the continuation of his bloodline. Even if it means sacrificing my own life, I shall not hesitate. We remained silent under the hazy moonlight for a long while. I understand now. You're just as much of a fool as that girl. She shook her head helplessly. Since there's a fear of sneak attacks, the guards here are extremely strict in the dead of night. It's during the evening meal that the guards are the most lax. I was momentarily stunned and could only gaze blankly at her. She lowered her head and pondered for a while, as if making a momentous decision. Tomorrow evening, I'll break out with you. Leaving behind these words, she retreated into the house. Sister June has been here for a long time and is well acquainted with everything here. I trusted her words and awaited the arrival of tomorrow. The next day, Sister June went out and exchanged a lot of things. Then she silently prepared in a corner of the room. She was making homemade bombs. Seeing my surprised expression, she gave a proud smile. My father is an invincible general on the battlefield. He taught me this. He said it was a survival skill, she said. I never thought Sister June was the general's daughter. No wonder there was an air of pride in her bones. As evening approached, Changfu was as usual busy cooking for the people in the stockade. Qianer stayed by my side all the time. I felt that I had made her suffer a great deal in this life. This reckless attempt was a perilous one, and I couldn't drag her along to die. Qianer, suddenly I'm yearning for the hometown pastries you make. Could you go and make a few plates for me? I said as calmly as I could. Fortunately, Qianer was always simple-minded and didn't notice my intention to send her away. She immediately went downstairs to prepare the pastries. Sister June took out a pre-written letter from her clothes and said in an affectedly relaxed tone, "This might be my last will." Although I had only read the letter once, I still clearly remembered its content. A letter to Changfu. I'm not oblivious to your true feelings. However, I've borne too many stains in this life, which I can neither wipe away nor let go of. I can't spend the rest of my life with you, living in humiliation under others' finger pointing. Please forgive my selfish decision to let go. Throughout my life, I've witnessed an inordinate amount of betrayal and have grown thoroughly weary of this sordid world. Living has become an arduous burden, and I yearn to slip into a profound slumber. I recall that Dai Wu once shared a tale with me. She spoke of an unsightly caterpillar that, in an act of saving a friend, became ensnared in a net. Subsequently, it transformed into a chrysalis. Upon waking from its slumber, it discovered that it had metamorphosed into a resplendent butterfly. I ardently desire to transform into a beautiful butterfly and flutter through life by your side. However, in this lifetime, both my body and soul are so sullied that I'm bereft of the possibility to undergo such a transformation. Presently, I can only opt to become a chrysalis, beseeching the heavens to allow me to emerge as a butterfly in my next life and reunite with you by fate. Do not grieve for me. The instant I resolved to perish with them for your survival was the most blissful moment in my heart. Do you know what one would do for the one they love most? It's not to commit suicide out of love, but to live on tenaciously and lead a fulfilling life. I gleaned this truth from Ji-ro, and I sincerely hope you'll comprehend it too. If you truly love me, please live a blissful life with Chiener. This is my final wish. This dressing mirror is the most precious gift I've ever received in my life. It's so precious that I'm loath to let it turn to ashes with me. So I'm returning it to you. Perhaps you may not understand this letter today. However, if someday in the future you find someone literate to read it to you and you can fathom my feelings, then burn it, so that it can carry a message to me in the other world. Remember this well, never forget. Ning Jijun So. It turned out that she made those homemade bombs to perish together with the Japanese soldiers at the valley entrance. Elder sister June, I gazed at her with excitement. You should strive for survival, while I'll embrace my transformation. We each have our own paths, and there's no need to be sorrowful. She stroked the dressing mirror with reluctance and sighed. It's time to set off. Let's go. After saying that, she picked up the bombs and led me and Shunhua through the dark alleys of the stockade. She was extremely familiar with the terrain here. We smoothly evaded the lax guards in the stockade area and reached the valley entrance. From afar, it seemed that only 2 Japanese soldiers were guarding the valley entrance. However, it was impossible for 2 vulnerable women and a child under 1 year old to stand a chance in a direct confrontation with them. This moment of this night was an unforgettable one in my life, for she rewrote the fates of me, Silong, and Shunhua. Her expression was resolute, resembling a warrior before heading into battle. I never thought there would be such a staunch woman among the prostitutes here. You and Shunhua stay here. Hide and don't go out. After the explosions subside and you can no longer hear their voices, immediately rush out of the valley and head south. Here are some gold pieces. Take them for future use. With that, she took out several gold pieces from her clothes and stuffed them into my hands. I knelt down with tears streaming down my face. I knew that no matter how many times I cowed out, I could never repay her kindness to us. Don't be grateful to me. I'm just accumulating blessings for my next life. It's also a way to do something for the girl Diawo. She pulled me up and gently stroked Shunhua's head. Then, she slowly walked towards the entrance of the valley. Chapter 39. I could only close my eyes and hide beside the big rock, for I truly lacked the courage to watch Sister June turn into ashes. Just as she had anticipated, not long after, there came a tremendous explosion and the shrill screams of those 2 men from Jinzi. Following Sister June's instructions, I dashed out of the valley entrance and then kept running southward. It is an arduous task for a woman to keep 2 children alive in a turbulent era. Undoubtedly, the few pieces of gold given to me by Sister June were our lifesavers. I remember Dai Wu once said that China would be plunged into dire straits in the following decades. So I took Shunhua and Silong across the seas to Nanyang and settled down there. Thanks to my proficiency in both Chinese and English, I worked as an interpreter and life was going quite well. What delighted me most was Shunhua. The defect of muteness didn't make him abased or despondent. On the contrary, he was more assiduous than ordinary people. Perhaps it was because the blood of Dai Wu and Zhang Shilai flowed in his veins. He was extremely intelligent. He started his business with the only piece of gold I had left when he was in his teens, and his business was booming. He also took good care of Silong, leaving me with nothing to worry about. I think I'm the happiest mother in the world. Alas, I am also the most unfortunate woman in the world. The disappointed look on Longto's face on that last night still appears in my dreams every night. The torment of regret pierces my heart deeply. After years of contemplation, I finally understood that loving someone needs no reason. Once love takes root, it can never be uprooted. Just like my love for you. Was this the meaning behind your words back then? Why, oh why, did it take me until now to comprehend? After fulfilling my promise and waiting for Silong to grow into an adult, there is no longer anything weighing on my heart. All that sustains me in this life is the sincere prayer I offer to the heavens every day. I pray that we'll meet again in the next life. If our paths cross once more, I'll never let you leave in disappointment. I pray that Sister June will transform like a caterpillar into a butterfly and reunite with Changfu in the next life. I pray that Zhang Shilai will turn misfortune into fortune and avenge you and Diawu. I pray that Diawu is still alive and will return to her own era. I pray that Changfu and Chiener will escape from the Jinsha River and live a blissful life. Time spares no one. Nearly 70 years have transformed the once young Ji-ro into an elderly woman plagued by numerous ailments. I am well aware that my end is near, so before my demise, I once again set foot on the land of the Jinsha River. Every time I pass by the corners where you once lingered and sense your aura, my desolate heart can scarcely endure. The starry sky above the Jinsha River remains as resplendent as ever, yet without your companionship. My heart can only drift along with the moonlight on the river, unable to find a mooring place. I am a wildflower swaying in the wind, bravely blooming because of your love. Now, this flower is about to wither, and I am not afraid. I only hope that the wild wind will bury my withered petals in every place where you once stayed. The blossoms in the wind, buried by the wind. By the time I reached the last few lines of the diary, I was already sobbing uncontrollably. Jiro, she. We scattered her ashes on the land beside the Jinsha River. Silong choked back his tears as he answered the question I hadn't had a chance to ask. This was her last wish. I wonder how long it will take for me to calm my thoughts. Did you decide to search for me in this era based on this diary? It was Brother Shanyuo who made the decision. He said he was certain you were still alive. He could feel it. Silong sighed and said. At this moment, Shunhua beside me made several gestures to Silong. After Silong nodded to show his understanding, he said that even if you forget everything, you won't forget the poem of betrothal between you and Uncle Shirlai. This poem is also the origin of the name Shunhua. I looked back at Shunhua beside me, and the perseverance in his eyes touched my heart. Sorry, Shunhua. It's my incompetence that made you mute. I've missed a lot of things, including your growing up process. He looked at me with a smile and made several sign languages to Silong. I can understand your situation at that time. I really admire your choice. I'm very proud to have a mother like you. Silong translated slowly. His words only made my tears flow more violently. Anyway, you're the dearest person to me, Shunhua continued. I tightly grasped his hand, feeling the sense of kinship. Although everything was so incredible that it seemed a bit unreal, the feeling of being blood-related truly existed. What about Shirlai? Have you ever looked for him? Yes, we have, but the events of that year have long vanished into thin air, and there's no news at all. My heart tightened. Where on earth was Shirlai? Was he alive or dead? I conversed with the two of them for a long while, inquiring about everything after their escape from the Jinsha River. My relationship with Shunhua was rather delicate. We were mother and son, yet when we got along, he seemed more like an elder. Nevertheless, he still held me in high esteem. Perhaps the sentiment between people has little to do with their relationship or seniority. It solely lies in their heartfelt intentions. After seeing off Shunhua and Silong, I ruminated on numerous matters. Jiro had educated Shunhua extremely well, truly admirably. He had begun searching for me even before I was catapulted into that era, and over the years, he had never relinquished his efforts. Having such a son, I truly felt blessed. Although Sister June's physical form had been annihilated in the explosion, she must surely remain eternally in Grandpa's heart. In Grandpa's eyes, she must be the most exquisite butterfly in the world. I finally comprehended why Grandpa and Grandma had changed their surname to Ning. After emerging from the Jinsha River back then, they must have changed their names and surnames to live in seclusion, since Sister June had sacrificed herself to save them. Out of gratitude, the whole family simply adopted Sister June's surname, Ning. At this thought, I felt a profound sense of pride in my own surname. At that moment, I suddenly noticed Xiaoni sitting there in a daze, as if desperately rummaging through her mind for something. I knew that she had witnessed everything on the sidelines and could probably guess the gist of it. So, I simply recounted the entire story to her from beginning to end. She is a devoted aficionado of the X-Files and can readily embrace the inconceivable. After listening to my tale, she didn't display excessive astonishment. Instead, she sank into a more anguished reverie. Certain episodes of your story seem vaguely familiar to me. Yet I can't recall where I've heard them at the moment, she said after a long while. What? Xiaoni has heard it? Where did she hear it? Who told it to her? Was it someone from the past? Could it be Shirlai? Is he still alive? Chapter 40. Try your utmost to recollect. You must think it out. I grew anxious all of a sudden. Xiaoni stared blankly again, lost in thought. Ah, I've remembered, she suddenly exclaimed. It's that handsome guy. Xiaoni. Do you still remember the day you went to Sichuan 2 years ago? There was a very strange missing person notice in the newspaper. As soon as Xiaoni mentioned it, I immediately recalled. That day, I met a very strange man at the hospital entrance. Later, Xiaoni even called to tell me that the man was related to me. I remember. So what? Did he tell you the story? Where did he hear it from? Don't be so impatient. Can you listen to me from the beginning? Xiaoni tried to soothe me as she saw my extremely agitated state. I've forgotten what that man's name was. I only remember that he came to see Professor He in the psychiatry department that day. Since he was a handsome guy, I voluntarily applied to be Professor He's assistant so that I could steal a few more glances at him. He seemed extremely excited, yet also a bit lost and bewildered. In short, I can't quite put it into words. Do you know what he said as soon as he opened his mouth? Xiaoni asked me, her eyes shining with excitement. I shook my head. I really had no mood to play this guessing game with her at the moment. I just wanted to know any news about Shirley as soon as possible. He said that he had placed a missing person notice today to find his dream girl. And coincidentally, he ran into her right at the hospital entrance. The girl he was talking about was me. That's for sure. But when did I become someone else's dream girl? As soon as I thought about it, I realized he was talking about you. So I immediately called you. Who would have thought you hung up on me? The young girl pouted and said, "Sorry." Apologizing right away was the wisest course of action, for I had no inclination to bicker with her at the moment and simply wanted to hear her out. Forget it. I'm not here to settle scores. That man has a rather strange illness. He said he's often had the same odd dream since childhood. In the dream, there's a woman with teary eyes reciting a poem to him. Your tears brim, my tears brim. The silk sash and concentric knot remains unmade. The tide by the riverside has ebbed. I answered without hesitation. Suddenly, a strange thought crossed my mind, yet I couldn't put my finger on it precisely. I only felt that this man was of great significance for the search. Yes, that's the poem. He said every time he wakes up from this dream, his heart aches as if being stabbed by a knife. It's as if he's forgotten something extremely important, but he himself doesn't know what it is. As he grows older, the dream occurs more frequently. He can't live like a normal person. At least, he can't fall in love with any girl other than the one in his dream. He lives in his own dream world every day, which really troubles him. So he decided to place a missing person notice to find this girl. What on earth was his purpose for visiting the psychiatrist? I inquired impatiently, as that peculiar thought grew ever stronger. To undergo hypnosis. Hypnosis? I was momentarily at a loss. Didn't he post an advertisement to find someone? Why would he go for hypnosis? He said he was eager to discover what he had forgotten and intended to retrieve it. What did Professor He say? Professor He remarked that the man's condition was truly bizarre and worthy of study. There might be certain memory fragments in his mind that were supposed to be locked away but had escaped. Those fragments were so intense that they couldn't be suppressed again, thus becoming the dreams that troubled him. Intense memory fragments? There's me in those intense, unsuppressible memories in his mind. And there's also the poem that serves as our token of recognition across lifetimes. Apart from Shirley, it couldn't be anyone else. What did the man say after being hypnotized? I asked urgently. Xiaoni said with an embarrassed smile, I was so exhausted at that time. I only heard the beginning before Professor He hypnotized me too. The name Dai Wu was mentioned. Are you serious? You fell asleep at such a crucial moment. I was burning with anxiety and felt an urge to punch someone. Don't be impatient. It doesn't matter that I forgot. You can go to Professor He. Seeing the situation was not right, Xiaoni quickly tried to remedy the situation. Don't they always record hypnosis sessions for archive purposes? Maybe Professor He still has the recording tapes from that year. I sincerely hope he has kept them. Otherwise, I'll have to hypnotize Professor He myself and make him recount what happened that day. Of course, I was just venting my anger. After all, my hypnosis skills are only good enough to put myself to sleep during classes. I rushed to see Professor He, but he always refused to give me the tapes, citing the patient's right to privacy. Then I thought of Shangyuo. In any human society, money makes the world go round. It used to be gold, and now it's money. It seems that human nature hasn't changed much over the years. People just cover it up with fancy words. So I asked Shangyuo to get the tapes for me by any means necessary. One day later, the tapes were finally in my hands. My hands trembled as I picked them up. They might very well hold all of Shirley's memories, including those we shared and everything that happened after his disappearance. The first large part of the tape consists of Professor He's hypnotherapy induction words. Indeed, anyone who is somewhat normal would fall asleep after listening to them. I really misjudged Xiaoni. A young male voice came from the recorder. He intermittently recounted the fragments he saw after being hypnotized. I saw her, amidst a large crowd. Her eyes were extremely clear, free from any trace of vulgarity, as bright as a pearl. I didn't want this pearl to be soiled by anyone, including myself. I only wanted to treasure it carefully. I gradually approached her. She was terrified, yet her eyes sparkled with a fierce desire to survive. At that moment, I made a decision. She was the woman I desired, a woman whose soul resonated with mine. I loved to gaze at her intently, observing the way she spoke, the way she blushed shyly, and the way she danced. When she danced, she was incredibly beautiful, truly beautiful, like a fluttering butterfly. Oh, right. I remembered. Her name was Dai Wu. It was on that night when heavy snow was falling. We embraced each other and danced in the snow. She was so petite that I had an urge to hold her tightly against me. She looked at me, looking at me with deep affection. I yearned to kiss her. Yet I couldn't, for I was afraid of defiling her. I saw the tears welling up in her eyes, and my heart ached so much. It was that large rock by the riverside. She nestled in my arms, weaving two concentric knots. She gave one to me and then softly chanted that poem, the very one that appeared in my dreams every night. She recited it with profound tenderness, an overwhelming tenderness. I saw her holding a child in her arms, embracing it gently. It was our child. The child looked so lively, bearing a strong resemblance to Jiewu. There was a spacious room filled with many people. Among them, a middle-aged man stared at me with eyes as sharp as an eagle's. He claimed to be my adoptive father, saying that he had given me my life. He demanded that I assist him in assassinating a man named Long Tu. I saw it. I witnessed the very scene that haunted my dreams every night. It was Jiewu, looking at me with tear-filled eyes, repeating the poem over and over again. Your eyes are brimming with tears, so are mine. The concentric knot on the silk belt remains uncompleted. The tide at the river's head has already subsided. We had also made an oath that we would find each other in every lifetime, taking this poem as our pledge. By the riverside, I saw myself wielding a knife to kill. One person, then another, fell before me. Just then, I heard Jiewu's voice, coming from the cliff over there. And then, she tumbled down from the cliff. No, Jiewu, don't leave this world. My heart aches so terribly. The pain is so intense that it seems my heart can no longer beat. My hand aches. Someone attacked me from behind. Instinctively, I evaded. Yet the blood still gushed out like a spring. I wielded my sword ferociously and fought on, just as the leader did. We were each surrounded by two opponents. He soon couldn't hold on any longer. He was struck by one blade, then another, and finally collapsed, his body covered in blood. Jiro, he murmured faintly as he drew his last breath. I dashed desperately through the waist. High reeds. I mustn't be caught by them, definitely not. For I must avenge the leader and Dai Wu. I took shelter in a dilapidated cottage. Opposite me sat a man who had lost both his legs. His expression was serene, resembling that of a monk detached from the worldly strife. I recalled that I had once fought against him and severed his legs. However, there was not a trace of hatred in his eyes. He merely looked at me pitifully. Inside the cottage, I practiced my sword skills relentlessly. The wound on my hand prevented me from reaching my former proficiency, yet I still persisted in my arduous practice. Hiding in a corner, I spotted that middle-aged man, the one who claimed to be my adoptive father. He looked extremely panicked, locking himself with box after box of gold in a large iron cage like a prisoner. I splashed a bag of chicken blood outside his house and carved a butterfly on the wall. Chapter 41. I beheld the valley entrance. Before me stood a large throng of people and numerous chests of gold. The middle-aged man was among them. Unable to endure that nerve-racking life any longer, he was preparing to flee. I couldn't let him get away. I wanted him dead. I grasped my blade and charged towards him, but many people came forward to besiege me. Their numbers grew steadily. I was stabbed and could hardly hold out. I sliced open a chest with my sword, and the golden coins tumbled out. The besieging crowd immediately scattered as they all rushed to grab the gold. I picked up my blade and advanced towards the middle-aged man. In panic, he took out a pistol from his pocket and fired at me. I didn't dodge but quickened my pace. At the moment when the bullet pierced my body, I severed his head. Then I collapsed. There was no pain, only an overwhelming sense of exhaustion. Subsequently, there ensued a brief silence, followed by the professor's voice as he roused the man from his state. What have you always done after having that strange dream? I'd sketch her portrait, the man replied softly. It's the only way to relieve the aching tightness in my chest. Then, I'd immerse myself in thoughts of her, picturing her eyes and the pearly tears that welled up in them. I'm well aware it's irrational. Yet I can't rein in my emotions. And this time, how did you feel after the hypnosis? Regret. I can't believe I forgot such a crucial promise. Those are merely fragments of memories. Are you so certain it all really happened? Yes. My heart still aches for her to this day. The recording stopped at that point. But my tears welled up uncontrollably. In the end, he couldn't escape the Jinsha River and perished together with Master Zhang. The long-standing feuds along the Jinsha River have finally faded into oblivion, buried beneath the ceaseless flow of time. All that remains is the true affection and the solemn promise between us. Shirlai has kept his promise from that year. He will come to find me in every lifetime. He indeed came. Although his physical form had changed, his heart remained the same. He is still the Shirlai who deeply loves me. However, I missed him at that time. The tears of remorse welled up even more fiercely. I told Shou Nua this news, and we searched together for this man, the man with Shirlai's soul. But he vanished silently like air in this city. Walking dejectedly on the path in the old town, I suddenly saw that fortune teller. The fortune teller who could foretell that I would rise from the brink of death. He looked at me with a smile and said, "I knew you would come." I forced a smile and said, "Thank you for your guidance," which allowed me to rise from the brink of death. To my surprise, he shook his head and said disappointedly, "It turns out you still don't understand. The true meaning of rising from the brink of death doesn't refer to you." Not referring to me. Then who does it refer to? Could it be Shirley? I looked at him in astonishment, peering into his unfathomable eyes. Suddenly, I abruptly understood. I always thought it referred to myself, thinking that I could always survive by traveling through time when on the verge of giving up life. But now I understand that it doesn't only refer to me. The one who truly rises from the brink of death is Shirley and our true love. Zhang Shirley has passed away, yet his soul remained intact in another body after reincarnation. Through hypnosis, he recalled everything from his past life, including our heart-wrenching love. In essence, Shirley has been reborn. Sir, since you know he can come back from the brink of death, you must know where he is. I implore you to tell me. He closed his eyes and spoke enigmatically. From whence one comes, thither one shall go. From whence? Of course, Shirley came from the Jinsha River. Right? Why had I never thought of it? Shirley, who had regained his past life memories, would surely go to the Jinsha River. Especially since tomorrow is my birthday. Shirley couldn't possibly forget. I sat on the huge rock by the riverside, waiting from dawn till dusk. The sunset over the Jinsha River was still as mesmerizing as ever, unchanged through the years. Today is my birthday. Shirley, do you still remember? Gazing at the setting sun, I sighed in a daze. You've finally come, Diawo. A strange voice came from behind, yet it was a familiar call. I turned around to look at the man before me. He had an unfamiliar face, yet his eyes held a deep-seated affection that had been brewing for over half a century. Tears trickled down again. By now, I've lost count of how many times I've been smitten by him and shed tears for him. I approached him slowly, gently caressing his face, and asked heart-wrenchingly, "Does it hurt to regain the memories of the past life?" Hurt. He tightened his grip on my hand firmly. "But since you're here, even the most excruciating pain is worthwhile. I'll spend this entire lifetime repaying the deep affection I owed you in the previous life." His tone was as resolute as ever. Words failed me. I simply nestled my head in his embrace as I used to. Although his physical form had changed, the familiar feeling remained. He was still Zhang Shirley by the Jinsha River, and I was still his Daiwu. This story draws inspiration from the background of gold, panning along the Jinsha River in Mr. Nai Kwang's The Golden Story. For this, I truly express my deepest gratitude to Mr. Nai Kwang for creating such a heart-stirring era and environment. The character of Sister June is modeled after the comfort women during World War II. I still remember that when writing the section about Sister June's death, my tears welled up unconsciously. It was a pang in my heart for their sufferings and helplessness. However, I was not overly sorrowful, as I knew this might be the best ending for Sister June. After finishing this story, I was unable to extricate myself from it for quite a long time. I even dreamt of butterflies for 2 consecutive nights. Perhaps, deep in my subconscious, I sincerely hoped that Sister June, or more precisely, women like her, could transform into butterflies, spreading their colorful wings and flying happily in the mortal world. This is a somewhat heart-wrenching story. Maybe it's because the love in a turbulent era is always tinged with a bit of regret. The Dragonhead's lifelong regret was that he could never hear Ji-Ro's confession of love for him. Ji-Ro's greatest regret in life was that she never had the chance to tell the Dragonhead of her love in person. For this irreparable regret,